Chatters, splatters, twatters. How you doing, everybody? It's good to see you. Welcome in. It's the Thursday stream. How are you all? It's good to see you. Welcome in. We have got Hunter Biden's Bathroom, Red Bear D, Krill. We got Ninny. We've got Atomically Powered. We have got Morgana. We've got Nappers. We got Middle Earth Marxist. We got Brody. We got Ippy Marshmallow. Ms. Kip. How are you all doing? You are indeed right on time. Super mega hyper pogger. Congrats to Hunter Biden's Bathroom, who's been detailing us with their worries about being hired for a number of weeks now, possibly months. Can't remember. It's probably months at this point. Now has got a job. Fucking top drawer. Absolutely top drawer. He, sorry, not they. Congratulations. Congratulations, man. That's huge, massive stuff. Well done. I hope it goes well. I hope being allowed to participate in the system makes things easier for you within the system. Get them participation tokens, baby. Prince, welcome in. Soph, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you've all had a wondrous day. My day has been pretty busy. I've been scrambling to get all of the VODs out because I am planning on doing absolutely fuck all tomorrow, except for probably another Subnautica stream. That's probably what the majority of what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. And you know how the Subnautica streams are. Very, very low effort. It's not even really a proper stream. I'm just going to be, you know, no camera, chatting rubbish. Sat here in the dark in my pants playing a video game going... That's how that goes. But if you're interested in that, you know, head over to the gaming channel. That's where I'll be doing it. How the Subnautica streams are is damp. Yes, it's true. They're damp. Damp and wet. It's damp and wet down there. Hello, PBP. Welcome in as well. I'm desperately trying to work on my senior thesis so I can graduate next week. That sounds very exciting, and I'm very happy for you. Gomi Mama, how you doing? Welcome in. Network, how are you? Good to see you. Now we'll be pig with North Sea gas. It's so true. I've done a couple of things today. I've been scrambling to get a bunch of stuff done, like I say, but I've done a couple of things today that have made me feel really good. Like, for example, the windowsill in the room where I stream is basically just like it's been covered in soil for about a year, right? It's been covered in soil for about a year, and I finally just got rid of it all. Basically, there's like a net up there to stop Melpo from jumping up and getting out the window if I... yes, soil. Yeah, that's the kind of guy I am. There's just been soil up there for a year, just like a thin layer of soil on the windowsill, and it's been stressing me the fuck out. Proper mad. So, you know, I sorted that out today, sweeped it all up, stuck the net back up, right? Stuck the net back up that stops Melpo from getting out, so I've fixed the net and swept out the soil. Got rid of it. Got rid of it, and it's proper good. I'm feeling very good about it. I was imagining soil like you're living underground. I mean, that is true. I do live underground as well. Asman Gnome. Oh, that's so good. I put some new soil on my windowsill last night. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That's the thing. Welcome in other people coming in. We got Rob, we got Leapin' Larry, we got Chillo Vina, we got Loki, Human, and Anglo Punk. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome, everybody. Yes, no, there is in fact a second gaming channel. I'll drop it in the chat just for you again. There you go. Better soil than mold. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And Leapin' Larry, please, everybody go show some love to Leapin' Larry in the chat. Incredible comrade, great educational streams. You want to learn more about Juche? You want to learn about more about North Korea, communism, You know, that kind of stuff about other different countries engaged in the struggle against imperialism. Larry's the place to be, and just generic good vibes. Please go and show some love to him. And of course, go and show some love to my very good friend, Sophie from Mars, co-host on Red Planet, who I believe will probably be streaming tomorrow as well. Probably be streaming tomorrow. So, go and show some love to her. What else did I miss here in the chat? It's some European tradition I'm not aware of. I'm guessing. Yes. I think that, in fact, what you've missed there about The Hobbit, when you read The Hobbit, if you've read that, what you've missed there is in fact a non-fiction book. It just actually happened. So that's the reality of that. That's how we live here in the UK. And Iran-inspired dwarf maxing, that's a great way to put it. Always knew it was real. Yep. It's just a documentary. It's just a documentary. I'm not joking either. I was refilling my plant pots. I couldn't be asked. I've done another thing today. Other than that, other than sort out the windowsill, my mum got me a really neat present for Christmas. I can't remember if it was Christmas this year or last year. I'm pretty... Well, obviously not this year. Last year or the year before. I'm pretty sure it was the year before because I've had it in my fucking... in my cupboard for yonks, and it feels like it's been there for yonks. I really don't think she got it me this year, because she got me the chair this year for my birthday and Christmas, innit? Remember that? I told you about that, right? So, I got the chair for Christmas this year. She got me, I think, this a year or two ago. Hey, Bramble Boys, yeah, yonks. You know the measurement of time, the unit of time, yonks, yeah? Soap will, in fact, not be streaming tomorrow. Chat. Complete redaction of what I said before. Soap won't be streaming tomorrow. Good for you. Take some rest, babe. That's a great shout. There you go, chatters. Just in case you were getting excited for the Soap stream tomorrow. Yeah, my mum got me this neat thing. It's like a wine bottle, right? That someone has cut in half. Obviously, this company that's sold it. That's cut the bottle in half. And then the top of the bottle, so the bit where it turns into the spout, turn that upside down, put it in there. And it's a homemade, organic, non-electric, I guess, like not reliant on electricity or anything like that, hydroponics thing. It's not a gravity bong. My mum is a sweet mum and I love her to bits, but she's not that cool. My mum told me once that she got stoned by standing next to a Rasta at the pub that she used to knock around with my gran and my mum. My gran and my dad. And I totally believe it. I totally believe it. Like, the guy probably wasn't even smoking weed in it and, like, just had a bit of weed in his pocket. And my mum just got high from standing too close to him with the weed in his pocket. I genuinely believe that. The one time I got caught smoking weed when I was a kid, I was at my mate's house, and his mum caught us with the weed, and it was dead funny. I'll never forget it. She was like showing, when my mum come to pick me up, she was showing my mum the weed, and she was going, look at that, it's just like completely super skunk. It's not even got any seeds in it or anything. It's insane. And my mum's just going, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. My mum's just there like, I've got no experience of this. I don't know what you're on about. Proper good stuff. Yeah, super skunk is, yeah, it was the way to describe just like more and more bred weed, like, you know, bred to be stronger, bred to be more powerful, grown and bred to be more powerful kind of thing. I was showing off how I could curl my tongue once, and my dad said that should be your trick at the lesbian bar, so I can't relate. Yeah, no, my mum, when I said to my mum, right, I can't remember what it was. I think that she like, I can't remember what it was. But she was describing something or had an anecdote where someone had said the F slur, And, you know, she just, like, mouthed it to be like, you know, like he said. And I was just like, okay, you can say it around me. I give you the pass. She immediately took the opportunity to, like, say it in an extremely enunciated way. Like, right to my face, like she was calling at me. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's my mum. There's no way she don't understand anything about fucking. She's not street smart in the slightest. She never went outside. She didn't really go outside that much when she was a kid. Right, okay. What was I saying now? I know, yeah, it's just stupid, innit? Parents are strange creatures. It is just mad. Look, here's the thing. Here's how I remember. Like, I always remember this. Like, when I always think about, like, oh my god, my mum was so weird when I was a kid, or my dad was such a weirdo when I was a kid. I like think about me, and I'm like, yeah, maybe I wouldn't be like as weird as that, or like, you know, behaving in this way or X manner. Do you know what I mean? But you can see why someone is like that. You could just you understand it more. You know what I'm saying? I didn't believe you could passively get high, but then I went to a Hornsman Coyote concert that was in a poorly ventilated basement, and I got high as shit. Also, great musician if you like reggae. Top drawer. That's quality. I went to a rave with my mum, and she started checking out the DJ's breasts. Quality stuff. Big up your mam. My mum one time was scolding her students for not showing up late to class. Theatre teacher at uni. They were laughing, and she didn't know why. Because she showed up with weed bits stuck to her sweater. That's mint. That's proper good. Honestly, won't be able to tell the difference between weed and catnip. One of them, if you smoke it, it gets you dead high. The other one, if you smoke it, nothing happens and it makes you feel unwell. Which, to be honest, could be either of them, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, now that I'm remembering what it's like to like smoke weed regularly like that, that actually could be true for both of them, innit? The only way to tell is to smoke it. You just smoke both, roll both into a fucking spliff and just be like, right, you know, two separate ones. Yeah, that's nothing. Obviously, you have to wait for a bit because if you do feel high, you're just gonna have to. You should never break the law. Don't ever smoke weed. If you've got the first thing you should do if you've got weed is immediately. What's the legal thing to... Is there any legal advice on what you should do if you have weed? If you, like, find weed... If you suddenly find yourself in the possession of weed without doing it on purpose? Like, if your kids have got it or something. Like, is there something that the cops tell you to do? Like, they don't... No one tells you that, do they? You have to snork it all immediately. Smoke it so nobody else does. Protect everybody by smoking it immediately. Destroy it with fire. Burn it. We gave 10 stoners 10 spliffs, but one of them is full of catnip. Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. Hummus, weed, and beer is a mix, which isn't good for me. Got very sick. The other two, fine, but adding hummus was no. That's crazy. I think you just had gone off hummus. I think that's what that was. What else have we done today? Yeah, so I set up that hydroponic basil grower. I'm excited to see how it goes. It's got like, basically, it's got like a little sort of wick, which is supposed to drip feed moisture up to a little, it's like a little disc of soil that's in some paper, like a cup, and all around it are like, what's rocks that filter stuff through? You could get through them. Igneous rocks, little like if you go like that, they like pop and shit. So it's surrounded by them, and yeah, you get like a little dropper with all the different fertilizer, nutrients that you need in, you know, in whatchamacallit, right? Does that make sense? The fertilizer stuff. Why is weed called weed? Is it because it kind of looks like a weed? It's because it actually grows like a weed in places that it is native to. So, for example, like, literally a place called the Hindu Kush Mountains or the Kush Mountains or whatever. It grows like a weed. It's just fucking everywhere. Famously in South Africa, it just grows in the streets and shit. I remember my mate went to South Africa and he was just like, it was absolutely mad. I walked around the corner and I just saw like a load of weed just growing out the ground. And it was just in like a random alley and shit like that. They like, obviously, like they say that you shouldn't smoke that shit when it's just like growing out the ground in like an urban area, because you don't know what like the chemicals are in the ground soil or whatever and shit like that. All that kind of business. Someone growing in the middle of Belgrade from a stone wall. It's quite literally a weed. Yeah. Quite literally. Cannabis sativa. It's closely related to nettles. So like nettles are like really, really close to it in terms of like molecular makeup, right? So obviously, like if you smoke nettles, nothing will happen. It's not like that, but it has got like very, very similar chemicals in it and stuff like that. Very interesting stuff. Yes, that's why weed is called weed. So I made that little hydroponic thing, which is cool. That's interesting. We'll see how that's going. My coriander isn't growing roots just yet, but it's only been a day. So it is just, you know, not gonna have made much progress regarding that. My tomato plant's doing great. And my I've decided to plant some basil. The herb that I'm growing in the hydroponics is basil, by the way. And I have planted some of the basil seeds in some soil as well to see, like, I'm just gonna do an experiment and see how long it takes each one to grow, right? And like see how long it takes to grow and see how well it flourishes once it's grown. Do you know what I mean? And we'll just see if that will actually work. Like the Great Mouse Detective. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know all your wee daffy pals. Don't know what you're on about. Hi B-Rat, hey Bubble, how you doing? It's good to see you. Hi Susie, welcome in. Gumba Master, hello. Basil the Great Mouse Detective. Yeah, sure. Whatever you want. Whatever you want. My friend was given mustard lettuce and now I want to grow mustard lettuce. Yeah, you should do it. Mustard lettuce is a really good, very easy crop to grow. It's hard to grow inside, I believe, but if you grow it outside, it is very easy to do, and it's got a very fast turnaround from seed to harvest, basically. So you could just, you know, grow it. I think it takes like 4 weeks to become edible leaves. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting crop. Smoking nettles is disgusting. Never try it, but nettles are great to grow next to your plants. They enrich the soil and a great fertilizer for your garden. And the only thing that they really need in order to flourish is piss. Piss.
That's piss.
If you just piss on him, it's good for him. Not sure I want nettle and dog piss tea. When did I say dog piss? I never said get your dog to piss on him. It could just be human piss, can't it? And that's fine. Hey, little zipper, how you doing? So you know, it's the potted plant next to the computer desk, so you don't have to go anywhere. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, not a dog's piss, your dog's piss. Exactly. It's just what's on the ones beside the footpaths. That is true. Yeah, wasted my good pee on nettle? I think not. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. You gotta be like them crusties that we saw. This is ancient mule stream lore, so some people probably won't remember this. But we watched we used to do like soft soil boy, soft soil people, whatever, streams where I would watch people who grow stuff in like communes and all stuff like that. And there was someone that showed me a place in America. I can't remember. Yeah, Sorka remembers. There was a place in America that was something about. It was like a converted motel kind of thing. And all the crusties that lived there, they did all kinds of mad stuff. One of the things that they did was they like kept all their piss in like, you know, like a massive container, you know, one of them like huge containers of liquid that's just like about the same size as a person. And it was just full of piss, and they just used it for like all kinds of applications. Those growing videos were great. They were. Husker, hello. The Romans used human piss to make their clothing. Well, to be clear, yes, they used to dye the clothes with piss and other stuff. It wasn't just piss. Like, if you just piss on clothes, it won't dye your clothes. So don't do that. You'll just have really smelly clothes. It's piss and like a certain type of herb, and other little bits as well. And specifically when they would tan leather, so like obviously when you like skin leather off an animal, you have to let it dry so that all the flesh dries off, and then you scrape it all off, so that it's just like the raw leather. But then in order to make it like pliable and bend so it doesn't degrade, they would use a mixture of dog shit and piss in order to like tan the leather. And so basically everybody was wearing shitty, pissy clothing when they were going to battle in like the medieval times and shit. You know what I mean? Christ, I'm eating my tea. Listen, you brought up the leather production shit. They literally made a poo and wee potion. Sorry, now I'm making it worse. I'm making it worse. Decided to finish it later. What else have I done today? I've not really done much today, to be honest. I was supposed to go to the supermarket, but I didn't, so I just went to the shop, had some ham butties, and I had no, that's it, ham butties. I've got a cook in the oven spaghetti carbonara for me tea later, but I'll go to the shops tomorrow, I guess. I'm going to like a posh butcher to get a leg of lamb for my mum, because it's a birthday weekend, and I'm gonna make her a big lamb. And what else? Yeah, that's it. I've not really got many more updates for you, to be honest. That's just it. Should we get into the stream? Should we get into it? Got all kinds of bits and pieces for us to be looking at today. Lots of stuff. There's something that I want to have a big rant about first. And it is related to how racist this fucking country's getting. In terms of, I know that I have said regularly that the kind of support for the, fascist policies of reform are just, there is just not that much appetite in this country for them. And I do stand by it, but there is nonetheless a racism issue that has always been present, but is in fact getting incrementally worse. Happy birthday to your mum. I'll tell her. Thanks, Soph. Incrementally worse, and it is permeating into left-wing spaces very, very easily. And I'll show you what I'm on about in a hot minute. I just need to, not a hot minute. I'm not using that correctly. I'll show you what I'm on about in a minute. Hey, Mama B, how you doing? I will tell my mum that the chat has said happy birthday. Thank you very much, chatters, who've said happy birthday to my mum. What is this? Yes, this is what I'm up to. This is what I am up to.
With cries of...
Okay. I've got the thing I was looking for, chat. Alright, first thing that I want to get mad at. Let's take a look at it. So what is this? This is someone saying, if you don't like it, leave, sorry, bye. And this is in response to 5 Pillars on Twitter. And they are saying 5 Pillars has compiled a brief guide for Muslims living in the West on how to navigate LGBTQ plus Pride Month during June. They've not put plus. I just added that on there. Should we have a look at the article? Should we have a look at what it says in the article? What kind of things it says in the article? Yeah. Obviously, this is, to be clear, right? To be clear, this is a conservative opinion. It is not a Muslim opinion. There are queer Muslims, right? I believe we even have queer Muslims in the chat. I might be wrong about that, but queer Muslims exist. They are real. When even when there are Muslim websites that are saying, you need to be careful of LGBTQ plus narratives, it is no different from a Christian website saying the same thing. The scriptures can be, interpreted in different ways, as with every kind of Abrahamic religion and all this kind of business. And in terms of when I have spoken to Muslims about queerness and their queerness, they often say a similar thing, which is that, many people will actually say that your sexuality is between you and Allah, right? So it is nothing to be ashamed of in general, and shit like that is between you and Allah, right? It's very similar to the way that progressive Christians talk about it, you know what I mean? Let's have a little read of this. 5 Pillars has compiled a brief guide for Muslims living in the West how to navigate LGBTQ Pride Month during June. Pride Month celebrates LGBTQ identities, promotes visibility and equality, and commemorates the 1969 Stonewall riots, a key event in the LGBTQ rights movement. It's often marked by parades, community events, and educational services. We have based the following guidance, publicly available guidance, provided by mainstream Muslim scholars. So basically, they are just they are amplifying the words of some Muslim scholars, right? This is one of the most pressing challenges facing Muslim families in the West today: how to navigate LGBTQ-related issues while remaining grounded in Islamic teachings. So, it's framed in not exactly an aggressive or denunciatory way. But let's continue. Drawing on the Quran, Sunnah, and other contemporary social realities, we outline a framework aimed at helping parents, communities, and young Muslims engage with the topic in a manner which is faithful to Islamic principles, right? This is where it gets a bit problematic, but you'll see what I'm saying. Islam recognizes human desires and pleasures, including intimacy, as blessings from God. However, these blessings are accompanied by divinely prescribed limits. Just as society places boundaries on other forms of pleasure and consumption, Islam also establishes clear guidelines regarding sexual conduct. In this framework, moral standards are derived from divine revelations rather than individual desire or changing social norms. The Quranic account of Prophet Lut and related hadith show that same-sexual relationships are prohibited in Islam. You approach males among the worlds and leave what your Lord has created for you as mates. Rather, you are a transgressive people. Again, chat, this is similar to a Christian being look, in Leviticus, this says this, right? It's just the same. Similar passages appear in Quran 7:84, 11:77-83, 27:54, 29:28-35. Classical scholars understand these verses as condemning same-sex sexual acts. Quran constantly describes spouses as male and female. Again, this is just, it's people interpreting this holy book in the way that they want it to be, and of course, scholars that they, that some Muslims respect, they will in fact say, oh well, this scholar said it, so we should take that as gospel kind of thing. And that is also a good point when thinking about this as well, atomically powered. There is no one Islam, right? There are many ways that you can interpret the faith. You've got Sufism, you've got Shia, you've got Sunni. There are all kinds of different, people are secular Muslims, so there is no one, Islam when it comes to this stuff. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, condemned the actions of the people of Lut in several hadith. These narrations were understood by classical scholars as further evidence that sexual acts are prohibited. The 4 Sunni schools of law, Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, and Hanbali, as well as mainstream Shia scholarship, agree that sexual acts are haram, which just means forbidden. While scholars differed on the legal details, there was broad argument on the prohibition itself. At the same time, Islamic teachings emphasize treating every person with dignity, respect, and compassion while maintaining the religious boundaries established by the Quran and the Sunnah. Marriage and lawful intimacy are restricted to the union of a husband and wife, which Islamic teachings view as foundation for family life, lineage, and social stability. This says here, an anti-LGBTQ teaching protest outside of school in East London, right? Which is obviously shit. And that's the problem. That's the problematic nature of this article, is that they just they sound like they're being really balanced when they say treat every person with dignity, respect, and compassion, but then they include this this is a right-wing anti-queer protest, right? Again, this is a minority of a minority. You're not going to find the majority of Muslims in this country who are desperate to attack queer people. It just isn't true. And again, every kind of person can be queer. So experiences. So it's what they're talking about here. They seem to be saying the same kind of thing that evangelical Christians say about queerness, which is that yes, same-sex attraction is not sinful. However, if you engage in same-sex attraction, then that is sinful. So again, this is just like Christianity, right? So here's the issue that I have with it, right? Again, it should be said, the 5 pillars are a right-wing organization, right? They're a right-wing organization. They engage in conservative beliefs, and those conservative beliefs, they say, are, informed by Islam. Fine, whatever, man. The only issue that anyone should really have with this is when it comes to, trying to engage in stopping other people from doing what they want, right? And I'm sure Muslims amongst us could be, very, very useful in terms of explaining how the Quran actually says, yeah, the Quran would probably not, Allah would probably not forgive you if you just beat up gay people for being gay, right? That's not something that is in the Quran, in the same way that it's not in the Bible, right? So Christians, right-wing Christians will, right? Do you see what I'm trying to do here, chat? I'm trying to explain that this is not a Muslim thing. This is a right-wing conservative thing, right? Doesn't matter how you change it. You could, people who wrote this article could say, this is definitely Islam. It's the right way to interpret Islam. All the scholars have said it, yada, yada, yada. Don't care. It's right-wing. It's anti-human. It's right-wing. Right? That's the end of it. I'm not going to attach it to being Muslim. And in the same way, I'm not going to attach, right-wing and anti-queer attitudes within Christianity to Christianity, because it's what's the point? It's just not the right way, right? Here's why I'm pissed off about this. Because you've got someone like this saying, if you don't like it, leave, sorry, bye. And this has got 3,100 likes. Now, who is this person? This is someone who is a member of the Green Party and Unite the Union, right? There are a number of activists that I know personally who are following this person. Now, I know he's 21, right? But this is a great way of understanding how pervasive racism is in this country, particularly around Islam. Now, in this fucking thread, there is a number of people, including myself, who are telling this person, this is absurd. You are literally just advocating for right-wing politics and shit. You've even got someone here saying the right and the left united behind deporting brown people. And this guy's ew, don't ever try and create equivalence between us. No, that is you did that. You did that. You did that. You created the equivalence by being equivalent to the right wing, right? Homofascism, yeah, self-proclaimed leftist. This person is a self-proclaimed leftist. Let's talk about this. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. If any of this feels aggressively neutral, looks exactly like every anti-gay Christian protest held outside my school as a kid, not special or unique to Muslims by any stretch. Yeah. Every Christian isn't expected to answer for the action of all Christians. It's a ridiculous standard. Yeah. There was a lot of Muslims at my school. It was the gayest environment I've ever been in. If you ask every Christian you meet about Christian homophobia, you'll get called a Reddit atheist and intolerant asshole. But if you ask every Muslim, you're just a concerned citizen. Interesting, yes. I recently watched a Bosnian imam talk about if oral sex is haram, and he came to the conclusion that it's halal as foreplay and haram are substitute for sex. Wait, hang on. Foreplay is haram as a substitute for sex. I would pay to ask him if you had gay oral sex, is it haram to stop at oral? Yeah. Interesting stuff. Hey Johnny, how you doing? Welcome in. Abrahamic scripture thing broadly, that's correct. Yes. Also welcome in, Fascism. I said hi to you. Emily McKenzie said it's also a social media poll, so not representative by any standard. What's the poll? Sorry. What poll? What's the poll? What have I missed? Hello, Emily. The aggressively neutral thing was immediately before it got homophobic. Yeah, it does get homophobic. I believe the editor that put out the tweet is white, so they're just itching to be racist. Yeah, no, literally, like, that's what I was highlighting this. Look at this motherfucker. The 5 pillars research that was on your screen for a sec. Wait, the research? What research? Wait, where? Wait, I don't understand. What am I looking for here? Down right? What, which Muslim leader do you most approve of? It was embedded in a tweet. Yeah. There's no poll. Like, I don't know. There's no poll here. So yeah, you know, anyway, so as I was saying, you know, I mean, here's my take on this. You're falling for the right's extreme Islamophobia, hook, line, and sinker. I've quite literally never experienced queer phobia from any Muslim people, and there are tons of queer Muslims out there who need our support in battling with queer phobia within practices of their faith. Did you ever read the article, by the way? It's not even remotely as bad as it could be, but you immediately jump to country back levels of racism as soon as you see this. But to immediately jump to country back levels of racism as soon as you see this is fucking reprehensible. Give your head a wobble. And then in another thread where someone had quoted this, they literally put this, you know, motherfucker called remigration enthusiast. You know, with a fucking Groiper profile picture. Never thought the Lord of the Rings moment where, you know, Gimli and Legolas are preparing to die at the gates of Sauron, saying, I never thought I'd die fighting side by side with a homo. What about side by side with an Islamophobe? I could do that. Right? So, you know, I just said it, like, this is the kind of people that you're fucking appealing to, by the way. Right? This is the kind of people that you're fucking appealing to by saying this shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know. I can't find the same tweet I saw on your screen, but it was related to this. 95% of Muslims disapprove of your way of life, Zach, including the ones who conveniently allied with you until... We asked our audience if it was understandable for Sadiq Khan to promote LGBTQ and alcohol, given his position as London mayor, serving all communities. Based on 960 responses, an overwhelming 95% said no. Yeah, man. Like, guess how many people are Muslim? On the Nazi website, results based on 960 votes in an independent poll sent to 5 Pillars readers across social media. Like, on the Nazi website, you know, where this was, like, retweeted to fuck by Nazis saying, you know, vote in this. Vote in this so that it suits our agenda. Incredible fucking stuff, man. Incredible stuff. Yeah, just nonsense. Utter nonsense. So yeah, you know, I think that, like, especially during Pride Month, like, this kind of, like, you know, utter ridiculous nonsense in terms of like, you know, yeah, okay, if you don't like it, leave, sorry, bye. I'm sorry, but if this is what you're activated by during Pride Month, you got to work on your racism, bro. Like, it's as simple as that. You have to work on your racism. You have to ask yourself why you think this has activated you enough to, like, you know, not just, I don't know, do a quote post about it on social media or whatever, but, you know, to actively defend yourself in the fucking comments. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry, but I think you should be way more activated by, you know, and this is in a climate where Islamophobia is literally the most prevalent that it has ever been in its entire existence as a rhetorical talking point in the UK. Do you know what I mean? Also, crazy moment. This is the Palestinian and Ukraine flag in bio moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, I genuinely think that this guy could be kicked out of the Green Party for this. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna do that, and I wouldn't recommend that anyone do that, because I would say, if you know this kid, let's face it, he says he's 21, he's a young person. You can have a chat to this person and be like, hey, listen, right? You know what I'm saying? It's not for me. I don't know the guy personally, but whoever, if someone knows this person personally within the Green Party, you just have to fucking say to him, hey man, let's sit down and have a fucking chat. Yeah? Let's have a chat about, like, what the fuck you are talking about on social media and shit. It looks bad on the Green Party, for a start. And it's just racist. Like, you are pretty much, I think, breaking the rules of the Green Party. And, like, if the wrong person gets hold of it, you could get kicked out. Right? I'm pretty sure that that's, like, the rules of the Green Party, innit? Like, you can't be Islamophobic. You certainly can't, you know, advertise that you're a Green... Like, it's crazy. He's got Green Party membership in his fucking... Sorry, man. Mental. Yeah, literally white gay nonsense. White gay nonsense. Do you think Jack is willing to fund someone's relocation if they actually want to try and go for another country instead, or is that too much personal responsibility for his beliefs? Exactly, yeah. Exactly. If you just call them homophobic twats, which they are, fine. The obvious problem with this is he went straight to the right-wing framing, treating Islam as completely alien to this country, telling them to get the fuck out. It is literally the leave, sorry, bye. It is literally the leave, sorry, bye bit. Yes. Palestine flag in bio and Islamophobe. Weird combo, yeah. Weird combo, eh? You know? Yeah, if you don't like it, there's the door. That kind of shit. So, you know, white gay nonsense. Literally just white gay nonsense. So I just wanted to have a bit of a rant about that. And, you know, remember, chat, like, you know, my immediate thing, right? My immediate response to this is not like, yo, someone should report him to the Green Party, because what is that? What is that, chat? If you behave like that to someone, if you start, like, talking about, like, reporting someone or, like, getting someone done or whatever... Weirdo of us has got it. Cop behavior. That's cop brain shit, right? Yes. If there is an opportunity to sit down with that guy, especially if you are a white person, a white queer person yourself, and go, hey man, let's talk about this. What are you fucking on about? What are you doing here? What's the crack? Why are you saying that? Why did you feel so comfortable to say that? Have these conversations in a productive manner. If you can't, if this motherfucker cannot be stopped, then there's not a lot that you could do. Eventually, someone who wants to, you know, report him is going to report him, and he's going to get maybe kicked out the Green Party or whatever, right? Anyway. So, yeah. But, yeah, it is important to, I think, talk about it, because I just think we're going to start to see more of this. You know what I mean? I think that we're going to start to see more of it, and we need to be equipped to have those conversations. You know, homofascism is like a real thing. Like, I've spoken about this before. Nick Fuentes existing and being a queer person, even though he's in the closet, and Hugh Anthony, our version of Nick Fuentes, is an example of homofascism. And you know, they're both like, you know, oh no, I'm trying not to be gay, I'm trying not to have bum sex, but they are doing it, and they literally, you know, yeah, Milo Yiannopoulos, He was the predecessor, wasn't he? He was the trailblazer for that kind of a shit. I mean, he wasn't really, because the Nazis were doing that homo-fascist shit for yonks. I'll never forget, like, it was utterly crazy. I had an experience once. It was around 2016 or something like that. And it was, I'm pretty sure it was an online interaction, maybe even on Facebook. Someone was like, I can't believe I've just seen this gay porn and this motherfucker's got a Nazi tattoo. And I was like, why is this surprising to you? They're white men. Milo is not gay anymore, apparently. He's just a Nazi now. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, they all say that they're not gay. Like, you can't do that. There's no, like, right? There's no switch that you can turn in your brain to be like, not gay anymore, actually. I think homofascism and American Nazism are on the way. Fuentes is genuinely making huge headway on the right in the last few years. Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's why I think we need to talk about it, yeah. Paging Ernst Rome. This didn't get much attention because it's inconvenient for homofascists. It shows that British Muslims are actually more accepting of LGBTQ rights than the wider British population. Yes, quite literally. This is something that I've said loads. I've said it all, like, fucking regularly. You know? This is from Middle East Eye. Thanks for linking this, Emily. Middle East Eye here. When was this? 2026, this year. New polling has revealed that British Muslims are more pro-democracy than the public at large and overwhelmingly feel that they belong to the UK. The findings cast out on widespread claims by politicians from across different parties that British Muslims are unintegrated and oppose British values. 85% of British Muslims support democracy. 94% of British Muslims support equal treatment under the law for all faiths and none. High level of integration. 8 in 10 Muslims report frequent interactions with non-Muslims at least weekly, with 38% saying they personally or through family have served in public service roles. Muslims are more supportive of equal legal rights for LGBTQ plus people than the general public, with 70% saying they support them compared with 66% of the population at large. 90% of Muslims say taking a stand against all forms of bigotry, including anti-Semitism, is important, right? You know, this idea that there is a majority of Muslims, especially in this country, who are sat there being like, yeah, man, actually, I'm just like a proper Nazi, except for hating brown people. Like, it's just nonsense. It's completely nonsense. So, yeah, thank you for that, Emily. Absolutely, absolutely right. When the entire media treats Islamophobia as fully acceptable, unless it's murder, it's inevitable it'll spread even to leftists. Yes, it's why we gotta be ready to fight it at every turn. People can handle that Nazis are gay way more than they can handle that people they already know is gay might be racist. Yes, right, yes. Tom of Finland, literally. They either try to fake ungaying or they fulfill the Ernst Rome cycle. Yeah. Yeah. There's so many white queers who are so ready for the right person to make the argument for them. That being queer accepting is a virtue of the West, and that's why they should hate Muslims. It's literally something that has been spoken about for years and years and years, right? It's been spoken about for years and years and years. What does every single fucking Zionist say when they find out that you're a queer person who supports Palestinian liberation? They say, go and live in Palestine, they will throw you off a roof, right? First of all, no, that's not what happens. Second of all, no evidence of that ever happening, right? And thirdly, you know, the majority of queer people in Palestine who are killed by Israel, not just through bombs, but also through, you know, fake Grindr profiles, you know. Well, yeah, exactly. Distinct lack of roofs in Palestine at this current moment, because, you know, who blew all them cunts up? You know, like, the Mossad in, you know, can you just imagine, like, you know, I often try and say to people, like, put yourself, you know, especially during Pride Month, man, like, when we're talking about this kind of a thing, imagine being a queer Palestinian and then going on like, you know, super hyper mega subterfuge. You know, you don't want your local neighborhood to find out. You don't want your family to find out or anything like that. Because, you know, sure, as queer Palestinians have said, you know, queerness is queer acceptance isn't that perfect in Palestine, whatever, it could be better. But that's for Palestinians to talk about and not for white people to like put on Palestinians, right? But, you know, they don't want to come out, right? Even if their family are, you know, accepting of queer people, they don't want to come out. People struggle with that all over the world. You've got like a secret Grindr account on there. You're desperate for a shag, right? It just happens. We're human in it. Or even just some like connection, just like close connection of being who you are. You get on there, you're chatting, you're getting excited, you're going to meet someone, brilliant. You turn up somewhere, you get bundled into the back of a fucking bag with a bag on your head, into the back of a fucking car, a bunch of fucking IOF fascists with guns pointed at you. Right, listen, you're an informant for us now, otherwise we'll tell everyone you're a queer. Right? It's been happening for fucking decades. Literally decades. Right? So, again, you know. But they are desperate to, and when I say they, I mean Empire is desperate to be like, it is important that we liberate all of these backwards countries from being queerphobic. You know what I'm saying? Queer acceptance could be better. It's not just for Palestinians, it's for Kentuckians. Right, exactly. Like, think about the UK. We're nowhere near where we used to be in terms of queer acceptance, right? For all I know, we could be at the same level of queer acceptance in the UK right now as people are in Palestine. For all I know, they're not doing any research into that shit, are they? They're not publishing the numbers of all that shit. I bet it'd be way higher than most people would imagine. Anyway, so as I was saying, as time goes on, I wonder if people will realize that Western hegemony is actually quite regressive by modern standards. Yeah, 1000% is. 1000% is. Plenty of queer activists that went to Palestine over the years. People that harassed them there were usually the IDF. Yep. Fourthly, no one can actually move to Palestine right now. Wonder why that is. Hey, emergent markets, welcome in. So yeah, just wanted a bit of a rant about that. I do think that we need to be equipped to be ready to have these conversations about this stuff because, like I said, it's getting worse and worse. What do I want to talk about? I do want to talk about some funny stuff. There's a little bit of funny stuff going on regarding the Green Party and the good effects that the Green Party is having on general political discourse in the UK. Let's take a look at this first bit. We got Zach Polanski saying, again, that Andy Burnham does not sound like the change that he is making himself out to be in the UK. With this Telegraph article here saying Burnham claims he's open-minded on North Sea drilling. Yeah, but like, buses are good, aren't they? Yeah, the buses are good though, aren't they? Yeah, it's mint, the buses and that. Do you know what I mean? Northern Quarter's nice, isn't it? You can go there and pay £900 for a pint. That's Manchesterism. So, you know, more of the same. This is a brilliant article. Absolutely fucking brilliant article from the Telegraph here. I think that they're really trying to make him out to be terrible with this shit. The Telegraph here saying Zach Polanski, leader of the Green Party, signed an open letter demanding that a database be created of 2,000 dual British-Israeli nationals called up for service since the terror attacks by Hamas. This framing is insane. On October the 7th, 2023, let's fucking go! 100%. 100%. What else do we got? Lucy Powell here. Who's this? Well, for those of you that don't know, this is my fucking MP, who is also the deputy leader or deputy prime minister. I can't remember. One of them. She might very well be deputy prime minister. Saying, not another one. Despite voters going to the poll just weeks ago, a number of Green councillors across London have already stood down, meaning costly, unnecessary by-elections. By the way, Chad, do you know how many Green councillors have stood down? She says a number. Yeah? She says a number. Do you know what the number is? Is it 2? Cat Brune says 3. Is that a guess? Because I thought it was lower than that. Is that a genuine guess? I was under the impression that it was 1, right? So I know that Cat is pretty like on point, you know, with their you know, electoral politics. Okay, it was just a guess. As far as I know, it's 1. It's 1 Green councillor that has stepped down, right? It's literally 1, right? 1 is a number, isn't it? Whoa, 1 is a number. I'm gonna guess it's none, otherwise they'd say the name. No, it is in fact 1. I don't know what the circumstances are surrounding it or anything like that, but it is literally just 1 as far as I know. Yeah, some people in the chat saying that 0 is also a number of sorts. But, you know, here's the thing, chat, right? Here's the thing, yeah? As I've said, Lucy Powell is my MP, right? Most of you in the chat know where I live, don't you? You know where I live. And she's here in Lambeth, which is in London. You know, with these big Pride in Lambeth things, with a bunch of people who are stupid enough to still be campaigning for Labour, right? No, I don't mean my actual address. You know that I live in Manchester. She's my MP in Manchester, right? And here she is in fucking London, going on about how she's having to do some stuff. She's having to do some stuff in Lambeth because the Greens are stepping down. They're stepping down. There's a number of Greens stepping down. That number is 1. And I'm going to have to go to Lambeth and campaign in Lambeth for a new, like, literally fuck off. Like, fuck off. I cannot think of one thing that this fucker has done in the 15 years that I have lived in her constituency. I cannot think of one thing that she's done for people in this constituency. She's down in fucking London, going on the big legs about Green Party this, Green Party that. I fucking can't wait to vote her out of her fucking seat. I can't wait to replace her with a Green Party candidate. It will be the sweetest fucking revenge that I could ever have on this waste of space, like every other fucking careerist Labour Party politician in the history of this fucking country. They are all the fucking same. How do they think we are going to respond to this kind of shit? Lucy Powell has done a number of great things for Manchester, the number being 0. Right, exactly. Exactly. That's a number, isn't it? Mule for MP, Mule for PM, no thanks. No, I would very much not like to be an MP. At all. I would much rather be doing some community organising stuff. But, you know, like, you know, just a personal rant, right? Just a personal rant. That was just a bit of a personal rant. It is genuinely fucking deeply frustrating to see that. Can you imagine the discourse if the general public latched onto a djmuel campaign? I don't want to think about it. Mule for Imperial Commander of the West Marches. Minister of Media in the Polanski cabinet, right. Why Polanski created an office of community organising needs a minister, checkmate. Yeah, that's true. Well, you know, we'll have to wait and see. The thing you've got to remember about that is that I definitely wouldn't be able to stream anymore. So, you know, you would be saying, get off Twitch, basically. What's your first act as PM of global communism, sir? Eradicate Israel. Israel is over. It's done. And then America. Firstly, who is this? Right, okay, so I've got some more stuff to look at. We got a little bit more stuff to look at, and it's about the Henry Nowak stuff. So, you know, there's been a bit more discourse, fallout, etc., about these riots and all this kind of business. I do want to bring up this particular part of what has happened. Oh my god, we could call you Big Brother. You absolutely would. There's that Cyprus politician who does TikToks and YouTube all the time. That motherfucker's got a media manager. He's got a media manager, and that's not the same as streaming. Doing TikToks and YouTube is not the same as streaming. You can lock off a week's worth of TikToks in 3 hours, right? All you have to do is get a person to film you, right? You just need someone to film you. Go to like 7 different locations and talk about 7 different things that you're going to do that week and just pretend that you're there at the time. That's all you have to do for TikToks. It's like, I'm here in Farnborough today talking about the massive need for allotment protection from local pollution, right? Done. That's done. 30 seconds. TikTok, boxed off. Next one. You do it, you get it locked off in 2 hours. Not the same as streaming. YouTube, like, how many YouTubes is this fucker doing every day? Like, I don't know. The reform heads will notice if your clothes don't change. You take a change of clothes with you. You take a change of clothes with you. It's movie magic. It's just movie magic. And also, yeah, you could also do it as you go fairly easily. You can also take a 30-second out your day much easier than streaming live, even if you do it the day of. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Ross Greer is apparently kind of notorious for breaking out the TikTok right before getting somewhere. Yeah, I imagine so, yeah. Hey, Mushy, how you doing? Thanks, Crescent Moon and Star. We'll have a bit of a blue fella. Okay, so it's the Henry Nowak stuff. There's been more and more, not developments, but just like an increase in discourse surrounding this issue this week. Let's take a look at this. So, this is from Politics UK. Again, this account, absolutely terrible. This is literally a reform councillor, by the way. A number of officers in Hampshire Police responsible for the arrest of Henry Nowak said they felt controlled and pressured to feel certain ways after receiving mandatory DEI training. The courses taught officers about racism, unconscious bias, privilege, and the importance of being an ally. A staff survey found that 1 in 7 officers, 15%, had felt controlled and pressured to adopt certain ideas in the sessions. Yeah, a number of is yeah, once you put a little bit of scrutiny on that phrase, you start to see it all over the place, don't you? Right? A number of, what's that number? 1 in 7. I bet only 7 of them had the DEI training, the cunts. Do you know what I mean? The response to those officers should obviously be, no, I don't think you have, mate. Exactly. 1 in 7 isn't even a number, that's a fraction, yeah, and a percentage. Exactly. Exactly. Says a lot that Lucy, as deputy leader of the governing party, has to campaign for a council ward in London. Yeah, actually does, yeah. That's 1 in 7 officers who could be asked doing the survey. Yes, exactly. 1 in 7 previously found to have engaged in prejudicial behavior. Yes. You know. So, again, we got that number. Now, utter legend, Shanice McBean. I think she's the author of Abolition Revolution. I can't remember. I think Soph knows her. She said here, I thought the problem with DEI training was that it taught people to hyperfixate on personal distress. Now they're trying to tell us that DEI training is the reason police ignored someone literally crying out in acute distress. They think we're stupid. And that is absolutely correct. 1000%. What else do we got regarding this? Ant Milton tweeted, well done all in Southampton. Meanwhile, this is what the locals had to put up with. Let's have a little listen to what this local is talking about. We obviously saw the riot protest live. Let's hear what she's saying about this.
Carnage, really, for 4 hours.
Just describe what you saw out of your windows, what was happening.
Bricks were being thrown, a bin was set on fire and pushed through the police line. Bottles, cans, all sorts. I think a lot of walls and bins, chairs, all sorts.
Hey, Crescent.
How are you feeling witnessing this?
Terrified. I've never felt unsafe in my house and I just wanted to get out of there, but I couldn't.
Did you see what happened just over here? You can see there's another car which is taped up.
Yeah.
What were you witnessing? You can actually see in the back here the bricks that were.
Oh shit! We saw this happen. Chat, we literally saw this happen. Fucking hell!
There's 2 bricks.
Yeah.
This
I think
could have
one
been.
of the wall is missing. Someone's missing. Carnage, really.
Everybody go and show some love to Crescent Moon and Star, by the way. Well, I'm glad that Sky News are actually reporting on the fallout of the protest rather than the shit that we saw yesterday, which was absolutely fucking ridiculous. And I was losing my mind over, you know what I'm saying? This is the house right where the police line was that we watched. I think it might be a bit further up in the street because we saw a car window get put through. I think this might be the gaff next door to him. This was right on the line. This was actually the one on the left of the police line. Yeah, I thought it was a bit further up, a bit earlier. I mean, there's probably more than one car window that got smashed. Do you remember it being a VW? Fucking gearhead. Fucking gearheads. The car's right in the line. The house is only partially exposed to the crowd. Yeah. I hope her insurance covers all that. Doubt it. Doubt it. So, yeah. Good stuff. What do we got here? It's Nick Ferrari. This is from today. He's a little dickhead. For those of you that don't know Nick Ferrari. Horrible cunt. Right-wing. Conservative. Let's hear what kind of stuff he's got to say. Sometimes rarely has the right take on stuff, which is interesting. It's an interesting sort of... He's a bit of an old school conservative in the sense that, like, you know, Theresa May was an old school conservative. The Tory party used to be full of old school conservatives that were, like, absolutely problematic, absolutely racist, absolutely sexist. You know, the name implies it, right? Conservative. But surprisingly more progressive than what we currently have in a Labour government. Do you know what I mean? So he does sometimes have the right take on stuff. Like, can you remember when we were watching the other month or something, and he had the right take on something, and I can't remember what it was, but we were like, he's got it, you know?
Shame and disgrace ringing in his ears. Nigel Farage spoke at yesterday's Prime Minister's questions and talked about what needs to happen as a result
which says everything,
of the death of Henry Nowak. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister, of course, went on the attack, and I'm asking you, who speaks more for you, the PM or Nigel Farage, when he says he need an end to this two-tier policing, the importance of diversity training? Here, with all the background, before we come to your views, is Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor, in the studio.
Why have they done the lighting so bad on her?
Yes, I think that was one of the most fractious Prime Minister's question sessions that I've seen in a really long time, all around the case of Henry Nowak and the political reaction to it. Nigel Farage said earlier this week we should respond with pure cold rage to the fact that Henry was allowed to die in the way that he did, the police handcuffing him after he was accused by his murderer of a racist attack, and that shocking body cam footage which we saw on Monday, where the police appeared to say that they did not believe that he'd been stabbed. The outrage, of course, we saw spilled out onto the streets of Southampton on Monday evening. There were violent clashes between the police and protesters. Nigel Farage used his question at PMQs yesterday to ask Keir Starmer about it, but he was heckled and booed by fellow MPs who were furious. They accused him of whipping up violence and using the situation for political advantage. Here was the testy exchange.
Nigel Farage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the horrendous circumstances of Henry Nowak's death, can I urge the Prime Minister to consider...
Testes exchange, yeah, it's so important to remember that.
...to growing millions in this country that we're living under two-tier policing.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday. We don't need to watch it again, really. You know, he was a little dickhead. He's got a Jack Flashes. I've remembered the name of the shop. It's Jack Flashes. He's got a Jack Flashes tie on. Just need to get the new design. It's so complicated. Dan Flashes, not Jack Flashes. He's got a Dan Flashes tie on, yeah. Yeah, also important point. Soph raises a really important point. He's never in fucking Parliament. It is so complicated. Hello, Ethia. You know. He is, in fact, never in Parliament. Really important point that Soph raises there, right? He's never in Parliament, and yet he came in yesterday for PMQs for this particularly, and everyone started having a go at him. You know?
Mr. Speaker, I don't...
Mr. Speaker! Mr. Speaker! Shut up. Shut up, you little fucking mip.
Wrong in any circumstances, but to do...
You've misunderestimated me, Mr. Farage. What the Labour old guard have been saying about me is true. I am, in fact, Keith Stalin. And it is time for the Gulag for 5,000 years. You've underestimated my power. Someone made a joke about that on Twitter. It was yesterday. I think it was the Andy Chernwell page. But yeah, obviously that's not what's going on. Yeah, just complete wetness. Let's see what LBC have got to say about it.
Badenoch and Ed Davey were praised by the Prime Minister for their tone and approach. Now, Keir Starmer did say, yes, there are questions to answer, but he says we should come together and not seek to exploit these divisions. He said the government is supporting the police watchdog to get to the bottom of what happened, including how accusations of racism potentially informed police thinking. Now, yesterday, the Chief Constable of Hampshire Police did apologise to the family for the student being handcuffed and arrested. Alexis Boone said that he wouldn't be resigning and denied claims of two-tier policing. And overnight, Nick, we've also had an updated statement from the IOPC watchdog looking into this case. It's urged people to stop speculating and said they are investigating what happened. They said the ongoing commentary about the evidence and speculation risks prejudicing any potential processes and preventing Henry's family from getting the answers they deserve, Nick.
Natasha Clark.
Oh yeah, the right wing are going to completely prevent any kind of proper accountability from the cops that could even remotely be possible because this kid was a white kid. You know what I mean? Like, obviously the cops are never held accountable for anything, but like on the rare occasion where cops could be scrutinized and looked at and have some kind of like a pushback, that may very well be the thing that starts the avalanche that is needed for like total police abolition, through a series of like different reforms and all this kind of stuff. Of course that's not even going to happen. It's not even going to come close to that, right? Because of the way that the right wing are just going insane about it. It cannot be stressed enough, chat, like that these people do not care that this kid died. They simply do not care that this kid died. They don't have a fucking single bit of empathy within them for the fact that he died. It is literally just an opportunity to be racist. It's an opportunity to whatever. LHS was saying on her stream earlier today, and I totally agree with her, that there would have been there is probably a significant amount of people in the UK who are sat there going, they're not equipped with all the facts, and they're going, oh my God, can you believe that the police let that young kid die? It's terrible. And then, before they know it, they've heard that there's like a Henry Nowak memorial in their town. And, you've got cunts like that Jake Nash or whatever the fuck his name is, the little fash with the tweed suit that we saw at the protest. He's there. And he's going on about like, yes, this is what happens when you let loads of people into our country and they just, they bring all the barbaric stuff with them and we just got to deport them all. Rupert Lowe, millions must go. And then all of a sudden, you've got a radicalized Nana and shit. So I do think that there is a degree of people who are, who do care that he died. Like, they do care that he died. But the ones who are really, like, everybody who was at that protest, without a shadow of a doubt, on the front lines fighting the cops, did not give a fuck about that kid's death. They don't give a fuck about him or his family. If they did, they wouldn't have been there, right? If they did, they wouldn't have been there because the kid's family said, don't use this to stoke more division. We've always had like, and more stuff has come out about him today or yesterday. Can't remember, where they were saying, yeah, we've had loads of different like multicultural friend groups over the years. You know, there is absolutely no reason to be like having a go at people for this. It's just a really sad, unfortunate thing that's happened, which is huge and really, you know, graceful in terms of the kind of emotions that must be running through two parents' heads when they've lost what might be their only kid. You know what I mean?
BBC's political editor reporting. Let's put some of those points to Claire Coutinho, who's a senior Conservative, serves as Shadow Energy Secretary and Shadow Equalities Minister. Thank you for coming on, Claire Coutinho. Is there two-tier policing in the United Kingdom currently? Good morning.
So I think there is. I think there's a problem across all of our public services.
We got a Tory. We got a Tory on who is definitely not interested in furthering the, you know, the system of white supremacy in this country. You know, like, there it is, chat. Shadow Energy Secretary. She's a Tory. She's on the other side of the benches, right? Straight away there. Yep. There's definitely two-tier policing in this country. Get fucked.
This is something that I've been talking about.
Across all of our public services. Sorry, what is this exaggeration of the narrative now?
Is there two-tier policing in the United Kingdom currently? Good morning.
So I think there is. I think there's a problem across all of our public services. This is something that I've been talking about for some time. That Kemi Badenoch, by the way, has been at the forefront of this fight against critical race theory and everything that has gone on. And the problem...
We don't have that. Against the fight of critical race theory and everything that has gone on. This is a mad camera angle, by the way. This is a mad camera angle. She's got so much fucking headroom. Like, what is going on?
Is this. Racism has been weaponized in our public services. Our public services have been taught that the worst thing that can happen...
She's just small. Yeah, but you should just zoom in. If someone is small, you zoom in. She's just a little lady and it's her first day.
Is racism. That is not the worst thing that can happen. Murder is worse. Child abuse is worse. Serious public harm is worse.
No one is saying that this isn't the case.
Prioritize being seen to be anti-racist rather than protecting the public from harm. And we saw that in the case of the South.
That's not right. No one is saying this.
The Nottingham killer, where someone was not institutionalized because they were afraid of being racist. We saw that in the case of the Manchester bomber, where he was not stopped because someone was afraid of being called racist.
This is just a historical nonsense. This is... Get my fucking city out of your fucking mouth, you scum.
So it has to end, and we have to make sure that we can change these things so that the public can be properly protected.
How? How is it to be changed, Claire?
So there are two things. I think the first thing is you have to...
No pushback. No pushback. How is it to be changed? What do you want to happen?
To look at the laws that are in place. But the second one is about culture. You have to change the ideology. So we can get rid of these race action plans. That's something that we've been campaigning on as the Conservative Party. We should get rid of the things like the Islamophobia definition. That's something I've been campaigning on within the...
It's already been changed. It's already been changed. It's already been changed. Sorry, it's already been changed. Have you ever looked into or talked about the British government's involvement in the Manchester Arena bombers' radicalisation, by the way? I mean, I imagine it just goes exactly the same way that every single other terrorist in this country that has done something like that goes, right? Which is that someone is referred to prevent because they are exhibiting radical behaviors at school, like, you know, sociopathic tendencies and stuff like this, and like, you know, possibly damaging rhetoric or stuff that they've heard about online, or an obsession with weapons or violence and shit like that. And then Prevent has a look into it, sees that it's all correct, and just doesn't do anything about it, right? Because Prevent is more interested in stopping people who actually threaten the state. And what I mean by that is that you will often find that black kids or racialized kids in this country are referred to the Prevent scheme just if they are exhibiting anti-state generic anti-state or revolutionary ideas, right? Or like even just anti-racist ideas, or even the idea that there is institutional racism, or the idea that institutional violence towards racialized people exists, just, at every single level in the UK kind of thing, right? So, Prevent literally just exists to criminalize, racialized kids in this country who are, they're just clever. They just know what's going on, right? And on top of that, when people do actually get referred to Prevent or, MI5, or I think it's MI5 that's the internal security services, they actually just do not do anything about it, because to them, it is far more beneficial to them if that person goes out and fucking, kills a bunch of people, because, actually, then that's something that we could say, oh, look, this is why we need to fund, MI5, more anti-terror stuff, yada, yada, yada. This confirms everything that we've known about the Muslims. This confirms everything that we've known about, yada, yada, yada. Absolutely. If it's just stuff like that, then yeah. It's actually a deep rabbit hole. The British government sent him and his father to fight Gaddafi. The military trained him in the Middle East. He was still at secondary school when they let him go and fight abroad. He was a child. Yeah. I have heard about that element of it, which is just completely insane. Just utterly nuts.
Conservative Party, but it will just re-emerge with another name unless you root out the ideology that is telling our public servants who are meant to protect the public from harm that something else is more important. And the one thing I would just say...
What is the ideology? Name it. Name the ideology. You just said you've got to root out the ideology. What is it, man? Say it.
Talking about whether reform is right or not.
Yes, I'm about to ask my listeners.
I've had targeted MI5 ads so many times because of being a STEM girly who's on the computer a lot. I wonder how many other people are both on the MI5 watch list, an algorithmically selected targeted ads list. Something to think about for sure, yeah.
Who speaks for them, the PM or Mr. Farage?
Well, let me tell you, they are both wrong, because Keir Starmer is saying there is no such thing happening in our public services. That is wrong. That is something that...
Yeah, no, but I'm sorry, the bar's in hell, but he is right. He is just right.
I've been highlighting, other people in my party have been highlighting. There is clearly something going badly wrong. And then you've got Nigel, who is talking about people being angry, saying we've got to get rid of it. But where have they been? Reform MPs have been nowhere on the Islamophobia definition.
The Tories are literally just there being like, no, we're the classically racist party. It's really upsetting that Reform are just doing all this stuff.
It has been the Conservatives leading the fight. So when there has been this opportunity for change to say we have to do things differently,
the Conservative Party is dead, I'm afraid, Claire Coutinho.
They have not been doing that hard work, and now they are trying to capitalise on people's anger. I think both of those positions are wrong. Only Kemi Badenoch has been at the forefront of doing the work to fight against this ideology.
What's the ideology? What is it?
Understanding that there is a problem.
Say the ideology. Do you notice how they're all afraid of saying woke nowadays, chat? Do you notice how they're all afraid of saying woke? They don't know, in fact, what they can say that is the right way to frame things, because they understand that actually left-wing opinions are not dead in this country, because they've seen the way that the Green Party has actually gained some support. And so they know that if they were to say, woke, that would sound a little bit too American. I think that this has been think tanked. I think that this is some think tank shit where they're figuring out like, okay, we need to test the water and figure out the right way to say this. We can't say woke anymore because everybody knows that we're just talking about like people being good, right? Everybody knows that that's what that is. And when we get questioned on what woke is, we don't actually have a good answer about it. So we should stop saying woke. But what we need to do is we need to imply that there is some kind of ideology behind something that isn't going to remind people of the Red Scare. It isn't, eventually, chat, I do believe it. They are going to start saying Islamo-gauchisme. They are going to start saying the same thing that they're saying in France, This is Islamo-gauchisme. The lefties, they need to understand that they will be destroyed by the Muslims when they are least expecting it. They will stab them in the back. It's like when they used to say that socialism was bad because it's ideological. I mean, yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, they can't, they can't go back to that because, A, people just remember Thatcher and they go, yeah, but we never tried socialism, so we should try it, right? Woke is bad. Well, what is woke? Woke is just being nice and just knowing about, Yeah, no, yeah, they used to say, that's what I'm saying. Like, they can't, you know, they literally just can't have that shit. They can't stop. They can't say the same things that they used to say, because it's like they're just going to sound, they're going to sound like Nazis. That's the thing. They're getting so close to sounding like Nazis that if they start to say specific things, people will just be like, I watched a Hitler documentary the other day and this sounds the same, you know. It's not like people don't watch Hitler documentaries. People watch World War II documentaries and Holocaust documentaries and all this kind of stuff and films and shit. Like, it's still a part of our history, in it. Like, we understand what it is, you know? The UK fash movement is trying to find its identity that isn't quite that. And it's always struggled with that. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, you know, like the National Front, what they used to say back in the day was, they'd go to the football stands and they'd speak to firms and they'd say things like, oi mate, did your dad fight in the war, right? And then obviously people would just say, you know, yeah, everyone's dad fought in the war, because it was like the 70s, and if you were born in the 60s or the 50s, of course your dad was in the war. He either had you before he left to go and fight in the war, or he had you when he came back. And they would say things like, don't you think your dad would be absolutely pissed thinking about all the Nazis he killed only to have foreigners coming over here, right? That was what they used to say. And that was why they could never align with Hitler or Nazism or anything like that, because their recruitment line was literally on the guys who killed Hitler. Right? So, you know, that's the struggle that British fascism has had for decades. Like, you know, how do we align it? How do we align it? You know, as soon as people start calling us Hitler, we're fucked, right? And so, you know, it's just these endless ideological statements that are, you know, just on the edge of admitting what it is they actually believe, because if they did, it would just be too obvious. It's kind of like when I think it, funnily enough, to bring up Hassan again, it's when Americans will often be like, Hitler was a horrible, evil piece of shit bastard, but they just do all the same things that Hitler loves. The one we used to hear was Hitler was bad, Stalin was worse. Yep, yeah, definitely. In order to try and fight any kind of opposition to right-wing stuff.
We need to solve for the public here.
Finally, as a senior and experienced parliamentarian, your view of what Mr. Farage was saying yesterday, is he trying to seize on a tragedy, make political capital? Is he at least speaking for some of the population? How would you define it, Claire Coutinho?
So it's exactly as I said. Of course there is something going wrong with our public services. You know, as I said, I've been making that case. Kemi Badenoch, she's been at the forefront of making that case for years. And actually what they've done this week, tried to twist her words, pretend that she's been someone that she's not, has been completely wrong. And to me, that is people who are trying to capitalise on the politics of the issue rather than do what leaders are meant to do, which is understand the emotions.
On lads, this conversation, I think you do a great job about the skinhead discourse, how it actually originates from working class left-wing punk movements in the UK and then got co-opted. I've heard this term oi used a lot. And I'm just like, is that something that Americans have invented? Because I've never heard skinheads be referred to as oi. Like working class left-wing punk movements. It just used to be called punk or ska or like being a skinhead. I feel like I've heard of it only vaguely. I feel like it's like a yank thing, because we say oi and they're like, oh, they say oi a lot, so it must be oi. That's the genre of whatever it is. That bit just pure confuses me, but I know what you're saying, Husky, yeah.
Public, why they feel this sense of
oi.
Gross injustice, and also...
It's because they call us oi bruvs, innit? Do you know what I mean? Oi bruvs.
To show them the way out, to show that we are going to deliver change.
Grateful for your time this morning, thank you. Claire Coutinho, Shadow Energy Secretary. Shadow.
No pushing back. Literally no pushing back at all. Remotely. Maybe it is a yank thing, identifying British crust punks from the 80s who literally just would have called themselves punks. I'm telling you now, they would have just called themselves punks or skinheads. And it was never like, you know, if there were National Front guys who were trying to be skinheads and like taking the, you know, because they tried to appropriate the movement and all this stuff. They They just used to call them Nazis. They just used to call them National Front dickheads or Nazis. Like, that's just what they used to call them, innit? You know what I mean? There was never any, like, confusion. If you were a skinhead, you were a skinhead. If you were a Nazi, you were a Nazi. There's a Wikipedia page on it. Oh, my God. Well, every day is a school day. Can I post it? Yeah, it saves me searching for it. I can't be arsed. There you go. Oh, you've got a sub badge. I didn't even need to do you that. Famous story about the Madness stopping gigs because there were Nazis in the crowd. Well, Joy Division literally, like, fought Nazis, right? Even though they, like, Joy Division was stupid, like, and I think Peter Hook will admit this if you ever, like, spoke to him about it, or any of the other members of Joy Division that are still alive, or the manager, or, like, maybe if Rob Gretton's still alive. I don't know if he's still alive or whatever. But even, like, you know, Joy Division, even, like, they will say, like, oh, it was so stupid of us to, like, engage in, like, you know, calling ourselves Nazi terms and stuff like that. Because it meant that people thought that we were actually Nazis, and it's like, well, yeah, any fucking idiot could have figured that out. But they did used to stop their own shows and, like, fight people in it. They just used to fight people, the Nazis, when they came to the shows and stuff. Oi, originally known as New Punk or Real Punk. So it's just punk. Where's it come from? Oi. Subgenre of punk rock that emerged in the United Kingdom, East End in the 1970s and 1980s. Term was coined by Sounds magazine writer Gary Bushell in 1979. Well, I stand corrected. Sounds was a weekly pop rock newspaper published on 10th of October, 6th of April 1991. It was over given away, posted in the center of the paper, black and white, and then colour from late 1971, covering heavy metal, new wave of British heavy metal, punk, and oi music. Bro, I have never heard it called oi. I have literally, like, what bands, history, bands. Some oi bands, such as Sam McCrory and Johnny Adair's Offensive Weapon, and fans were involved in white nationalist organisations. Oh, that's why. Because these are all the fash ones. First generation oi bands such as Sham 69 and Cock Sparrow were around for years before the word oi was used retroactively to describe their style of music. Rock journalist Gary Bushell labelled the movement oi, taking the name from the garbled oi that Sticky Turner and Cotton Reed used to introduce the band's songs. Yeah, it just means hey. I ran about with the punks for years. Yeah, me too. Some of my best friends are punks. Angelic Upstarts, Foreskins, Business, Anti-Establishment Blitz, The Blood, Combat 84. Rough brand of working class rebellion. Lyrical topics include unemployment, workers' rights, harassment by police. And I think that in the North, this was just punk. I think that you didn't need to have a distinction between oi and punk in the North because it was just punk. Rock Against Communism was a partial development from white power, white supremacist music, which are musical aesthetics similar to oi. Genre appealed to some punk rock bands to sing from oi. They opposed totalitarianism. Rock Against Communism. Can you imagine anything more cringe, bro? Oh my god. Absolutely cringe. Right, well, hang on. Let's have a listen to these then. Who did it say? Sham 69? Let's get a fucking Sham 69 record on. Anyone know any Sham 69? Sham 69, Hurry Up Harry. Excuse me. This is just punk. Chat, this is just punk. You know, I'm gonna say it, man. I'm gonna say it. There's something about Londoners, yeah, where they just feel like they have to have something special that the rest of us don't have. You know what I mean? They just, you know what I mean? They just feel like there's something special that, like, about them that, like, nah, it's not punk. If you're down here, it's not punk, innit? If you're down here, it's oi. We call it oi down here. Fucking southern shite. What you on about? Fucking oi. It's just fucking punk, man.
Which is Minister Conservative MP.
Just fucking punk, bro.
Is Gawain Toler, who's member of Reform UK's board. He has been a close friend and advisor to Nigel Farage for more than 2 decades.
Good tune.
Me now. Can we clarify, Mr. Toler, does Nigel Farage
Morrigan,
the violence down in Southampton?
Yes, and he did so in the House.
MPs are shouting
he did so
at
in
him.
his statements yesterday.
Gawain, just to talk out.
Who the fuck's this? Who the fuck is this?
Sorry, but MPs are shouting, condemn the violence, condemn the violence. Are they on to something there in your view?
Not in the slightest. He did absolutely in his statement that he
Bro,
made.
who the fuck? Gawain Towler. Mate, what is going on with that schweff? Nothing funnier than discussing a punk tune like tasting a fine wine. It is. It is like tasting a fine wine. What are you on about? What are you fucking on about? Wallace and Gromit NPC. He has got mad Wallace and Gromit vibes, this guy, yeah.
You have a very short time at PMQs, and he was asking a very important question of the Prime Minister. But they would have him, they would silence him, they would have him not represent the people he was elected by and the people that support the party, and many beyond who are absolutely...
Yeah, but he wasn't silenced, was he? He managed to say it, didn't he? He still managed to say it, didn't he?
Outraged by what's happened. Absolutely outraged. I'm sorry. I listened to Claire just now.
Go ahead.
Her claiming, who is it that set up the various bodies? Who is it that brought through this legislation that embedded DEI into every aspect of our national life? It was the Conservatives, and I'm delighted that Claire and others in her party are now joining us to campaign against this. But where were they? Where were they? And I wasn't going to bang on about the Tories, but by goodness, what she was saying was so much. It was almost gaslighting. Yes, I'm delighted they're on board now.
It was almost gaslighting. This is funny. Let them fight. Hey, RT Clearance, how you doing? Does bro look like he... Does bro know he looks like he's had a run-in with a lamppost? Oh, yes, mate. Motherfucker hit every branch on the way down in it. Every single branch.
More joy in heaven. However, to claim that they weren't involved with setting up the college...
It's like if Gary Lineker got deep fried.
Policing, which embedded this attitude within the police service and the police forces of our country. It's just for the birds.
Does his tash look stuck on? Could be.
Lastly, to those who say that Mr. Farage is seeking to gain political capital out of the murder of a teenager, how would you respond?
Well, I think, and this is a very awkward and difficult and it's a subtle point, I think.
Surely you should just say no. Chat, I can't... The thing that frustrates me so much about this is that we could beat these cunts so easily with just a little bit more organising. They don't know what they're doing. This is a member of Reform's fucking board. He's probably not even been sanctioned by the board to speak. He's just doing it. He's just doing it for his own political capital. The reason that he can't answer no is because he's probably feeling guilty. He's only just been presented with the idea that you could be, doing something for political capital, and he's gone, oh, maybe I'm doing that. He's having to think about it. He's like, oh, it's difficult and subtle. I think,
I don't know if you've seen that members of Henry Nowak's family have been publicly reposting things like Robert Jenrick's complaints to Shabama Mahmood. I don't know if you've seen that. No. So the family...
That's just wrong. That's just not right. He's got the John Bolton moustache. Everyone in Struggle for stream is saying since he has to go to jail, have to shave it off. Is that what you have to shave off a tash if you go jail? Hey Val, hey folks, back from door knocking for the union. Let's fucking go! Organising chatters. You love to hear it. It's so true, you might have a gun in your tash. That's so true. I don't know, but it was funny.
They clearly are very annoyed, but Mr. Novak's father was a wonderful. His statement was measured and decent and responsible. However, the murder of Henry Novak affects everybody in this country. And
Henry Novak's father, really great guy, really graceful, decent, reasonable, wonderful. Anyway, fuck him. Everyone should go mental and riot.
The Prime Minister and others cannot gatekeep the public response to this.
No, but people should respect his dad's wishes.
By just citing the family. That murder, it did not just kill a member of that family. It struck at the heart of civil society.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. How did it? How did it?
And to try and silence...
Also, yeah, he's using gatekeeping correctly, yeah.
...is wrong.
Grateful as ever for your time. Thank you, Gawain Tola. You're a member of the Reform UK's board. You've worked with and been an advisor to.
Destroy the country is so good. No, yeah, no, the cops were just shite. The cops let a kid die. It's, you know, again, I will just repeat it. I will just repeat it. This is why we as leftists need to be talking about the fact that the cops fucked up here. The cops fucked up. This is why police need to be abolished. It's why police don't keep us safe. It is a very easy argument for fuck the cops, for being ACAB, for being 1312 every single cop, including your nice brother-in-law. You know? I had a conversation with someone, just like a generic member of the public, the other week, and I was talking about prison guards, and I was like, every single one of them is a fucking horrible bastard. They hate prisoners. They don't treat them well, and this, that, and the other. She went, you can't say that. And I was so activated that I went, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. They're all fucking dickheads. The unions recruit them from fascist groups like the fucking Britain First. And she was just like... kind of lost it a bit, do you know what I mean? But like, no, yeah, you can't just say every single cop, every single prison guard, every single judge, every single lawyer, they're all cunts. Except for the lawyers who are defending people like Palestine Action and shit, do you know what I'm saying? Police, when they have something to do other than protect capital, yeah. Police work for businesses, yeah. Polanski vindicated after being endlessly attacked by the media for critiquing the cops. Yeah, isn't it funny how like you see, this is why it won't go, right? This is why it won't fucking go any further than what the fash wants it to. I don't think it will, right? I just don't think it's... I don't know if anyone has heard if there's going to be like, you know, a fash protest in their town or city or whatever this fucking... this weekend. Maybe there are some happening, I'm not sure, but I don't think it's going to have the momentum that it needs because they're being so careful to not criticize the cops, right? They are desperate to be like, the cops are scared of being racist and that's why this happened, rather than like, no, the cops are just bad at their jobs, right? The cops are actually just bad at their jobs, because if they did that, they would sound like Zach Polanski. Yeah, exactly. The police don't give a shit about working class people, yeah. That's what it is. Hey, unlucky Lou. 15-year-old in a mental health crisis, no longer here. ACAB, right. You know, many such cases. Next, he's going to say telling people to calm down is a violation of their personal political boundaries. Yeah, it's weaponizing therapy speak. 1,000%. You know?
Nigel Farage for more than 20 years, which prompts the question, who's speaking for you yesterday? The Prime Minister or Mr. Farage?
Wait, who is this? Who are these people that they're just fucking getting on? Oh, this guy has been the guy that we just heard of was an advisor for, you know, Nigel Farage for 20 years. Right, okay. Now I'm understanding why he was allowed to talk.
20 years, which prompts the question, who's speaking for you yesterday? The Prime Minister or Mr. Farage? Kelly, thank you for calling. I love your town, by the way, Marlo. I think it's absolutely stunning. Who speaks to you,
Marlo.
Mr. Farage or Sakir? Good morning.
Good morning, Nick. Thank you for taking my call. As I explained to your producer, on this occasion, to my shame, 'cause I feel quite shameful, I'm supportive of Nigel Farage.
Examine that shame. Yeah. Listen, maybe you should examine that shame. if the first thing you have to say, if the first thing you have to say when you're about to answer that question is that like you are ashamed, yeah, it's Nigel Farage. By the way, I don't believe that this is the first time in her life that she's agreed with Nigel Farage. This is where fucking Marlo is, chat, yeah? Fucking suburb of a suburb of London. Just outside of Maidenhead and High fucking Wycombe. You know what I mean? Like, should we have a look at how nice the houses are around here? Nick Ferrari's just said how nice it is around there, hasn't he? Let's have a look. Town centre of Marlow. Fuck me, it's like a fucking different world down south. It is genuinely like a different planet a lot of the time. State of this, man. Full of fucking olds. Full of fucking olds. You see that then? Did I just make that up? It looked like there was like a gaggle of olds like trying to... Look, yeah, gaggle of olds trying to figure out the pay and display. State of this, man. I miss the north basically all the time. Yeah, you gotta come up here soon, honestly. The Oarsman, like the fucking posh pub called the Oarsman. What the fuck is this? Fucking Varsu by underneath a dent. It's so posh round here, mate. It's so posh. Even the Lidl's posh. They've got a posh Lidl. They've got a posh Lidl with flowers outside of it and shit. Look at the state of that. Oh no, that's different. Chat, they've got a posh Lidl. Let's go around there. I need to have a look at this posh Lidl, man. I genuinely just need to see this posh Lidl. You're not getting the fucking car park around the back. How'd you get in? How'd you get into the posh Lidl? They don't let you in. You need like a fucking key card or some shit. You can't get into the posh Lidl. Access denied. Look at the gaffs! Look at the gaffs! Round the corner, look at the gaffs. State of these gaffs. Oh my god. Yeah, you know, so there you go. Kelly from Marlow, I'm sure you're gonna blow our mind. You should see the size of the Rotherhithe Lidl. Never even heard of that place.
Why do you feel shameful about that, Kelly?
I've always been, I like to think that I'm liberal, open-minded. I've always been against a lot of his policies, a lot of what he stands for. That's just my personal view. I've never really got him. You know, he isn't my, as it were. Mm-hmm. But in this instance, I do believe the man is speaking.
So why? Why is he nailed?
In what way?
What's he said that resonates with you who are not necessarily a natural Farage supporter?
I think there is a lot of truth in what he's saying. I have
like what?
Youngish adults now, they're not classed as children. A few years ago, my son was in the park with a few of his friends. He was moved on by the police for apparent causing trouble, which he wasn't. There was cameras in the park that we did look at after. It never went any further, and he was accused of drinking. I don't know, been leery. He probably was. He's no angel. You know.
What is there? What's this got to do with anything?
Teenage boys, they're not perfect.
Yeah, they're not.
There was another group of moved by the police. There was a group across from them that was smoking weed and throwing stones at various wildlife, if you know Marlow in the park there.
I do know
and
beautiful.
Yeah, throwing at the swans. My son and his friends were not, and I do believe it that the police were quite almost frightened to say anything to the other group who were non-white.
No evidence for this whatsoever. Look, I'm being serious, chat. I've spoken about this before, right? But there is a genuine phenomena, right, where older people who are retired, or, you know, they're rich enough to have retired early. They spend a lot of the times inside. They're alienated from the world and all this kind of stuff. They will just invent scenarios, right? They'll see stuff in the news and they'll just start to invent scenarios, right? Mum, I'm sorry if you're listening, but like this is like my mum, right? It's why she's obsessed with like zombie knives and stuff like that at the minute. Like, she's obsessed with talking about zombie knives. She's like, I was listening to this report, and this kid, he got stabbed right through his chest, all the way through his chest, just because one kid just didn't want to do it, and all this. It's, oh my God. And I'm just like, I go out fairly regularly. I go outside fairly regularly to, you know, I don't know, what some people would call working class areas. You know what I'm saying? Well, they are working class areas, right? What some people would call scary areas. You know what I mean? And I'm sorry, it's just not as much of a fucking deal. It's not as much of a deal as people are making it out. It certainly is a problem. I'm not denying that it isn't a problem. I'm not denying that it is a problem, but it's just not as big a thing. And, you know, people hear these stories and they go, oh my God, it is curtain twitching stuff. It is, genuinely. People have to learn to recognize the truth of their own eyes and not what they get told about. That's what I'm saying. And this lady's just doing the same thing. She is saying that, like, oh, my son got moved on for being leery and having a go at people and drinking in the park, yeah? And then there was other kids who were not white and they were throwing stones and the police didn't have a go at them. First of all, right, we don't even know if anyone called the cops on them kids. Right? Who saw this happen? Who saw these kids who are, as you say, not white, throwing stones at swans, and who called the cops, right? I'll tell you something, yeah? I'll tell you fucking something. If you'd have fucking called the cops and said, do you know what? I know what happened. Do you know what? I actually know what happened. Now that I'm playing out this scenario in my head, it's so obvious that what's happened here. Can you figure it out, chat? I've clocked it straight away. Way this lady sounds, you know, lying about supporting Nigel Farage. Yeah, she definitely does support Nigel Farage. She definitely supported the Tories in the past. This is the, you know, logical conclusion for a woman like this. Possibly is a small business Hitler, you know what I mean? Or maybe a partner is a small business Hitler, or she's a small business Hitler, or, you know, knows small business Hitlers, lives in a posh area. Yeah, might be a fucking trust fund kid from years gone, right? Walking a dog in the park, sees some kids, like, of, you know, whatever denomination, racialized kids, chucking stones at swans, right? I tell you what she will have done. She will have gone, yeah, 999. Yeah, there's some black kids throwing stones at swans and they're smoking weed. That's what she would have said. How do you think the cops are going to react to that? Like, now, I know cops are fucking racist, right? But all them calls are recorded and cops know that. Right? So they would have said to her, what's black got to do with it? What's them being black got to do with it? They would have just said that, right? And I'm not saying that happens all the time. I'm not saying that, like, the cops are woke or anything like that. They're not. But generally speaking, if a 999 call operator doesn't want to get done, you know, if a potential prosecution happens and it goes to court and they're on record, you know, not challenging someone who is just saying, like, there are some scary black kids in the park, right? That could go down badly, right? You know, you kind of do have to push back a little bit on that. The smoking weed, throwing rocks at swans isn't actually a crime, or, you know, is anyone in trouble because someone, you know, we've got a limited police force and someone's just been, you know, someone's just called us out for like a violent rape or like a violent stabbing. You know, is anyone in danger of being killed? No, right? Well, we're probably not going to come. Do you know what I mean? Whereas kids in the park who were pissed up or whatever, maybe there was just a Bobby on the beat going through the park and they just said, right, you gotta go. He's not been arrested. He's not been told off. He's just been, she said, he's been told to move on. That is a free pass. We used to get told to move on by the cops all the time when we were kids, right? I'll never forget, yeah. We had a massive fucking spliff. It was like a comedy-sized spliff. A day like today, it was kind of warm, right? We were knocking around, just, you know, the village, whatever. fucking like, you know, chilling, and we saw some cops, and we just went, oh no, and like I can't remember if I had it or my mate had it. One of us chucked the fucking spliff over this fucking bridge, and we kind of like just walked down there because we all knew we had beers on us as well. So we just walked down to where we chucked it, and we kind of just like sat in the woods, and then the coppers obviously followed us because we're just a bunch of like 17-year-old, 18-year-old kids. I bet you can't roll a 27 skin joint. Yeah, it was like that. It was a comedy-sized spliff. It was literally like that big. And they must have seen it. We literally just sat in the woods, and these coppers were just like, hello, hello, hello. Smells like weed round here. Obviously, they weren't talking like that, but, you know, they were saying, smells like weed, lads. And we were just like, oh, does it? Have you got alcohol on you there? We were like, yes, officer. And then he was like, is it open? We were like, no, officer. He was like, right, okay. Make sure you take it home. Move along. And they just made us move on. Right? It just happens. You get told to move on. It's nothing. It's literally nothing. You know, it's fucking ridiculous that she's just saying like, you know, I don't know. Yeah, what's weed, officer? RCMP would have made you pour them out. We've been made to pour out beers before by the cops, or we've had them taken off us before. But on that particular occasion, they let us off with beer. And they didn't even check our ID. They didn't even ask how old we were, I think. They might have asked how old we were, and I might have said 18, and they probably would have looked at me and gone, yeah, he's 18. Because I looked 18 when I was like 13. Depends what time of day it is around these parts. Again, it's like cops' executive decision making, you know. They just do whatever they want. Yeah, they were at the end of the shift. Yeah. She sounds like she's a mother who thinks a kid does nothing wrong. Yeah, there's going to be that as well, innit? The difference between throwing in the weed, smoking, while talking about her son having been drinking, but he was no angel, feels icky. Well, yeah, because like weed is associated with black people, innit? Like in racist people's heads, they're just like, yeah, man. She sounds super ashamed of her kid to me. I think that's what it is. I think she's coping, and she's just like, nah, there's worse kids in my area. Yeah, I got to tell the whole podcast.
And then the racist card does, and I do think people are generally fearful of being accused of being racist.
I mean, the thing is that like what we have to be real, yeah? What we have to be real about is that like this is true. Yeah? People are scared of being called racist. White people are scared of being called racist. You know what I mean? And I do think that is an issue. I do think that people just need to not be scared of being called racist. Like white people need to understand that we are all racist. We are in fact racist. You know? It's about working on your racism every single day to make it better. And, you know, I just think that's the biggest thing that white people can learn in terms of you know, learning how to address your racism much better is that like, listen, man, like being racist is part and parcel of our society, sadly, right? And we have to continue. It doesn't mean it's not a like, you know, a free pass for you to just be, oh well, you know, we're all racist, so I'm just going to be racist, right? It's not a free pass. You have to keep working on it, right? You know. It's not a bullet from a gun being called racist. You're not going to get like thrown in prison for being racist or whatever. You just you have to keep fucking working on it, like, you know. Instead of scapegoating other white people who don't act in ways that sustain your white innocence. Exactly. It's that lack of understanding. It's that lack of understanding that, you know, being racist it's something that is ingrained. It's propagandized in our fucking like entire society as white people. And you just have to be able to sit there and go, right, okay, well, yeah, I probably am racist in some ways. I should just listen to ways in which I'm racist and figure out how to stop it, right? You know, and at the end of the day, like, you know, the place that we want to be at is where we're getting to a situation where we can, you know, abolish systemic racism in institutions, which means that, you know, we achieve equality within our societies and shit like that, right? That's where we want to be at, and that's the goal. And yeah, we're far away from that. We are nowhere near the point of you know, the majority of our country being white abolitionists. We're nowhere near the stage in our activist circles of people being white abolitionists. I think it's white abolitionists. I might be wrong, but you know, if we could get to a point where people are talking back to, you know, whiteness is talking back to whiteness, and you know, literally creating structures within our society that, you know, that is their purpose, that is their function. Their function is to dismantle the idea of whiteness. You know, then yeah, great. But like, you know, we're nowhere near close to that. We're not even close to that in our activist circles. So, you know, I think that there does need to be like a conversation of like, yeah, man, like there isn't just like, there is obviously like racism that is seen as immediately unacceptable. This is like using slurs, attacking people, or discriminating against them based on their race and shit like that. And obviously, like, I would say that the majority of people in the UK, the majority of white people in the UK, don't do this. But there is there's levels, right? And the level that people don't realize what they're doing is when they are subconsciously discriminating against people based on their race. And that's one of the biggest problems. That's a huge problem in the UK. In any white country, it's that subconscious, like, you know, you might not think that you're doing it, and then someone brings it up to you, and your immediate defense is like, well, I never say the N-word. That doesn't matter, man. That literally doesn't matter. Like, you're exhibiting racism. You're doing this shit. You know what I mean? Good rule of thumb for the people in the Anglosphere: being white is a political designation. If you think you're white, non-white people are the ones who let you know if you're racist or not. People get instantly defensive about it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not kicking her out because of marginalized characteristic. I'm doing it because of incredibly contrived reason. Exactly. Keep a lookout for shit like that. Yeah, keep a lookout for shit like that, even in activist circles, chat. If you see someone who is being, you know, pushed out of activist spaces or something like that, and you get like an inkling that something is wrong, right? If this person is marginalized, if they're racialized, if they're trans, right, you know, the levels of marginalization are high, you know, try and observe the reality of what is actually happening. And if it is, in fact, if it does appear to be like an incredibly contrived reason, it might be worth reaching out to that person and saying, hello, can I have your side of the story, please? Because you better believe that there's white activists out here who are weaponizing you know, emotional language in order to exclude marginalized people from activist spaces, queer spaces, because they're highly dysregulated and they want you know, someone to lash out against. Like this shit happens, right? And that is the unspoken racism that occurs. Like I say, even within activist spaces, it's completely insane. I've seen it happen with my own eyes many times. Continue to see it happen. You have to check your behavior honestly against whether you would act the same way if the person's identity was different. Yeah, that's what it's about, right? That's what it's about. Anyway, let's carry on with this.
With Henry Nowak.
Yes. So lastly, Kelly, what needs to come out of this tragic murder? What needs to change, Kelly?
Well, firstly, we need to have platforms like where the general public can air what they feel, and it needs...
Oh, I read what you said wrong, Emergent Markets. Like, instead of scapegoating other white people who don't act in ways that sustain your white innocence. Yeah, absolutely. This also happens as well. Yes, 1,000%. You will find that people will like even throw other white people will even throw other white people under the bus if they make them feel a bit uncomfortable about like their racism, right? This will happen. This will happen. Yeah. Sorry, no, I read that the wrong way. Hey, Ninja Can as well. Welcome in. Did you watch the Sheila Jenk interview? I did not.
To be taken on board. If one person says something, it might just be an opinion. If there's multiple people saying the same thing, there is something fundamentally wrong, isn't there, with policing in this country, where people are frightened that they're going to be accused of things.
Here's an interesting thing that I picked up. I think this was on Marcus's stream. I'm pretty sure Marcus said this when he was streaming. He was like, I can't remember the way he worded it, but it was proper. It hit me, and I've been thinking about it ever since. And he was like, you think you are white, right? Look at your skin. Just like, look at your skin. Is it white? Right? That's stuck with me for a pretty long time, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, ever since he said it, I was like, okay, yeah.
For someone to say,
okay, yeah, whiteness is fake. It's just fake. Being what, you know, it's a construct, right? It's not real.
For Nigel Farage, I like to think of myself as a liberal, but on this, he is right.
Obviously, the effects of whiteness are completely real, but you know, I think that like thinking about it in that way, it's like, no, actually, I am like a pale beige. You know what I mean? Like I'm a sort of pink, pale beige.
Exactly the sort of call we need
you know.
To start off this.
Of course, there's some people who are like super mega white, right? But like they're still not like the colour white in it. You know what I mean?
And your family, Matthew in Brixton. Matthew, your story. You're on the radio. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. Yeah, I'm in Brixton, but I grew up in Hampshire.
Oh, right, okay.
So growing up in Hampshire, I mean, I did lose a friend who was stabbed to death and killed. So, you know, it's quite...
Sorry,
good God. So it's an emotive thing, but what I was really going to mention about was how when I was 15 in Hampshire, I was arrested for stealing a bike, which actually I hadn't stolen and was borrowing from a friend so I could nip to the shop.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't believe what I was saying. They arrested me. They didn't get an appropriate adult there, so there was no appropriate adult present, which there should be if you're, as far as I understand, under 18.
I thought that was process, yeah.
Yeah, so that didn't happen. So they make mistakes, and they didn't believe me when I told them my age. They didn't believe me when I told them that it was my friend's bike. It wasn't until they made some calls to his mum and stuff like that that they finally believed me. But are we saying back in the 1990s this two-tier policing was there and it was thriving? I don't think so. And I think...
Oh, it's so annoying, man, because it's just like... People are not equipped, right? People are not equipped to be having these conversations. They're just not equipped to be having these conversations. Like, you could see what this guy is trying to say. He's trying to say the police make mistakes sometimes and they don't know what they're doing sometimes and they don't do stuff right. I was treated badly by the police. Yes, the police are bad. Like, this is the thing to remember, innit? It's like, yeah, man, like, it is important to point out, like, the key thing we should be addressing here is that the police are bad. The police kill people. That's what it is, yeah? When it comes down to what the purpose of this conversation is about, is do we believe that the police were so scared to be called racist that they like made a white person die on purpose, right? It's just not what's happening, you know?
Nigel Farage is really trying to politicise this, and it was asked not to by the.
Well, that's an interesting thing that you bring up, Morrigan. Morrigan says, I'm probably going to sound so white saying this, but I always thought Hassan is mixed because it was like, I don't know. Someone called him white once and it was like, oh yeah, I guess I didn't think about that. Well, that is why the concept of whiteness is so stupid, right? Because it changes all the time. Like, I think Chilavina was saying it in the chat yesterday. It's like there was a point about 50 or 60 years ago or something where people in Eastern Europe were just like not seen as white. Right? There was a point even longer ago than that, like maybe 70 years ago, where Irish people were not seen as white. You know? And further back than that, there was a time when Italian people weren't seen as white. And further back than that, the concept of whiteness is intrinsically tied to colonialism and slavery. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just like, completely absurd stuff. Benjamin Franklin didn't think Germans were white. Yes, this is what I'm saying. It's an insane concept. It's always changing for some reason. Damn, what is that reason, chat? What is it? Couldn't be trying to exercise control over various different kinds of people, could it?
I think it's
You know, we've all seen how, like, the threshold for, like, hating a particular ethnicity or religion has changed as a result of this kid dying, right? Because the guy who killed him was Sikh. All of a sudden, Sikhs are not part of the in-group, right? All of a sudden, they're out. You are out. You know?
Cool, and it's very insensitive. And I get that people are going to notice things that look unfair, etc. And I'm not in a place to say how the police are trained because I don't know. But basically, the fact that he's jumped on this with further, I think it's just really out of order because...
Wow, thank you for the 110 consecutive streams watched.
Yes, probably speaks more for you, Matthew, than does Mr. Farage.
Neither of them speak for me. I speak for myself.
Legend! Let's go! Yeah, you know someone living in Brixton is going to be a bit more based in it. Going to be a bit more based living in Brixton, man.
Would you accord with either of their views on this?
I would definitely not go with Nigel Farage because he's just stirring up. He's just all he's doing, from my point of view, as someone who's been arrested by Hampshire Police, you know, at that age,
yes.
Someone who's had a friend who was stabbed. I'm just telling you that this guy is putting up a nice show to get people on board with some stuff that's really nasty and divisive. I live in Brixton now; it's a very diverse area.
It is.
There's no, I'm not having any issues.
Okay.
People get.
I've got to move on, but I wonder what ultimately happened with the erroneous claim that you'd nicked your mate's bicycle. They dropped it, did they?
Yeah, they dropped it, and the next day I told my parents, and my parents weren't happy because there should have been an adult there whilst when I was in the police station.
I must leave it there, Matthew, for time reasons. Thank you. Let's talk about why.
100% as a person of colour, I'm just one crazy guy from my demographic made the news away from being the out group. Yep. Nuclear Slayer, thank you for the 110 consecutive streams watched. Let's go.
Mr. Farage speaks for you, sir. Go ahead, Bart.
Because he did not cause all this. That in Southampton, which is the ice on the cake, he did not cause that. This has been building up for so long. I worked in security for 30 years.
Oh, right.
And anyone who works in security will say the same thing. You detain a person of colour, the first thing they come out with is, you're racist. And the police go with that.
Well, that was Hashem Abedi, the Manchester...
Hold up.
I must leave it there, Matthew, for time reasons. Thank you. Let's talk about why Mr. Farage speaks for...
Bart from Basildon, right? Okay. It's always good to just know where these places are, chat, right? It's just always good to know where these places are so that you understand why these people are saying the things that they're saying in it. Yeah? Basildon, another suburb of a suburb of London. Yeah, Essex, yeah. Southend's here. So this is Essex. And yeah, you've got Southend-on-Sea. This is a pretty racist area. And Basildon, I believe. This is where the asylum seeker hotels protests kicked off, right? Epping is there. Epping is where it all kicked off. But it's a similar kind of ballpark kind of thing. But yeah, big problem in the funny thing that I always found about things like the analysis that the Labour Party did after the 2019 election, where they were like, oh, we lost all these red wall voters. So, these towns in the north, right? These fucking towns in the north like Keighley and Ilkley and Skipton and Burnley and Bury, we lost all these towns, so it must just be because they're all racist, right? And then it's like, when you have a look at the places that are racist, that have the biggest concentrations of racists, they all just have the same kind of distance to population centers as fucking, as towns like that in the north. It was always just such a stupid thing to try and to say about the north.
For you, sir. Go ahead, Bart.
Because he did not cause all this. That in Southampton, which is the ice on the cake, he did not cause that. This has been building up for so long. I worked in security for 30 years.
Oh, right.
And anyone who works in security will say the same thing. You detain a person of colour, the first thing they come out with is, you're racist. And the
Fucking classic, man. Absolutely classic, bro. I hear worked in security, I hear bouncer. Yeah, and like, who are the most, wannabe cop, weaponizing their fucking, position in order to be racist kind of fucking person? Bouncers. Bouncers are often people who wanted to be cops, didn't make the grade, and so they went and got a fucking NIS card, and now they just beat up black people who are too drunk on the fucking doors of clubs and shit, or don't let black people into clubs because they're black. You know what I'm saying? I bet this goes hard if you know zero POC, or if you're a bouncer. If you are a bouncer, right? This is literally the I was called racist in Greg's argument. This is literally I was called racist in Greg's, lads. Why are we called racist in Greg's? I was being racist. Right? Were you being racist?
Please go with that.
Well, that was Hashem Abedi, the Manchester. Do you remember that story where the security guard said, I had a bad feeling about that bloke who went on to launch, but he was a minority, so I didn't want to stop him.
Insane. Okay, so now he is talking about the Manchester Arena bomber off the back of Claire Coutinho saying that, like, yeah, that's a real thing. The Manchester Arena bomber wasn't stopped because the security was scared to be racist. Fucking wrongo bongo, buddy. You know, cunts like this will say shit like this in hindsight all the time to make it sound like, oh yeah, well, we should be more racist. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely nuts. Absolutely fucking nuts. Failed Bobby to bouncer is quite the employment pipeline. It's a real thing, man. It's a real fucking thing. A lot of people who work in, like, generic security, like private security and shit like that, they started out wanting to be cops. And when you are a security officer, you are essentially just a cop that just isn't state sanctioned, right? Like, if you are hired by a failed Bobby to serial killer is a well-known pipeline as well, yeah. If you are employed by a corporation that is licensed by the state or like legislated by the state to provide security services, like to a degree, they are going to be able to get away with a bunch of stuff, right? Did you hear about the fella that got killed in Dublin? This fella's name was Yves Sekila, right? Protesters gather outside Ireland's parliament over Yves Sekila's disturbing death, right? Protesters have gathered at the gates of the Irish parliament to express anger and grief at the death of the man in Dublin's city centre. Yves Sekila died last Friday after an incident in Dublin's Henry Street. He'd been detained by a number of security guards over an alleged shoplifting incident. He died not long after in hospital. They were literally crushing his necks. They were crushing his neck. And he was going, I can't breathe, right? You want to talk about I can't breathe? This motherfucker couldn't breathe. They had their knee on his neck like fucking Derek Chauvin. You know what I'm saying? And it is just like fucking madman. Like, security officers will feel that they can get away with that shit, and they will do it. They will entirely fucking do it.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Where I am, most of the bouncers are loyalists. Yeah, exactly.
That's true. Hashim Abedi, a security guard. You remember the guy who blew up the Manchester Arena and killed those people?
Yes,
a security guard sees him with his backpack and thinks, I don't like the look of this, but I can't stop him because he's a minority and I'll get into trouble. What needs to change?
It's not true, though. It's literally not true. There are no instances of security or cops who do racism. Like, this is what we're being gaslighted to believe, chat. Like, it's so important that we fucking, like, push back against this, because they are desperately trying to say to us, right? They are desperately trying to say to us that cops regularly get into trouble for being racist. Not true. Literally not true. It does not happen. I hesitate to say it never happens or never happened, but I know it might have happened once. Do you know what I mean? Or it might happen where, like, a couple of cops get a slap on the wrist or something. You know? It is just, it's total gaslighting. It's complete fucking gaslighting.
Changed lastly, Bart.
The police attitude, it is two-tier policing. I say, every time you stop...
This guy's just a fash. He's just a fash. This guy was at Southampton, without a shadow of a doubt. I know he was at Southampton.
And now we've got Sadiq Khan on LBC last night saying that the police deal with protests fairly. They don't.
There is a management of the narrative to put cops on the same side as the racially prejudiced. It's why the narrative really needs to be... It's why we need to be talking about it. It's why we need to be pushing for it. We need to be pushing for... Yes, cops are bad. This absolutely should be seen as the cops are bad. The cops fucked up here. Nothing to do with racism, like, against whites. That just doesn't exist. Because, the right-wingers, they love the cops. They do not want to put the cops in trouble. They don't want to criticize the cops at all.
Australia. Simon in Brisbane. Good day, Simon. Who's...
Oh, my God. Bro, there is nothing less than I want to hear right now than a fucking Aussie's opinion on this, right? There is nothing less I want to hear. They were scraping the bottom of the fucking barrel for this shite.
Who do you think was speaking, not necessarily for you in Australia, but for the United Kingdom? Good morning.
You've got to be joking.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, good to speak with you.
Good to have you on.
Well, Nigel Farage, for me, I think,
Opinion discarded. Sorry, just opinion discarded. We shouldn't have even listened to him. We shouldn't even listen to him. That shouldn't have even been played. Michael. Who's Michael? Where's Michael from?
Michael's in Acton. Michael, what do you say?
Acton.
Good morning.
Good morning, Nick. Thank you for having me on the show.
Thanks for on the line, sir.
Oh yeah, I mean it's the most upsetting case that I've seen for an extremely long time. I mean, I don't usually agree with Nigel Farage, but he's absolutely right with pure cold rage. Because when I saw that webcam,
oh my God. Right, well, I've got no explanation for this because apparently this guy lives right here. Although, hang on a minute.
There's a two-tier policing. You can see from that video
hang on.
clearly. But
hang on. Ealing's posh, isn't it? Londoners. Who's the Londoners in the chat? Londoners in the chat. Ealing's posh, isn't it? Yeah? It's rather posh. I've been to Ealing. That's how I know. It's actually crazy because I remember I was staying in a hostel here once for an event called Twitch London that sadly doesn't happen anymore. And Hammersmith is Hammersmith. If you've been to Hammersmith, you know what it's like, innit? But then literally up the road, right? Up the fucking road, you've got Ealing. And I went to Ealing and it was like, this is like fucking the poshest parts of Didsbury in Manchester. It's just really, really nice. West London is the poshest part of London. Also has some the highest income inequality. So like Grenfell is a stone throw away from like mansions. Yeah, that's the thing. That's literally what I was just saying, right? Like it is mad that like Hammersmith is there and fucking Ealing is there, like West Ealing, innit? Crazy stuff. London is a strange place. Extreme wealth and poverty very close. I mean, that's just gentrification. Like that. I think that's what that is, innit? That's like historical gentrification. Anyway. Let's get back to this.
The ABC of policing failed. Assume nothing, believe nothing, challenge everything. They believed this guy, he was racist, and they went and handcuffed.
Hang on a minute. He said the ABC of policing. What is that real? College of Policing. I don't think that this isn't. This guy is just like, yeah, man. The only thing that comes up when you look at the Met Police, if you go to like ABC, right? You could just go to the Met Police fucking glossary, and it's like ABC stands for Agreed Behavior Contract. These people make shit up. These people just make shit up. This isn't a thing in the cops, right? But even if it was, even if it was, assume nothing, believe nothing, and challenge everything. That's actually what they did! That's actually what he did! It's just, what are you talking about?
Challenge everything. They believed this guy, he was racist, and they went and handcuffed him. And then the actual murderer wasn't handcuffed after he was...
That's because no one accused him of stabbing him. He just said, like... Here's the thing. It went like this, right? It literally went like this. They get a report of a racist attack. They come down to the scene. You know, if that's how it's happened, they are, of course, going to, like, you know, be like, who's attacked you? Oh, it's him. He's on the floor because it's did self-defense. Right, let's put him in cuffs. He's going, I've been stabbed. No, you haven't. Right, that's when it all went to shit. You know, they probably fucking, like, when they got him in the fucking ambulance, when he passed out, they went, oh, fuck, we've fucked up here. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm not making excuses for the cops. Fucking shite, right? It was still shite. But this guy's just making stuff up, literally, like, self-assigned expert of a citizen, yeah. Also, yeah, believing he's racist or not doesn't excuse the failure to call an ambulance, correct. Utter whiners. Hey, Alejandro. Yeah, they're just whiners.
Taken to the station. So the victim, I mean, I've never seen something more of an abject failure of policing, and hopefully...
Failure of policing, so why is Nigel Farage the right guy? Why is Nigel Farage the right guy? It is a failure of policing.
My thoughts and prayers go out to the Nowak family on this very, very difficult occasion.
Michael, thank you.
Garbage, absolute garbage. People just want to whine. Chat, I have been live for 2.5 hours. This is my full-time job. Please consider helping me reach the daily dono goals of 5 subs and £50 in donations. To achieve the £50 in donations, it would only require £2 from 25 people who pass through the chat today, and there are always roughly about 500 to 700 people who pass through this chat on a daily basis. That's what the stats tell me. So you enjoy it with the £6.66 straight away. Thank you so much.
MEP.
Yes, you're right. Thank you so much for the £6.66. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. We will also be unlocking the Melpo cam if we hit £25 as well. Don't forget, chat. Now we only need, excuse me, another £44. So that would be 11 people donating £4. Literally, all we need is 11 people donating £4. If you like what you're watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something, please consider donating to the PayPal to help me pay my bills, eat, take myself out on little dates, pay the rent, all that kind of business. If you can't afford to do that, don't worry about it. You can go to the socials and you can, you know, repost, retweet, like, comment on something in there, boost me up in algos to advertise the generic content that I make. You can go to the YouTube channels. I've got 2 new YouTube videos out on each channel. You can go and like and comment and subscribe if you haven't already. Help boost that up in the algo. And also, finally, you can go to the promo tweets and you can like and repost and retweet those. Yes. There you go. There is your call to action. We're still going through the Henry Nowak news. And, yeah, we are going to, in fact, be having a little look at some rot regarding Henry Nowak. Some quality stuff going on. We're going to kick it off with this. I love that we're in the age of not knowing if something is real or not. I love it so much. It's proper good. The constant psychic attacks that we endure as people who engage in dialectical materialism and rail against false consciousness on a daily basis. this fucking gammon, right, is saying, getting on one knee for Harry Novak. Harry! I bet she clapped for the nurses as well. That's not fair. Loads of people clapped for the nurses. That was different. People didn't know what they were doing. People didn't know what they were doing. This is different. This is different. This is a different level of rot. Michael Jackson tune! Michael Jackson made this song about Palestine! Oh my god! Oh my god, man. State of this. But you know, it's fucking brilliant because this is just the woke right. This is just the soy right, isn't it? Like, it's exactly the gammon equivalent of posting a black square. Literally the gammon equivalent of posting a black square. Literally. What does this do? She's being so serious. So serious. His name was Henry. Oh, just in a random car park. This would be the car park at the back of her house. It looks like an estate. Fucking hell, man. Look at this account as well. Thanks for the follow. Look at this fucking account that's posted it. Oh my god. Yeah, community note, say his name. Fuck yeah, dude. This is so good. No, it's hashtag British Life Matters. British Lives Matter, chat. Fucking British Lives Matter. Oh. Utterly rotted. Utterly rotted. Can you imagine? Like, this is I think this is like... This is all of our worst fear, right? This is all of our worst fear. I think everybody should make a will, like, tomorrow, innit? You know what I mean? I think everybody, like, I reckon that shit probably costs money or something, but, like, I'm sure that it's legally binding. If you just, like, write on a piece of paper and sign it and say, this is my last will and testament, I'll fill the rest of it in when I get to 60 or something, right? But for now, if anybody uses my face in a political manner, right, that is illegal, and they have to go to a gulag. Val, thank you so much for the £3. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Thanks for getting us to £9.66. Chat, we are so close. Well, we're not so close. I mean, we are, because the daily dono goal is lower than the monthly dono goal. But chat, we only need now another £40 and 44 pence, or is it 34 pence? Yeah, 34 pence in order to get to the dono goal for today, and it's even closer to get to the cat cam unlock. So yeah, thank you for subbing off Twitch to support the stream. This is just absolutely mad, man. Like, there's got to be a way that, like, you can say if anyone does this with my face, if I die somehow, if, like, someone kills me or murders me, or I'm killed in a suicide bombing, if anyone uses my face for something like this, I want them to be sued. I want them to be put in a re-education camp. That's what I want. That's my last will and testament. Do you know what I mean? Copyright your face or some shit. I don't know. Like, you know, because this is insane. Like, for all we know, this kid was a fucking communist. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way to know what this guy's political leaning was. But I guarantee he'd be fucking going insane if he, you know, saw this shit. Right? I think anyone would. I don't think anyone wants to be this. I just can't think of anyone who is like, when I leave this plane of existence, what I want is my face to be used for any kind of political campaign, unless it is literally challenging power, right? Literally challenging power. You know, like, of course it makes sense, you know, if you are a marginalized person and you end up getting killed by the cops, right? That makes total sense. But this guy isn't. He's just a white guy. His family didn't want this, and that's the main thing that people should be thinking of if he hasn't left anything behind. You know what I mean? I do think his family should be suing. I do think his fucking family should be suing. It's utterly, utterly rotted. Anyway, what else have we got? Elon Musk has been getting involved. That's good, isn't it? That's good, isn't it? When Elon Musk is getting involved. He's becoming their new Lee Rigby. I mean, they're desperate to make him Lee Rigby. Definitely. This is from The National, one of my favourite papers. It's one of the best papers here in the British Isles. Of course, it's a Scottish nationalist paper, which is great. Often talking about base shit. Very, very rarely do they have any kind of false consciousness or imperialist kind of sentiment in here. So I would always recommend The Nationalist for lefty news. Elon Musk trying to whip up division over Henry Nowak murder. Let's have a little read of this. Elon Musk has been accused of trying to whip up division in the UK over Henry Nowak's murder. The billionaire ex-owner has posted numerous times on his platform about the police response to the stabbing of the teenager in Southampton last year, criticising how heinously Nowak was treated by the police in his dying moments. Violent protests erupted near where the 18-year-old was murdered, amid an outcry over his treatment after killer Vikram Digba claimed he had been the victim of a racial attack while Nowak was handcuffed by police who ignored his pleas. He could not breathe as he lay dying. Keir Starmer has now hit out at Musk, telling reporters during a trip to York on Thursday, "We need to also assert who we are as a country, because Musk, again, has been interfering in our politics in the last few days, trying to whip up division. That is not who we are in Britain. In Britain, we are reasonable, tolerant people." No, wrongo bongo. Keir, you deported 60,000 fucking asylum seekers last year. Yeah, guess he can still enter the country, though. Yeah, I bet he can. I fucking bet he can. Chat, do you remember when Keir Starmer banned all those people from the Unite the Kingdom protest, but they all just came in on a video link anyway? Do you remember that? Crazy that, ain't it? It's not the first time tech tycoon has waded into British politics, having last year started a war of words with the government over grooming gangs and thrown his support behind activist Tommy Robinson. The Prime Minister, a target of Musk's attacks, accused the world's richest man of spreading lies and misinformation at the time, has also hit out at his AI chatbot Grok for creating sexualized images. This is not great reporting from The National, I've got to say. Like, sexual images of women and children. You know. But Musk's intervention over Nowak's murder, which also saw him offer to fund a private prosecution of Hampshire constabulary, has prompted what appears to be Starmer's strongest direct condemnation of the billionaire yet. The Prime Minister also told journalists Labour MP Jess Asato was absolutely right in taking legal action on Musk's ex-AI over disgusting images created of her. Finance student Nowak's treatment by police has triggered a political row, with Starmer branding unforgivable Reform UK leader Nigel Farage's suggestion that the public should feel pure cold rage about the case. The Conservatives have called for the officers who arrested Nowak on false racism claims to face a full misconduct investigation. I asked about the Tories' demands. Starmer said there are questions that need to be answered over the police response. Added that the Independent Office for Police Conduct should be given space to get on with their job in investigating the case. Is there anything about Elon Musk in here? Is it just other stuff? It's just more just like bits and pieces that we already know. There's not really much about Elon Musk in here, so you know. They're not even like showing the things that he's posted. Bit shit from the National.
Tragic murder of Henry Nowak.
We were starting to watch this last night, and I just got dead mad, so I don't think we're going to be finishing that. Let's have a look at this article. 2 arrests as 11 officers hurt in Nowak protests. 2 people have been arrested and 11 officers and 1 police dog were injured after protesters clashed with police near the site of 18-year-old Henry Novak's fatal stabbing. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer joined Southampton MPs in condemning the violence, while Hampshire's police and crime commissioner said Novak's family were disappointed by the scenes. Cool. Yeah. Police were pelted with missiles in clashes on Tuesday evening near the home of Novak's killer, Vikram Digra, in the Portswood area. 23-year-old was jailed for life with a minimum of 21-year term on Monday. Thank you for the follow. And the clashes with police came amid tensions and scrutiny over why officers arrested and handcuffed Novak as he lay dying. Digra stabbed Novak with a large blade, said he carried for religious reasons. No! Oh my god, it is making me so crazy how much they are misreporting. They are just misinforming the public. Even at the stage of the article where normally, by BBC standards, there would be some grain of truth. Most people don't read past the fucking headline anyway, but even at this point, Steve!
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Thank you so much.
Here's that tenor, mate. Every day in every way this world is getting weirder, WND weirder. We're glad you're here to monitor the situation and help us sort through the crap. Peace.
Monitoring the situation, you know it. Steve, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream, you legend. Appreciate you. What was the full message? I can never understand what the... Yeah, the WND was and that's what I was saying. Here's that telling me every day, in every way the world's getting weirder and weirder. We're glad that you're here to monitor the situation. Yeah, always monitoring the situation. Always monitoring the situation. Yeah, thank you so much. Chat, we're so close to unlocking Cat Cam. Just another £5 and 34 pence. And then we can get Melpo on the go. You know what I'm saying? Not far off. Let me prove it. Let me prove it that he's here. There he is. You could be seeing that. You just know, don't you? That was crazy. Did you see him look at the camera when it turned on? That was fucking crazy. That was crazy shit. Anyway, there he is. That's how you know he's there. Only £5 and 34 pence left to go, chat. Who's it going to be? It could be you. It's like the national lottery, but you don't win £1 million. You just win... Melpo Cam, yeah. I won £2.50 on the Euro Millions. It won't change me. Melpo was born to be a star. It's so true. Yeah, I didn't pass the sniff test. Lied to the police at the scene, falsely claiming he was the victim of a racist attack, leading officers to arrest Novak instead of his killer. Bodycam footage was later released showing Novak in handcuffs repeatedly, telling officers he'd been stabbed. The Independent Office for Police Conduct has since launched an investigation into the force's response. So everything that should be happening is happening. Obviously, I don't think much is going to come of this, but I do think that the far right are going to sabotage this shit. I do think that the far right are going to sabotage this shit. A crowd initially took part in a demonstration outside the city centre police station before gathering close to the Digver family home. Residents told BBC they were shocked by the scale of the protests, and Sir Keir called the scenes disgraceful and completely unacceptable. After speaking to his family, she told the BBC, wait, what is this? Police and Crime Commissioner of Hampshire and the Isle of Wight, Donna Jones, said Henry Novak's family were disappointed to see the violent protest. After speaking to his family, she told the BBC they do not support the protest. They do not support the kind of unrest that we saw on the streets. They've called for calm, and if you recall back to Mark Novak's statement on the steps of the court on Monday this week when his son's murderer was sentenced to life imprisonment, he actually said quite the opposite. He asked for calm and asked for reflection. What they don't want is hate and division coming off the backs of the tragedy of Henry's death. Well, yeah, that is true. That is true. Hey, Follistan, how you doing? How could the police not know he was stabbed? I know they aren't the sharpest tool in the shed, but come on. I do think that they just, like, don't give a shit. I do think that they just don't give a shit, you know? And if you've been stabbed in the lung, it might not be obvious because, like, you know, it depends on where you've been stabbed in the lung, but there aren't too many... you know, major arteries near the lung, as far as I understand it. Like, like obviously there's a major artery in your heart where it immediately draws the blood and shit like that. But if you're like stabbed around the side or something, unless it's getting close to your kidney or your liver or something, you could miss that and you won't be bleeding like to the same degree that you would. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that you would be if you were stabbed, like, in the armpit or, like, in the, you know what I mean, in the arm because, I guess, like, there's just not that much blood coming out. Again, I'm not making excuses for him, but I'm just trying to think, like, because in the footage, you can see in the footage, they, like, have a little look under his shirt like that. Obviously not to the degree that they should have looked, right? Like, they don't even ask him where he's been stabbed. They just have a look and they go, nah, I don't think you have. Right? They just don't give a fuck. They don't give a flying fuck. At the end of the day, he was a working class kid who, was at uni. He was studying finance or whatever. They're not interested in saving a kid's like that lives. You know what I'm saying? Showy Roadie Bins, Starmer taking down Fromage at PMQs yesterday. I mean, like, basic shit, right? Basic shit. Nothing to be applauded. You know what I mean? If he hadn't have said, he could have gone further, but he just doesn't. I mean, to be honest, it was classic Starmer, right? It was classic Starmer, like very, very basic, not too radical, not too, anyone with any kind of heart would have responded to Nigel Farage with actual emotion. Do you know what I mean? It is impossible for him to have emotions. And that's why no one even remotely identifies with him at all. It was an open goal and he walked it in. Do you know what I'm saying? He didn't even give it a run up. He didn't even set it up for himself. He didn't go for a fucking top corner shot or whatever. He just went, I'm going to slowly walk the ball over the line and make sure that I, literally as if you were walking the ball over the line to make sure that, like, oh, there's no chance of me missing here. There's no chance of me getting it wrong. I'm going to be as careful as possible. Just wet bullshit. Not enough. In an ideal world, yeah, like, he would literally just, like, fucking tear his suit off and he's wearing a fucking military uniform with hammers and sickles all over it and be like, we are now establishing the re-education camp of the United Kingdom. Every single person who exhibits far-right views will be put into re-education starting tomorrow. Like, that would be the only thing that would make me happy with Starmer. Like, I just can't, like, you know what I mean? There's nothing good. There's nothing good to be found. Anyway. There are serious questions to answer, including how accusations of racism inform police thinking. We're supporting IOPC to get to the bottom. Listen, like, the best way to understand it, like, this thing about, like, how accusations of racism inform police thinking, it's as simple as this. They don't think. Right? The issue with cops, right, is that they are not encouraged to do their jobs properly. They are not encouraged to do their jobs with a degree of care, with any kind of degree of care, the acute care that they should apply to all situations that they are in. And that's why this happened. It's because, they get a call over the fucking blower, like, someone been racist, right? Okay, we'll get down there and arrest him. It's crazy that they turned up to arrest someone for racism first and foremost, right? First and foremost, it's crazy that someone got arrested for being racist. I guess it was assault rather than, like, just being racist, right? Racially aggravated ABH or something. And Starmer's the type of person to enjoy rye bread. Hey, don't knock rye bread. No wrong with rye bread. Nice fucking, what do they call it? They have them in fucking New York and shit like that. Rye bread's fine. What you talking about rye bread? You mean rye vitas? What is it? What's the New York butty on rye bread? It's the famous one with the salted beef and sauerkraut and shit like that on it. It's called a Eustace or an Ernie or a John, a Reuben. That's it. I'm a sourdough guy. Yeah. Well, look. Bad take. Hang on, who the fuck called the cops? Because it can't have been the guy what did the killing, right? Yeah, it can. Of course it can. What do you mean it can't have been the guy who killed the killing? Who did the killing? Of course it could. I had a Reuben on White Warburtons yesterday. It really upset me. Bit of bread politics, yeah. Oh my god, Chloe MX Chloe B. Oh my god, she's back. That's crazy. Chat, everybody, please go and show some love to Mix Chloe B. 42. Long time no see, comrade. How are you doing? Welcome in radios from Mix Chloe B. 42. I'm pretty sure that every single one of you knows who I am, but just in case you don't, my name is djmuel. I am a leftist political streamer from the UK. I cover the news and geopolitics from a communist and anti-imperialist perspective. We are currently covering the Henry Nowak stabbing in the UK. How are you doing, everybody? Vic the Victim, long time no see. How are you doing? Good to see you. How many people get arrested for racism, really? That's what I'm saying, Follow-Stan. Like, it's just like not. His family called the cops. Did they? I mean, I can believe that I can believe that the killer called the cops. I can believe that. Everybody go follow Chloe B and welcome him, Raiders. I'm sure you all know who I am. Sourdough breads could be rye breads. Can sourdough be rye? Interesting. There you go. There you go. Rye bread is counter-revolutionary. This is the latest splinter in YouTube, yes. Finally figured out how to end stream. PS5 controller is gunked up. Howdy, long time no see. How are you doing, Chloe? I hope you had a great stream. What were you doing? Life is Strange Remastered. Very nice. Very, very nice. Hope you had a great time. B-Rat says it's my first time here. That's true, actually. Yeah, I've never seen you in any chats before. You're certainly not one of our mods in the Red Planet chat. Okay, so I'm a little crusty on my bread knowledge. That's mental. So, he was clearly kind of thought of a much longer young man. There are serious questions to answer, yada yada. No matter the pain we feel, the Prime Minister also said Nigel Farage's appeal for rage in response to the death of Nowak was unforgivable. The clash with Commons clashed in the Commons. The man of tempered glass. Okay, now I've got to look for a Keir Starmer aura post. I have to find it. I must see it. What kind of shit is he fucking posting at the minute? Vic, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Mix Chloe B42. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Thank you very much. We are on the way to hitting the daily sub goal. That's the first sub of the day. Just 4 more to go. A rare Husker repost of a joke that went unseen. Mule is so anti-Semitic, he can't remember the famous Reuben from Cat's Delicatessen. Just kidding. It's technically not even kosher. Why is it not kosher? Why is a Reuben is not kosher, technically? Why? Is there dairy in it or something? Is it dairy and meat? Don't have your milk egg with your fleischig. It's milk in the sauce. Yeah. And the ched. And the ched. Let's have a look at this.
We've just hit another...
Chat, he's become an influencer. He's become an influencer.
We've just hit another really important milestone. 10 million free breakfasts at our free breakfast clubs.
You didn't even say breakfast, right?
Families and children together across the country.
11 seconds, man. He's got influencer face. This is Starmer's influencer face. Motherfucker said breakfast. I saw a cringe pic of Starmer taking the knee today. Wait, what? I need to see this. I need to see that.
Just hit another really...
You want to see Starmer duck lips? No, you don't. No, you don't. Look at me. I take the trade like you nobles. Audience warning, please. That was a shock. What's this one?
Henry Nowak was
a
kind, thoughtful, and much loved young man. And this has understandably been devastating for his parents, for his family, and everybody who knew him. And I have seen the body cam footage. It's harrowing. And I have to say, as a father of a 17-year-old boy, I felt sick watching it.
I felt sick.
Absolutely.
I did a little sick. A little bit of sick came in my mouth out of my tummy.
Right. That the IOPC are looking at this. There are clearly serious questions that need to be addressed, not least how accusations of racism informed the decision-making in this case. But my thoughts, I'm sure the thoughts of everybody in the country, are with Henry's family, his...
No. Not by a long shot. Yeah, I do remember this. I do remember this. I do remember this. This is fucking quality, man. This is so good. Look at this room, bro. They're 6 feet apart. Stanley Kubrick-ass shot. It's got Kubrick vibes. Yeah, it has got Kubrick vibes. When the Dems were doing it as well. Yeah, at least they're not wearing like Kenta cloth. Is that how you say it? Kenta cloth? It is odd. It's just got like dead odd vibes. And just got some fucking slave diva boots though. These are great, actually. I love these boots. That's the only thing I can say about this. Why does he look so different? He looks so different here than he does since he's been PM. Like, I don't like to make comments about people's weight and that, but like he's put on weight since he's become PM, and I think that's like the only reason that I mention it is because he's clearly getting taken out for fucking dinner loads, innit? You know what I mean? Like, people are whining and dining him so that he'll just do policies and shit like that. You know what I mean? I'm convinced that's what's going on all the time. Hey, Pissrail, how you doing? Aging at the speed of white. He does look unstable. He doesn't look like he's ever done this in his life before. Nancy Pelosi's was iconic. Yeah, mad stuff. Zero emotion. He's definitely a bit awkward. Well, yeah, he's just a cop, isn't he? He's just a cop. Right, where was I up to, man? Oh, yeah, I was reading this, wasn't I? Okay, well, let's continue reading this. Let's have a little look at this. Responding Circuit says, I don't believe there's two-tier police in this country. I'm really shocked he pretends to have respect for Henry's family and acts in this way. Chief Constable Alexis Boone told the BBC he was sorry for handcuffing and arresting Henry. He did not recognise allegations of two-tier policing. He said, we understand and appreciate as police officers we're accountable for our actions. What we ask is that the actions are judged through fair and transparent processes. That's not going to happen. That's not going to fucking happen. In this case, that process is already underway with the IOPC conducting their independent investigation. What we as a society cannot accept is the violent scenes we saw in Southampton last night. Some clearly arrived intent on causing disorder and trouble. We saw bottles thrown, makeshift weapons used, damage caused to homes and vehicles, innocent residents, and threats of violence directed towards our officers. Lol, Lamau. Boone said he expected a number of arrests to rise as investigations come in and the residents would see more officers patrolling the area in coming days. Yeah, it is interesting trying to figure out what it is that what they're gonna do, right? What they're actually gonna do the right that is, are they just going to continue to like descend on Southampton, or are they going to try and organise protests? Again, chatters, I'd love to know, British chatters, I'd love to know if you've heard of anything. Pissrail, I imagine you're quite on it with this stuff. Have you heard about any upcoming protests this weekend that they're going to try and do? Are they trying to organise them all across the country? You know, what's happening? Because obviously we need to be vigilant about this stuff and be ready. There was one tonight in Liverpool. What was the script? Big, little, 5 of the cunts, 50, 500, pathetic numbers. Nazi Ryan Ferguson was there. When you say pathetic numbers, what would you say? Maybe 15. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not happening, is it? They're not capitalizing on the fucking. They're not capitalizing on the momentum of it. It could be different at the weekend, but we'll have to see. Okay, Kelly J. Keen's fucking hair in the background there is so funny because it looks like that she's this guy's fucking hairpiece, innit? Oh, that's so funny. Looking like a fucking Donald Duck ass fucking hair. That's so good. I always tell people they have no steam because most of them don't have the heart in it. Thank you. Yes, I've been saying this many times. This is the thing. They do not have their heart in it. They just don't. There's a hype train. Why is there a hype train? Why is there a hype train? I got one gifted sub, mate. It is crazy how this happens. Like, you just get one gifted sub and then all of a sudden it's like a hype train. Thanks for pointing that out. I wasn't paying attention at all. Been saying this for years. They tried to counter protesters at a Palestine event and then just never bothered again. This is the thing, right? They don't have, like, here's the way that I would put it, right? Left-wingers have the knowledge of solidarity, right? We have the knowledge of our movement is directed by love and hope and togetherness and solidarity and a desire to make our world a better place. The right wingers just don't believe their own shite, right? They don't believe their own shite. That's one of the things. The problem with false consciousness is that we don't live in the 1930s anymore. So you can just see the reality of different countries all over the world, and it dispels a lot of those false consciousness myths. For example, people in other countries are barbaric and savage, right? You could just look at many documentaries, many, like, the genie is out of the bottle, so to speak, right? So to speak. Thank you for the follow, by the way. They're overly flexible and reactive and end up lacking direction. Absolutely. The only reason that the asylum seeker hotel protests went on for so long is because they had something to latch onto, right? For so long, it was like, right, well, we know where the asylum seeker hotels are. We could just keep going every weekend. But even in that fucking situation, anti-fascists would show up every weekend as well. And so they would piss them off, and they would just be like, when are these fucking lefties going to leave us alone? And blah, blah, blah. And it ended up stopping, right? Asylum seeker hotels are still here, right? They still exist. They're still all over the fucking place. It's just mad to sit there and think like, oh, right, okay, yeah, well, I guess, like, we're just going to stop. we're just going to stop. There are many lads who could be de-radicalized quite easily. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is why I constantly say it all the fucking time to anyone who's listening in who consumes my content in any way. If you see it on YouTube, if you see me live on stream, if you're in Britain and stuff like that, if you are a white person, right, specifically if you are a white man, you have the privilege to be able to have these difficult conversations with these men, right? Because you know, if you're having a chat with them and you're talking to them about their material conditions, like engaging them in dialectical materialism rather than engaging with their false consciousness nonsense, right? You know, in the same way that I have said many, many times, there is absolutely no point in engaging in someone in debate on something that has been proven wrong many, many times. So if they start going on about like, oh, there's loads of immigrants coming over here and shit like that, just say, right, but what else do you care about? Just keep going, right? Just keep going. Do you know what I'm saying? Just keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going. There is also something to be said. If you are a football guy, unlike me, it might be worth having chats on the terraces. As Pissrail is saying here as well, there's quite a big overlap, right, with football hooligans who see it as easier to have a fight because it's not at the match, because match policing is so heavy these days and there's cameras everywhere. Yes, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. You know, that's why having a chat on the terraces is a good shout. That's a massive blind spot for the left, by the way. That's a massive thing that's missing from our movement. Engaging people in discussion when you go in, you know, like in terms of like actual like football fans and stuff. You know what I mean? You have to get into sports now, Mule. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Lots of Liverpool photos had big PAL flags. Yeah, top. It's when Liverpool won the league last year, our local PAL group took flags for the bus tour. Yeah, that's quality. Hey, Ashlols as well. How you doing? This is the next reason why the US demands this. The US keeps their citizens in poverty. They can't see the world to think people in the global south are not savages and terrorists with nothing like they're told by the media. Correct. Yes. The right-wing AstroTurf needs money. Top-down organising. Left-wing is more grassroots and community-based. Yep. The alienated demand a target for their impotent rage. Yep. In the UK it is, but on the continent it's pretty common to have left-wing ultras. Yes. It's something I found you can easily discuss with most men as a topic if you don't know them very well. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. You know. In the 90s, chat, in the 90s, in Manchester, in the Manchester United stands, there were firms who started a anti-racist, anti-fascist collective within Manchester United firms, right? When Manchester City found out, because you got to remember, Man United in Old Trafford, right, which is a working class area, right? But in Manchester City Football Club, which is based in Main Road in Moss Side, they found out that Manchester United had an anti-fascist firm, and they were like, can't be having that. We're having a fucking anti-fascist firm, yeah? And they called it the Manchester City Cool Cats, right? Manchester City's changed a little bit in recent years, so I don't know if this is still true. So has Man United, right? But of course, you got to remember, you know, Moss Side, black area, you know, Main Road, Manchester City used to have that, like, it used to have pretty much like the, you know, the Moss Side. Like, you just couldn't be a red in Moss Side, basically. There was just no way that was going to happen. There was no way that was going to happen. The reason that the National Front were defeated in Manchester is because the Manchester United anti-fascists and the MCFC anti-fascist firms competed about how many fucking fascists they could batter. They weren't competing with each other. They weren't fighting each other. We were like, we battered more fascists than you. That's what it was. That's what it fucking was. Birmingham City too, man. With the Zulus, they used to kick fuck out of racist firms all the time. And Wolves, yeah. A lot of Liverpool football ultras accounts show a lot of the anti-fash firms, yeah. Talking about football ticket pricing models and how they rip the fans off would be a good in route, yeah. Definitely. United have a strong anti-racist tendency still, to be fair. Yeah, they do. So does MCFC. MCFC's sort of like, you know, fan base has changed since they moved to the Etihad. You know what I mean? Because it did really used to be a working class club, but it has changed over the years. Absolutely. I'm always around nerds, but I want to expand my talking points, ability to connect to jocks too. Yeah, this is it. Big anti-fascist organising in the Celtic support. I've been known for solidarity with Palestine. Well, Celtic is the classic one, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Celtic are the classic one. Is it Celtic? It is Celtic. You say it's Celtic, not Celtic, don't you? I can never fucking remember who says Celt or Celt. It's Celtic in the States, innit? They call... Yeah, it's Celtic, yeah. Birmingham City 2, yeah. Most men here want to talk about Liverpool or Everton. Yep. Tell you something sad though, Liverpool has had an underbelly of racism below the veneer of being a socialist city. Reform will make heavy gains here. They did in the locals. Yeah, this is the sad reality about fucking Liverpool, man. I have noticed that. Yeah, it just sucks. It just fucking sucks. Yeah. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is also condemning unacceptable violence. Whatever. She's not being real. Here's that guy that got pepper sprayed. That's funny. What is this? Spencer Ragg, Hare of Hampshire Police Federation, said this was not a protest of violence. Sustained disorder has no place on the streets of this country. Officers were subjected to disgraceful violence, pelted with bottles, bricks, and wheelie bins. Yeah, we watched all that. Sir Keir Starmer said there's serious questions for police showing the release of body cam footage, harmful online speculation. This is a fairly comprehensive article for the BBC, man, to be honest. Police watchdog is expected to report on the case within the next 3 months. Said investigators are examining a large amount of body-worn video as well as material presented during Digra's trial. Yeah, okay, there you go. Not a terrible article from the BBC, to be honest. Much worse than what I thought it would be. I mean, this is the most egregious part of it, where he's saying, you know, they aren't correcting the record here to say that he was not in fact he did not in fact use a kirpan for this attack. He used a blade that is used by the Nihang sect. I can't remember what it's called, which was excommunicated by Sikhism a long time ago in the 80s. You know what I mean? So, you know, this is the most egregious part, but for a BBC article, it's not so bad. Let's have a look at this here. Shanice McBean again here. This is a great thread from her. Just, you know, shouting her out, really. United Families and Friends campaign that fights for justice for those killed and died in police custody supports all families and victims. Black Lives Matter UK donated a significant portion of funds from 2020 protests to campaigns that work with black and non-black victims of state violence. This is what is so perverse about the right-wing narrative on Henry Novak's awful killing. Our movement has been doing this work for decades. Ian Tomlinson, Henry Hicks, Tom Orchard, we've been here. The right only cares when they can politically capitalize to spread racism. It's sick, hypocritical, it's naked, exploitative opportunism. The left is doing itself no favors by being silent, refusing to comment, and hiding behind the family to avoid speaking out for Henry and against the police. It's ceding the entire ground to bad faith actors. Right? Mary Holland here. You're the racist! Suck out, you dad. Hey, Slick Stick Stuck, how you doing? Welcome in. So that I found a bit shocking in 2024, but it kicked off in Liverpool as well. I guess I don't know much about Liverpool as a place, yeah. Harry Molland. With large immigrant communities, there's a mix of great community, but also resentment going back to the Toxless riots. Right, I'm with you. This lad was in a student, and these fucking clowns like Lisa McKenzie are saying he was targeted because of being white working class. Yeah. Yeah. It's just not true. I think he probably was working class. But, you know, he wasn't targeted because of that. He definitely was, you know, neglected by the cops, probably because they were like, well, who's this cunt? We don't know who he is. You know, he might not have had the poshest accent kind of thing. And I think that there is something to be said about actually saying, well, yeah, you know, he probably did appear working class to the cops. The cops don't give a fuck about anybody working class. The cops exist to, you know, the cops literally exist to fucking, you know, suppress the working class. So yeah, they just fulfilled their job, innit? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, there's a pattern of cops being fucking useless. That's literally what it is. Yeah, all they do is protect capital. I know it's heavy, but I think it's a sign of the times when you see somebody with a shank and your first thing is get the phone out and put it on Snapchat instead of getting the fuck out and ringing the police. Yeah, he did do that, didn't he, actually? Yeah, that's something about this that is absolutely mad. The police saw evidence from his, like, Snapchat, like, they got it off his phone or whatever, and this kid had actually got the phone out and said something like, think you're a bad man, don't you? And the other kid who stabbed him said, yeah, I am a bad man, and then he stabbed him. Like, that's fucking nuts, man. Like, if at any point you see someone, like, it's hard, yeah, because sometimes people can't run away from that shit. One of the best things that I've ever heard about protecting yourself from being stabbed, if you can't run away, is if you have a backpack on you, right, that's got some stuff in it, try and use that as a shield, innit? You know what I mean? That's one of the best ways to do it. Caption said Batman, fucking hell. Yeah, backpack becomes a front pack. You know, just grip it, try and use it as a shield. You know, and when the person is, you know, and then just like call for help them getting stabbed, even if you haven't actually been stabbed, right? Doesn't matter, because more eyes on it is going to actually, like, you know, is gonna disincentivize the person from continuing. How the fuck the police could not see he was near collapsing? He could barely speak. I mean, they could see he was collapsing. They could see that he was collapsing and that he could barely speak. You can see that in the body cam footage, innit? Do you know what I mean? They knew that something wasn't right. I think that like obviously they just don't care. They don't care to do the due diligence in it. He was literally saying he's been stabbed. And like probably to justify it in their own head, you know, they lifted his shirt up a little bit and went, "Don't think you have, mate." One thing that people do know about being stabbed is that it actually, at first, just feels like you've been punched really hard. So, I don't know, maybe the cops, like, justified it to themselves in that respect, you know what I mean? Like, oh, he's probably just been punched, you know what I'm saying? And they just didn't care, right? It just comes down to the fact that they did not care, right? That's the main thing. If they would have checked his pulse, guarantee it would have been extremely weak. Exactly, they should have done that. They should have done... There's probably so much fucking procedure that they've just not done in it. You know what I mean? Every situation gets the same treatment, escalation and arrest. Yeah. What do we got here? So, you know, it wasn't just Nigel Farage who was calling for cold, hard rage. Cold, hard rage! Michelle Dewberry was raging over the Henry Nowak murder. This was 3 days ago as well, so before this happened. Let's have a look at this on GB News.
Program, don't you? It's not just about us three. It is very much about you guys at home as well. So I want you to get in touch all the usual ways. You know what you're doing by now. You can get me on email, you can get me on the website, and of course you can get me on social media. There are so many things we need to talk about tonight, ladies and gents. We'll start with that sentencing in just a second. We're also going to talk about the high streets up and down. We talk about this, you and I, often, and I know that your high street, as much as mine, has changed rapidly over the last few years. And many eyebrows have been raised about what on earth is going on when you've got multiples of similar shops suddenly popping up out of nowhere. Lots of things we need to unpick at that. And
fuck you, what about?
Mandelson Files Part 2, that's been released. How interested are you in that? I'll tell you, you will be interested because...
oh my God, chat, they've got Matt Badloss. Chat, they've got mad bad loss on here.
The comments that have come out that have been said.
Hey Barack, how you doing? Also, people can say I can't breathe when they can't inhale. Fill up a balloon and let it go. It'll flail around and make noise, but it won't reinflate itself. Lungs are similar. Yes, correct.
About their attitude.
She's talking about Turkish barbers and vape shops. All the same bollocks that, like, you know, when fucking gammons go on about, the collapse of our high street. They just mean like, oh no, we're seeing like shops that we don't understand. Yeah, moral panic stuff.
Towards us lot paying our taxes and what that should be spent on. That'll make your eyes water, I can tell you. But for now, this story, I'm so pleased that we can finally talk about this because obviously when you've got
fucking state of him, man. The fucking state of him.
Court case ongoing, you're not allowed to talk about it until it's concluded. This is the horrendous murder of Henry.
What do they want? CNA, Woolies and Wilco's to come back? To be fair, I do. I would like all them joints to come back, but be state-owned. Yeah? State-owned Woolworths. That's what we fucking need. Nationalise Woolworths. Nationalise Wilco's, man.
Nowak, 18-year-old.
Should get Aaron Bastani on. He'd say the same thing as Goodwin. What's he saying about all of this? What's Aaron Bastani saying? I haven't heard him pipe up. What's Woolworths? Brody, is the 99 in your name? Is that the year that you were born? Because that's crazy. That's fucking crazy that some people don't know what Woolies is. What's Woolworths? Oh my God. I feel like a time traveler when people say that. Behave yourself. That Dan Evans prick. I saw John the Duncan was saying something about Dan Evans today. Was born in the mid-2000s. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. My bones just started creaking, yeah. Woolworths was Home Bargains. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah. Like what Home Bargains is now, it was Home Bargains of back in the day, yeah. He's always been a Strasserite danger, yeah. The Paul Embry left, I call him. Yeah, Woolworths wasn't exactly Home Bargains. It was probably a bit more spenny. You only heard the myths of what it was, yeah. Pick and mix and cheap Halloween costumes. Yeah, you could get cheap toys in there and that. Elite pick and mix. That's what everyone remembers it for. Pick and mix and you could get CDs and VHSs and DVDs and that. I've heard of Woolworths from the US, but thought it was like regular groceries. No, I think that's Dan Ander. Yeah, all the shit you get off Amazon you got from Woolies and Pick and Mix. Read up the some papers up in there? Fucking go on, lad. First when I was like 3 then, yeah, that's crazy. Remember getting Pick and Mix from Wilco? From Wilco? We getting Pick and Mix from Wilco for? What fucking Wilcos are you going? The fucking Wilco View Cinema combo. What the fuck's that? You remember Pick and Mix from Wilco? I've never seen Pick and Mix at Wilco. Wait a minute. No, they did have Pick and Mix at Wilco. They did. No, they did. No, they did. I forgot. You're right, they did. Yeah. It was, because obviously I wasn't a kid. When I was going Wilco for stuff, I wasn't a kid, so I wasn't getting fucking... They became the Pick and Mix continuity. Many a day my childhood spent just eating the Pick and Mix out of containers, still got busted by whoever took me in there. Yeah, legend. It's the way to do it.
Making his way back home.
Is Woolies like if Walmart shitted and died instead of eating an entire state? Pass. That's too yankified for me.
Murdered by someone. That killer today has just been sentenced to life. I don't even know why we call it life, actually. I find it a bit pathetic, really, because the fella will be out potentially in his early 40s. That's not a life. Henry lost his life.
No, that's not true. That's not fucking true. I don't know why we call it life. Here's the thing, yeah. Do you know why they call it life? Do you know why they call it life? It's because it's life! That's why!
This guy will be languishing in a cell, probably living a great life with a gym and nice food and all the rest of it.
No! Wrong! Literally wrong! Literally wrong! He'll be locked in a cell, fucking beaten up if he's having a mental health crisis. He'll be fucking battered by other people in there. He'll have the shittest time. It'll become institutionalized. Even if he gets out for good behavior in 21 years, he'll be in and out for the rest of his fucking life. What are you fucking talking about? You don't know shit.
Prison.
None of them have been near a prison. Literally none of them have ever been near a prison. I fucking hate it when they talk about prison. It's so insane.
To be released to have a nice life in your 40s. Absolutely shameful. The parents.
Nice life. You can never get a job. You can never get a job. Didn't he get 20 fucking years? No, see, this is the thing. This is how they're framing it, right? This is how they're framing it. He got a life sentence. Minimum 21 years. So even if he gets out with the minimum sentence of 21 years, right? The only way that you can fucking do that is if you have people on the outside constantly caring for you, bringing your stuff in, meeting with you, coming and seeing you most days to keep you fucking, you know, mentally well. And even then, it's difficult. You know, keeping your head down, not getting involved with any fucking wrong'uns in there. Extremely difficult, right? You fucking name it. You fucking name it, right? It is hoops that you have to go through, right? First of all, it'll probably be put on a violent offender's wing to begin with, which means that he will not have the kind of access to different kinds of facilities that other people convicted for other crimes won't have access to, right? So when they're talking about, oh yeah, he'll have a nice gym, no, wrong. You think a violent offender is getting access to a gym? You are cracked. You are cracked. What do you think this... do you know, I'm turning into the fucking WWE AI. That's what this is doing to me. It's like...
His dad giving a statement. It really upset me seeing his mum. The dad was giving a statement. The mum was next to him, Matt. To be a mum, to be a normal average mum, and then you find yourself in front of TV cameras listening to words being spoken about your child. It was absolutely devastating, and we're going to take you to the courtroom. In fact, actually, I'll take you to the courtroom right now, so hold your thoughts, Matt, because our reporter, Isabel, she was there watching the trial as it unfolded. Isabel...
It's so funny that they're so yankified, right? They're absolutely yankified that they're sat there going, oh, we're going to take you to the courtroom. No, you're not. Can't do that here. This isn't the courtroom. You're outside the courts. That's where you are. Like, it is so clear that they are desperately trying to yankify us. They're going to be asking for people to be able to film in courtrooms. That's going to be something that is demanded by people very, very soon.
Bring my viewers up to speed.
Excuse me.
Well, good evening. Yes, today at Southampton.
Yeah, this is basically British Fox, Susie, yeah.
Crown Court, Vikram Digwa, a 23-year-old Sikh man, was sentenced for murdering Henry Nowak. He was sentenced to 21 years minimum, but life imprisonment. He was found guilty last Thursday of 2 counts. That was one of murder and one of carrying a knife in public. Of course, we know that knife that he carried on that night...
Recording the judge giving the verdict is a very recent thing. I don't think... Can you even do that? Can you even do that in the UK? Is that real? Sky is like UK Fox. This is more like Newsmax. Disagree. Sky News is bad. Sky News is more like CNN. Fox News is utterly crackers. Like, it's... Yeah. It's a very recent thing. Sky News is Comcast. I think you get... That's not what Ikbin Dead is saying, Sorka. Also, hi, Ikbin Dead. Hi, Roshan as well. Welcome in. Sky is owned by Comcast. Yeah, Sky News isn't as bonkers as Fox.
Stabbed Henry Nowak 5 times, was a Kapan, a Sikh ceremonial knife.
Sky is Murdoch owned as well as Fox. Yeah, I mean, but like, it's not like... Just because it's owned by the same company doesn't mean that they are going to be operating in the same way as another company owned by that company, right? That's not how it works, right? Like Sky News Australia, for example, absolutely, yes, correct, like Middle-earth Marxist is saying, yeah.
allowed to carry for religious reasons. Now, today in court, we heard some extremely powerful...
It's just the sentencing, everything else isn't broadcasting. Why are they doing this, man? Guidance on broadcasting sentencing hearings by the media in Crown Court Order 2020. They did this in 2020. Filming cases. Authorized media can apply to the judge to film the... Oh, so the judge could just reject it. You can only film sentencing remarks of those cases being heard by a High Court judge, senior circuit judge who's also a resident judge, senior circuit judge whose base court is the Central Criminal Court, the Old Bailey, or the Court of Appeal judge sitting in the Crown Court. That's odd. Senior circuit judge who's also a resident judge, senior circuit judge whose base court is the Central Criminal Court, who's a resident judge, senior circuit. Does senior circuit mean Crown Court? Or just, like, any court? But who's a resident judge? They have to be a resident judge in a particular court. They can't film any of the sentencing remarks, including those heard by a retired High Court judge. BBC, ITN, Sky, or PA Media. Who the fuck is PA Media, bro? No one else can film, broadcast, or take any photos of any hearing at any time. Agreed with the Lord Chancellor can apply to film it's just sentencing remarks. That's so interesting. Not seen it, right? Not seen it. I've never seen that. Many national news level cases show the sentencing remarks live now. That's mad. Palestine Action Media. Yeah, I wish. PA the worst. It's just a press release aggregator. Oh, okay. Broadcasters make footage publicly available online within 1 working day of the hearing on YouTube. That's crazy, man. Just a slow creep into showing it all eventually. That's bad. That's bad. We got to stop this, man.
Statements we heard from the mother, the father, the stepmom, stepdad, and the sister. It was an extremely emotional courtroom, as you can imagine. I'll read out some of those statements now. His mum saying that the circumstances around his death was so tragic and so unimaginable that the pain...
Judge sentences Bournemouth Beach murderer.
Why did you do as you did? Dr. Rothenberg's report sheds some light on that. You have experienced difficulty.
But again, here's the thing to remember, chat. Like, at this point, it's only approved by the judge. So this judge has decided that she's going to blow up this guy's, you know, life and reputation, even if it's like an incorrect decision by the jury. You know what I mean? It's fucking mad, man. Do you think they'll ever stop wearing those fucking wigs? No, until the crown abdicates or is forced to abdicate by a peaceful revolution and pressure from the public. Being a judge must fucking blend your brain. Yep. I reckon. Why do they still wear the wig? Because we're not a real country. That's the simplest explanation for it. We're just not a real country. It's all made up. It's just all made up shit. I have no idea why they wear the wigs. So embarrassing.
Is above anything she ever knew existed. She said that no sentence handed down will ever bring Henry back, and that he was a young man with a future full of promise, and they'll carry the grief with them for the rest of their lives. His stepdad talked about the shock and pain of losing him in such a violent way. He called Henry a person who was deeply loved.
Why are they showing this footage of him preening his hair in a fucking lift, man?
Stepmom talked about one of
That's so mad.
Younger siblings, 6-year-old
What is this about?
Who said she's now terrified that the person
This is obviously something from the evidence bundle that has been like released or something.
Henry
so
break
odd.
into their house and kill them all. She talked about the pain.
What do they do with the wigs when they clock off? Is there like a special wig cupboard? I believe when you're a barrister, you have to buy your wig and they cost grands. I think we went through this like 3 years ago or something. They cost dough. Let's find out. Let's remind ourselves how much they cost. Barrister wigs. Yeah, £450, £2 grand for a traditional judge's full bottomed wig. Full bottom, not verse. Yeah, traditional barrister's wig, 500 quid. Blonde barrister's wig, 450 quid. A vegan barrister's wig, come on. 600 quid. Barrister's gown, wig, and band set, £635. Traditional judge's full bottom wig, UK grey and white, 2.5 grand. Vegan barrister's set. They are made of animal hair, yeah. Traditional judge's bench wig, £1,400. Judge's blonde, full bottom wig, African Asian countries, £1,800. On a barista's wage? Oh! Yeah, so true. ALHS, how you doing? Mule reminder, any lamps you want to turn off? What are you on about? What are you fucking on about? Any lamps I want to turn off? What are you on about?
All of those younger siblings trying to understand what has happened. She talked about the agonising pain of having to live the rest of her life without her dad.
Everybody go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce.
Henry's sister, a couple of years older, said that she lost a part of herself when he died, that her brother should not be forever 18. And she looked at Vikram Digwa in the eyes and told him that if you'd have known Henry, you would have never hurt him. That was an extremely powerful moment.
Thank you for the 85 consecutive streams watched.
This addressed.
In the past, you were like, oh, these lamps are warm. No, last week, when it was dead hot, I didn't have the green screen on because it was dead warm and the lamps were warm. This week it's cold, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. Are you allowed to just wear these, or is it a crime to sport judges' wigs in public? Don't know. I imagine it's a crime. It's Britain, innit? So the cops are going to be like, hello, you got a license for that wig? Hot weather lamps off, cold weather lamps on. They're studio lights, chat. They're not lamps. They're studio lights. Like, what do you think? You think I was like... I just got like two big like floor lamps or something. Like, that's all the light. That would be neat if it was. I guarantee they would be less hot. They would be less hot than what I've got at the moment. You know? Heating lamps like you're a nesting bird.
The defendant, he said...
1 kilowatt studio daylight lamps.
By doing so, you robbed him of all the things he loved. He went on saying, you've brought misery and a lifetime of loss to his family and anyone that knew him. He said that, and he confirmed that he is sure Henry had said nothing racist, and that his excuse of self-defence, he told the court that the jury entirely rejected that defence, and he does too. He told Digwa, you have brought shame upon your family, your community, and your religion. And of course the dad came outside of the courtroom afterwards, Mark Nowak, and addressed the press. He made a very powerful speech in which he called for the Home Secretary to ensure that the Independent Office of Police Conduct have all the resources to do a full and transparent investigation, also calling on the government to treat
this footage again
as a national emergency. A very powerful speech made outside court. Take a look at what he said. Well, what he was
Classic GB News, man. These fuckers have been doing this for like 4 years at this point. They've been doing this for 4 years and they still can't do it, man. They still can't actually do a real live news broadcast. That it is impossible for them to do it. Do you ever chat like, you know, when I've been watching this shit literally for about 4 years, and they get shit wrong every single time I watch it, unless it is just like, you know, like the Hassan thing that we watched the other day, where they were just like showing clips from the internet, shit like that, it's fine. As soon as it comes to anything like this, anything remotely a little bit difficult, you know. Did you see the infamous 0-person watched broadcast? What, when like literally nobody watched it? Literally nobody watched it. Doing the news is hard, you just make it look easy. Thank you very much, by any means necessary. They still get less TV ratings than Welsh language Paw Patrol. I mean, that's not hard. Welsh language Paw Patrol is sick. If you're a baby and you don't understand the propaganda of Paw Patrol. What is going on here?
In that was that Henry told the police that he had been stabbed 4 times. He told the police that he couldn't breathe 9 times, and he talked about how as much as they find Vikram Digwa and hold him fully responsible for the violent murder of their beloved Henry, that he should not have had to be arrested and handcuffed in his final moments, that the last thing he heard was the police reading out to him his rights as he was arrested and told that he was a racist. So an incredibly emotional...
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He wasn't told that he was a racist at all. That's not what happened. They just added that on. They just added that on. They added that on the end. That's not what happened. The police are not going around saying, "You're racist, bruv. Lock him up and throw away the key." That literally does not happen. I can say that with absolute fucking certainty. They did not say... They did not say, "You are under arrest. You don't have to say anything, but if you do say something, it'll affect you. It could be used as evidence in court." And then he said, "You're also a racist." That didn't happen. The woke police officer squatted down in front of him as his vision went dark and pointed at him and went, "Racist, racist, racist." Yeah, exactly. Do you know how racist you were going back there? It wasn't happening. It's not their job. It's not their job to do that. Insane stuff.
Digwa handed that sentence, life imprisonment, minimum of 21 years. If he is ever released, that's on licence and it will be subject to recall. But yeah, a life sentence for Vikram Digwa today at Southampton Crown.
Got a licence for racism.
Let me just ask you this as well. What happened towards the end of this situation in the courtroom? Because there's been lots...
Who's coughing? Who's coughing? They are so fucking unprofessional. It blows my mind. It blows my absolute fucking mind.
Of reports about some kind of verbal altercation. What happened there?
Yes, there was an altercation at the end of the sentencing as press and public were leaving the courtroom between the two families, between the Digwa family and the Nowak family. What exactly was said in the lead up to this altercation, I am not sure, but in the court...
This is sensationalizing conflict between two families whose kids have fucking, unfortunately, like, one of them has been killed by the other one. This is fucking evil shit. This is evil shit. There could be any kind of thing going on between those two families. This is sensationalizing that shit.
Courtroom, I did hear that a member of Digwa's family shouted that the Nowak family were racist.
No, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Completely insane. Completely fucking insane. I guarantee this is absolutely fucking bollocks. Can these not get done for, like, contempt of court or some shit for saying shit like that? Like, exaggerating this shit. Does that not matter when it comes to sentencing? I feel like just, like, making stuff up like this has to be, like, liable stuff, right? I do wonder what will happen to the father and brother arrested. Were they actually involved, or is it one off-the-rails person? News won't ask, I guess. I think that, like... When it was reported the other day, we read in the report, didn't we? Whoever it was, whichever outlet it was, yeah, they were arrested for possessing a violent weapon on private property, right? That could be like a previous charge. It could be like a previous thing. Do you know what I mean? So don't actually know, but yeah, it is a fascinating thing for him to have mentioned and for no one to be talking about, especially when, like, you know, GB News is like desperate to make this about racism. But you could just tell, like, you know, it's like it's staggering, like how few remaining tenets of journalism that they are actually like trying to, you know, engage with, because any real journalist would hear something reported like that and be like, oh, we should investigate that. We should find out the details of that. And if GB News really did want to get like extra racist with it, they could talk more about that and be like, look, you see, like the family of Sikhs, they got loads of fucking weapons. This is a big problem. We're letting these guys in our country back. Do you know what I mean? Like, you'd think that they would do it for that, but they won't, because they're not even journalists. They heard like some basic stuff about this fucking case, and they were like, yep, let's just spin it like that. And then they've not even done anything else. Not even doing anything else. They're even going so far as to like speculate on what is going on in between the family. The family's going on. You know, she literally said what was actually said is unknown. But I heard a journalist literally just said, I heard that the other family called Henry Novak's family racist. I heard. You can't be saying that, white baby. You can't be saying that.
What led to that, I cannot confirm, but those words were exchanged in court today.
Thank you.
Came to me in a dream type shit.
Up to speed with that. I appreciate it. How disgusting is that final bit there, that situation that still, you've had it proven to you in the court of law. I mean, it was not even a
And here we go. How disgusting is that last bit that our reporter made up? Yeah. Anything that sounds disgusting is disgusting, especially if someone's just reported it as facts and it's not. Completely insane.
Conversation or a question. Anyway, Henry Novak was not a racist. The judge confirmed that none of that happened, even despite that verdict being passed. People there that were supporting the killer still using that racist word.
Okay. These cunts need to be sued. Surely they need to be sued. Surely something has to happen about this. This is completely insane. You can't just be saying things that didn't happen. You just can't.
Infuriates me. Absolutely infuriates me. And
I've just made this thing up to be mad about. Fighting ghosts.
what also infuriates me, Matt Goodwin, is that you have now got a situation where
Ofcom going to come out of their years-long coma any day now. I mean, they won't do anything. This is the thing. This is why I'm saying sue them instead of, like, appeal to Ofcom for some kind of, regulation. I'm fuming about this stuff that we've made up. I'm pretty sure that the family were not supporting the killer as well. So she's talking about supporting the killer. Like, what is happening? You need an army of money and lawyers to challenge a billionaire media machine. I mean, anything is possible with collective action, right? These fuckers need to be challenged. They need to be stopped.
Across the land have taken the nick.
Claiming the family supported the killer is defamatory shit. That's what I'm saying. You just can't be saying shit like this. And be like, this is defamatory. It is defamatory.
Ideology, and it is a flawed ideology in the way that it is being deployed and interpreted. And
what's the ideology?
Upon people, because of course.
What's the ideology?
No one disputes that.
Racism. Talking about racism is an ideology. What do you mean?
But what is happening now? Racist cries, oh, she said this, he said this, even where it's not proven, that is being prioritised over pretty much everything, including now actual stab wounds of individuals.
Okay, so do you hold the same standard for people who accuse people of rape? Let's do that then, Michelle. Do you think, if you're talking about, oh, well, you can't be saying that until it's proven, who am I kidding? Of course she'd say, yes, I do. Of course, these people are fucking depraved.
Victims,
these people are
dying,
depraved.
Lungs filled with blood.
Okay, here we go. Incorrect stuff. Vikram Digwa, I'm guilty of stabbing uni student with a Sikh kirpan ceremonial knife. Wrong. That's just wrong. Again, like the BBC, wrong.
Across gravel floors because the killer now knows, oh, guess what? We live in a society where all I have to do is use the R word and I'm going to hopefully get off the hook with it. It's disgraceful.
It is.
Why are they saying the R word? You can say racism. The R word sounds like the R word that is a slur or rape. Like, what are you talking about?
First thing I'd like to do is just pay tribute to Mark Nowak for handling himself with so much dignity in what must be an unbearable situation. The family have really have been just...
It's like Trump calling nuclear the N-word. Yeah, exactly.
Unbelievably impressive. I mean...
Yeah, but you lost to the woke Greens, didn't you? They're trying to make out that racist is a slur now. Let's go. Let's go.
What is a deeply hypocritical situation in this country?
I know that she means racism. I know she means racism. Everybody, we all know that she means racism. We're just talking about how stupid it is that she's saying the R word. And it's not that.
Stabbed a black British boy 5 times with a knife.
Hang on a minute. What is going on here? What is going on here? What is going on here?
Impressive. Amid what is a deeply hypocritical situation in this country. Let's imagine for a moment that a white boy had stabbed a black British boy 5.
No, let's not. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. You don't need to do that. They are the champions of just making stuff up to be mad about. They're the champions of making stuff up to be mad about, and they're the champions of recuperating leftist woke language, because they're talking about, oh, imagine if a black boy got stabbed by a white British boy. That would be so bad. We'd be all calling it racist. Why can't we call it racist when it's the other way round? That's all he's gonna say, and it's like, no, it's not. You can't use that argument.
Times with a knife that was only available.
This is so good. Pollster is amazing. Pollster, academic, GB News presenter. Why didn't they slam author in here as well? He's got a book out, hasn't he? Bro, what do you mean pollster? Oh, Vord, I appreciate the submission, but as you know, thanks to the Keir Starmer internet gulag that every British person is in, we do not have access to IMGA, so enjoy that, everyone who is not in Britain.
Stabbed a black British boy 5 times with a knife that was only available to white British boys, and when
a knife that is only available to white British boys. Bro, you can get a kirpan. You can get one. It is just a type of fucking dagger. It is, of course, special and sacred to Sikhs, but it's not like there's no way you can't get one if you're white. Famously, if you're white and you touch a kirpan, it just dissolves. You can buy one on Amazon. More shit in his head that he's mad about.
Black boy was approached by the police. He was handcuffed, despite saying he'd been stabbed 9 times, and was left to die while saying, "I can't breathe." How would the political establishment in this country have responded to that? Well, Michelle, we know.
Yeah, we do know how they would have responded to that, because it's an endemic problem in British society that cops neglect and kill black people, particularly black women and children. So yes, that is a problem. It is in fact not as much of an endemic problem for white people. But again, chat, you know, this is highlighting the thing, right? This is highlighting the thing that I have been saying about this, and that Shanice McBean has been saying about this, which is that we need to be talking about this as leftists for what it is, which is that, yes, fuck cops. The cops killed this kid. It's the same fucking kind of violence and systemic violence that cops use all the time. It just so happens to be used more often against marginalized people, but it is still part and parcel of the same issue, and that's why the cops need to be abolished, right? You know, that's the way that we need to be talking about it. It needs to be as solid as that. As solid as that. Yes, it's this. It's literally, this is what they're doing. This is exactly what they're doing. This is the entirety of GB News. This is how they built the GB News studio, right? This is how they built the GB News studio.
because they would have marched, protested.
Hey, UE6969696969.
Minister, we would have had statements from the London Mayor. MPs from the Labour Party would even have broken, as we saw during Black Lives Matter.
Hang on a minute. Sadiq Khan heartbroken for family of murdered teen Henry Nowak. So he did make a statement. He's made a statement. Yeah? So that's happened. A bunch of Labour MPs have made statements about this. So what else are you saying needs to happen?
COVID laws and legislation in order to show their solidarity with the victim who had...
No Labour MPs broke COVID legislation to take the knee. He's talking about the Keir Starmer, Angela Rayner picture that we saw before. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about the Keir Starmer, Angela Rayner take the knee picture. That's what he's on about. They were 6 meters away from each other. What are you talking about?
Also died while saying, I can't...
Who is coughing?
Can't breathe. Indeed, I notice Barry was one of those MPs who did...
They've all got COVID. They've all got COVID in this fucking studio. They've all got long COVID. They've been out getting COVID so much, they're just... It's like a Vic Berger video.
The Nowak family have looked out and seen, rightly, I think...
Oh my God.
...hypocrisy. Because this is about a white boy who was stabbed and left to die while saying, I can't breathe. And what do you hear in Westminster? Complete and utter silence. In fact, the only thing I've seen Keir Starmer say in recent days...
As a white boy, I give him the pass. I think it's okay that this is stuff... If none of this stuff is happening, that's okay. I give him the pass. I think as white boys, we should be coming together to like give these guys the pass. I think we should give everyone the pass. We're not talking about anti-white racism. Yeah, there's a time and place to talk about anti-white racism. It's not now. Yeah, this is different. Yeah, it came up in PMQs. It's completely insane to say any of this stuff.
Is how much he cares about Arsenal Football Club, which is completely and utterly disgraceful. It took him 15 days to take the knee for George Floyd. It's been 178 days since Henry Nowak was murdered.
What are you talking? Oh, this is utterly rotted, mate. Utterly rotted.
And Keir Starmer has still not bothered to say anything about it. What Mr. Nowak called for today was a full and transparent investigation.
Yeah, I'm so glad we get to see this lift clip again. This is quality.
It needs to be released. Everybody in this country needs to see what happened, because if that was a black British
interesting, they're calling 18-year-old a white boy, and a lot of the media will call younger black boys men. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, for the umpteenth time, the ceremonial knife was not used in the attack. Yeah, no, they just love to lie. They're just lying so much. Stepped away for 15 minutes and they're still showing the elevator. It's so good.
If that was a British
it's so sick that they're doing this.
Sikh boy, a British Hindu boy, the establishment in this country would be up in arms on the street saying, release the body cam footage. And
yeah, but that's, right, first of all, that's already happened. Second of all, I am so certain that there has been a migrant death in a migrant detention facility, like, in the last week, right? In the fucking last week. And of course, none of this stuff that he is saying is happening. So, you know, it's gaslighting in real time. It's genuinely gaslighting in real time. That's the thing that pisses me off so much about, you know, journalism and stuff. And it's why it's so good that Zach Polanski and other Green Party politicians have been reacting in the way that they've been reacting when they've been interviewed by journalists in the UK liberal bourgeois media, because it's just like such a breath of fresh air. It's like, hey, listen, you know what's ridiculous? When the media lies to us in real time. You know what people hate? It's when the media lies to us in real time and gaslights us.
That hypocrisy stinks.
No, it doesn't, because it's not there. It's not a real thing. It's a thing you've made up.
Barry?
Yeah, look, I entirely agree with what Matt said about the dignity of...
Is this our coffer?
The father.
He's got a Dan Flash's tie. Again, like Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage and all his mates are going Dan Flashes.
Of two parents. You have the father, who was incredibly dignified in what he said afterwards, and he said he did not want his son's murder to be used to create further division, hatred or tension. It was a very measured and compassionate speech.
What is this accent, man? What is this? Where is he from? I have never... It is like the poshest, like posher than posh.
The mother...
What just happened in the background, by the way? There was like a little noise in the background.
And compassionate speech.
What was that? What was that? What the fuck was that?
A very measured and compassionate speech. The mother of Digwa, on the other hand, was actually sentenced because she took the knife, and by the way, it was not a kirpan.
Border Scottish hate SD.
It was not a kirpan. He had a kirpan on him, which is a small ceremonial religious dagger, and that's why he was actually convicted not only of murder, but also of carrying a bladed weapon, because the 21-centimetre weapon which he used to kill Henry Nowak was...
Well, here's some actual journalism.
Not a kirpan. And I think it is important to stress that. So, Matt, your remarks about the knife being only available to the Sikh community are simply not true.
He was obsessed with knife crime,
and
Barry.
That's the
he was
point.
Obsessed with weapons because of his culture.
No.
This is crazy, man. Straight away, man. Straight away, they just came out straight away because of his culture. Insane, bro. The guy was born in Britain. the guy was born in Britain. Like, if we're going to talk about culture and what culture is things that people do or express themselves with or, you know, believe in, etc., etc. And yeah, you can have that in terms of a religion that may have originated in a different part of the world. But if we're talking about culture and the way that people absorb culture, right? He will have absorbed British culture because he was born in Britain. The subtitle is comical though, and it's the fucking WWE. It's the WWE fucking AI.
He was obsessed with knives. That's absolutely right, and that again goes back to the point I was making about why had the parents not picked up on this? Why had they not been concerned about this? And why?
British culture is a mix of cultures, by the way. I know. That's what I'm saying. And if they were to talk about British culture, they wouldn't be saying that. They would be saying shit like British culture is having no browns, no black people in the country, no brown people in the country. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if we're talking about like British culture, like if there's a problem, and again, you know, British culture is a mixture of cultures. There are also problematic elements to British culture, right? You know what I mean? Remember when Sikhs were model minorities because they didn't go about doing suicide bombings and murders like them Muslimics? Yeah, that is something that I had forgotten that Tommy Robinson was saying about. I had no recollection of that, but people told me about that yesterday. Even if he wasn't born in Britain, I'd say he's integrated rather well. We love a good stabbing. Yeah, right. It's the same culture as yours, Matt. Tried out the same bullshit arguments with Axel Ruda Cabana. Despite him being born in Cardiff and only living in the UK his whole life, just because he's black and had Rwandan parents. Yes, exactly. It's the same shit.
Why did the mother, who has now been convicted herself of stashing the murder weapon, not pick up on it? But look, society...
Chat, is this guy actually woke? I feel a bit schneid having a go at him because of how posh he was, but I feel like he's not woke.
Society has reacted, and it's reacted in the right way, and that is it's passed a sentence, a full life sentence with a minimum of 21 years on this man. It was a vile murder, and it's got what...
At the very least, he's saying things that are true, yeah.
Just while you're talking, I've just scanned his Twitter. He mentions the career criminal George Floyd multiple times over. Hasn't yet mentioned this guy. Why?
Oh my God.
I don't know.
So
See,
why was
I
Henry
find that-
Novak mentioned once? Why, Barry, was Henry Novak
just to
mentioned
respond
once
to-
in the House of
if I can-
Commons, but
if I-
George Floyd so far has been mentioned?
How is George Floyd a career criminal? Because when you're white and on TV, you could just say whatever you want about anything, and nothing. You never get challenged, and you know, GB News, you're never gonna get held to account. You just say whatever you want. So you just repeat the same things that like Glenn Beck says about George Floyd. You just repeat the same things that Nick Fuentes says about George Floyd. You just say whatever you want, man. Say whatever you fucking want. Just be racist as fuck. It doesn't matter. Just say whatever you fucking want.
19 times.
Yes.
You actually protested for George Floyd.
A number of years.
And I didn't hear you at the time stressing the context around George Floyd that you're stressing around Henry Novak. Did you stress, for example, that George Floyd had a history of criminality, had put his gun to a woman's stomach?
I have.
Hang on a minute. What is he trying to say?
I haven't stressed the
Because
history of Henry
it's the
Novak at all.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't stressed that. Fucking, this is why you lost the Gorton and Denton by-election, dickhead. People do not like it when people act like this. You know what I mean?
See that people can sense in this country, Barry.
Well, do you know what, actually? I want to explore this a bit more without having to cut you to a break, because it needs time to breathe, I think. I want to bring you into this conversation.
Oh. Well, that's just finished, isn't it? That's just stopped. Chat, listen, I have been live for 4 hours and 13 minutes, and we still need another £30 in order to get to the dono goal. That just means I need 6 of you to donate £5. Click on the Streamlabs tip link in the chat. Donate £5. That's how you do it. That's how it works, yeah? Please consider, if you like what you're watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something, if you've used this place as a place to communally share rage about how evil and shit GB News are altogether, please consider supporting the stream. Please consider subbing off Twitch and supporting me. You could also subscribe. We've also got a daily sub goal as well, which is just 5. We've already got 1. So please consider subscribing to support me as well. Of course, if we hit £25 in the dono goal bar, that does mean that we unlock Cat Cam, which is available. Melpo is curled up, literally just there. He's ready for his close-up, as he always is. So please consider donating. If you are not financially able to donate, don't worry. I will, in fact, give you some free things that you could do. You could go to my socials. You could go to my YouTube channels. You could go to my promo go live tweets. Engage with them. Go to the social medias. Click all the free buttons. Retweet, repost, like, comment, and subscribe on a video. And that, in fact, does mean that you will be helping me out free of charge. I am going to go to the bathroom and back and put on the oven. I am sure that someone will have donated in that time. I'm super certain it's going to happen. I've got faith in the chat. I know that everybody wants me to be able to pay my bills, etc. The ads have literally just started, so if people don't want ads, they can, of course, be subscribing as well, and you can miss those ads. You can use your Twitch Prime as well to give me a free subscribe as well, and that's how you support me. It's my full-time job at the minute, and I'm getting kicked off Universal Credit in October. I will be back momentarily. Enjoy the tunes. See you in a minute. Chloe, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Thank you very much. I'm just warming up some food as well. What's going on there? People are complaining about ads. Someone snipe up more. Give him a sub. He doesn't want to see the ads. Seeing the ads does support me a little bit, but not as much as a direct sub, I don't think. Okay. Back in a sec. Chat, it is literally cold enough for me to want to put on a jacket. Can you believe it? Madness. I do get ad money. Yeah, to be clear, I do get ad money. But it isn't an amazing one. It isn't like an incredible amount, because obviously, like, the only time that you get like a whole bunch of money through ads is if you're pulling in like thousands and thousands of viewers. Can't win, can you? First it's roasting, then it's cold. Yeah, exactly. Same air conditioner in my room is crazy. Chloe with another $5. What the fuck?
AGANE laughing face.
Oh my god, again! Thank you so much for the £15 donated in total tonight. Thank you so much. Oh my god, chat, that means that we're super close to hitting the dono goal now. That means that we're only £15 away and 4 subs from the sub goal. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, everybody who has today and this week. That's some quality business. Yeah, it's definitely not to do with aircon. Here's the thing. You could just surely turn an aircon off. This is not to do with aircon. This is just British weather. 3 fivers! Literally 3 fivers. Chat, if 3 of you donate £5, we will hit the sub. We will hit the dono goal for today. That's the thing to be thinking about. Yeah? That's the thing to be thinking about. We're so close to doing it. We got a whole hour left of the stream as well, so, you know. I guess if you were more aggressive on the ad settings too, not sure how much of a difference that would make though. Yeah, you would just push viewers away if you like slam up the ads. Do you know what I mean? If you were just like slamming up the ads to like the max of what it could be. I think like the max you could do is like 10 minutes of ads every half an hour. And if I did pre-rolls. By the way, did people get pre-rolls today? Are people still having the like repetitive ad issue that has been happening? Yeah, you can only get away with that if you're really popular. Yeah, there's no way that you're getting away with that if you're just like my size. I am going to go grab my carbonara. I'll be back really quick. Then we're going to hit up the Iran, well, it's more like Hezbollah and Lebanon and Israel news. Now, chat, this is what British culture is all about. Yeah. Taking a wonderful Italian dish, such as spaghetti carbonara, and completely ruining it by just slamming cream in there. Yeah, slam some cream in there. Make it fucking tasteless. No garlic. No parsley. Yeah, nothing like that. And just fill me up with cream. Fill me up with cream. Fuck me. Fill me up with cream. Chop me in little bits. Not only Brits do that. Yeah. Slam some cream in there is basically what you all did to the entire Indian subcontinent. Yes, exactly. That's the problem. Chicken tikka masala? Fill me up with cream. Mental. Absolutely mental. Okay. Chat, it's time to check out the Lebanon stream. It's not a carbonara. If my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike. I used to eat spaghetti with ketchup. Classic. That's absolutely classic. All right, chat. It is time for the Lebanon news. Yeah. It's time for the Lebanon news, which is more like the Hezbollah news. We are going to go through a bunch of it. We're going to start out with this report from Al Jazeera, Qatari state media. So, of course, that's what they are biased towards. The state of Qatar. And they are also biased towards imperialism. An empire. But they don't say it out loud. Of course, none of them do. FPV time. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. We are going to be checking out a bit of that. Yeah, let's check out this report. So, this is called Hezbollah faces a new challenge in Lebanon. Disarmament push tests the group's future. So, where we are at the moment, as we know, Iran has said to the USA, we're not engaging in troops with you unless Israel stops attacking Lebanon and Gaza. Yeah? Stop it. If you stop doing it, then we will negotiate with you, yeah? So Trump has said he has spoken to Hezbollah, which is absolutely wrongo bongo. Wrongo bongo, buddy. And the ceasefire is, in fact, between the country Lebanon, the imperialist-backed government, the imperialist-backed state of Lebanon, and in fact, nothing to do with Hezbollah. So now the government of Lebanon is going, yes, we're going to disarm Hezbollah. Yes, I'm sure this will be different. I'm sure this will be different from all the other disarmament attempts. I'm sure it'll go well this time. I'm sure it'll actually work. I'm sure that absolutely everybody in the country of Lebanon will not rise up against the government in order to shame the already disarmed Lebanese military for trying to do this to Lebanon and let Israel into their country without any challenge. I'm sure it'll go exactly how the people in power want. We got some footage from 1982 to kick this off, which is interesting.
Hezbollah emerged from the chaos of Israel's 1982 invasion and Lebanon's civil war. When the group announced itself to the world in 1985, the message was clear: loyalty to Iran's revolution, armed resistance against Israel, and rejecting Lebanon's political order as what it believes is a Western-backed construct.
I mean, that's just true.
The government had signed a peace deal with Israel in 1983. But under pressure, Beirut later abandoned the agreement. The civil war ended in 1990. Every faction disarmed under the Ta'if agreement, except one. Hezbollah was designated a resistance movement, a legitimacy the state granted and would later struggle to revoke. Hezbollah entered parliament in 1992. It built hospitals, schools, and military sites. It was described by its critics as a parallel state, providing what the government could not, while maintaining a force the army could not match. Israel's withdrawal in 2000 raised questions about Hezbollah's justification for keeping its weapons. The group pointed to disputed territory and future threats. The government accepted that reason, but then Syria was largely controlling the Lebanese political system. In 2005,
didn't know Hezbollah was that deep into governance. I didn't either.
In a car bomb. First, Syria was the suspect. Then, a UN special tribunal convicted a senior Hezbollah member in absentia for planning the killing. Hezbollah denied.
But I imagine the infrastructure stuff that they were talking about that they were doing, they probably did that outside of the government. They were probably, you know, receiving funding and support from Iran and other sources, and there was probably like an element of mutual aid to it as well, like amongst the general populace of people who needed things like hospitals building and shit like that the state just wasn't doing, you know. And I think that's what strikes me as the likely reality. You know what I mean?
From Lebanon.
It's probably like at the levels of local government as well. Do you know what I mean? If Hezbollah was controlling, if they have like a similar sort of like national government and then various different local governments, counties, prefectures, that kind of thing, that would make sense to me.
Hezbollah, for the first time, entered the government. In July 2006, Hezbollah captured Israeli soldiers on the border to swap them with Lebanese prisoners of war in Israeli prisons. A war erupted and killed more than 1,200 Lebanese. The rift between the government
Black Panther
and Hezbollah started to widen. In 2008, when the government moved against Hezbollah's private communications network, the group seized parts of West Beirut by force. Certain decisions were apparently not the state's to make. Then came the war in Syria, financial collapse, and the Beirut port explosion that killed more than 200 people.
Yeah, definitely nothing to do with Israel.
Hezbollah found itself defending the system it had promised to change. October 7, 2023 triggered the next war. Israel invaded in September 2024. Hezbollah
and they got fucking slapped down.
Hezbollah was killed. A ceasefire that November did not hold. Israel attacked Lebanon constantly for 15 months. Hezbollah stayed silent. Then Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was assassinated. The Israeli-US war on Iran started. In March 2026, Hezbollah fired rockets into Israel. It said that was in response to the killing of Khamenei. Israel invaded South Lebanon, attacked Beirut, killed more than 3,000 people and displaced over 1 million, a fifth of Lebanon's entire population. A ceasefire between Iran and the US was supposed to include Lebanon. It did and didn't. Direct Israel-Lebanon peace talks opened, the first since 1983. Then, the ceasefire was declared. But the war continued. Another ceasefire was announced by President Trump on June 1st. Yet, the conflict doesn't seem to be coming to an end.
That wasn't really about them having to disarm. That didn't really have anything about them disarming in it. Absolutely bizarre. What a bizarre title for a weird report that didn't really address the claims it was making in the title. Anyway. Okay. Let's have a look at what Hezbollah have been doing this week. Today. This is Barry with the Ned, Bonza Barry. One of the best sources for information about Hezbollah here on the Twitter. Hezbollah just announced that they destroyed a third Merkava near Khalat al-Shakif with an ATGM. This is the sixth destroyed Merkava in a couple of days now. This is particularly interesting because this was at 4:30 p.m. Apparently, a ceasefire with Lebanon was agreed between Israel and Lebanon early this morning. Here's some interesting stuff. As part of the ambitious plan to topple the Ayatollah regime in Iran, the Mossad transferred weapons and ammunition taken from Hamas and Hezbollah to the Kurds. There's a touch of irony that, in fact, a weapon Iran bought was meant to be used against it and maybe still will be. No, probably not. It actually wasn't, and it isn't, and this guy is desperate. Author, it's noon in Israel. Israel, famously one of the largest arms dealers in the world, arguably the most unbarred, wouldn't know anything about this. Just ignore the Tavors, the Uzis, the Galils, the reverse-engineered Spike, Hermes 450, etc. Yeah. Just some absolutely, absurd admissions. We were saying it, even Donald Trump admitted it, right? Donald Trump admitted it as well, right? That the US sent weapons to the Kurds to try and, cause the insurrection in Iran earlier in the year. And now Israel are basically admitting it, but they're trying to spin it like, oh, no. We took weapons from Hamas and Hezbollah. Sorry, no, you didn't. You just built... You just built the fucking weapons and sent them to the Kurds. Like, it's absurd to be like, yeah, man, we took them from fucking Hamas and Hezbollah. Anyway, let's have a look at this report.
Israel.
Let's have a look at this report from the BBC. Israel and Lebanon agreed to implement ceasefire. Now, this is hilarious, right? This is so hilarious, and you can tell... You can tell that this part of the headline means nothing, right? This part of the headline just means absolutely fucking nothing. Israel and Lebanon agreed to implement ceasefire. If it was that on its own, sure. But then at the end, it's like, if Hezbollah stops attacks. Insane. Hey, Admiral Papa Fresh, all the Chengdu J-10 totally not created with the help of Israeli engineers who worked on the Lavi until the US relented and sold Israel the F-16. Yeah, right, exactly. This is a fascinating title for this 3-minute piece from the BBC. Let's see what they're saying.
And Lebanon have agreed to renew their fragile ceasefire and create a number of pilot security zones where the Lebanese army would take control.
How is this supposed to work? How is this supposed to work? Genuinely, how is this supposed to work? We are going to have a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, but Hezbollah are just going to do whatever they want.
A joint statement was released after talks in Washington brokered by the US.
It's like saying, you know what? It's genuinely like saying, let's say I'm at war with my neighbor, right? I'm at war with my neighbor directly. We are exchanging fire, yada, 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 right? But then I'm going to speak to next door but one. Who I'm not at war with. I'm not exchanging fire with them. Some of their, like, you know, their home is getting hit by the fire, right? But we're not directly exchanging fire between troops between them, right? I'm speaking to those guys that I'm bombing who aren't shooting me back, and we're having a ceasefire. And we're not going to I'm not going to involve my neighbor that I'm attacking. Actually, I'm not going to involve them in the talks. But we're having a ceasefire. The ceasefire will last as long as the neighbor that I'm attacking doesn't attack me back, even though I'm not including them in the talks. It's cracked.
Well, Israel has advanced into southern Lebanon in recent weeks. It says to target the threat of militant group Hezbollah. Well, the agreement requires...
Like, who do they think they're kidding at this point? Genuinely.
From southern Lebanon.
Genuinely, who do they think that they are kidding at this point?
The Iranian-backed group has strongly opposed the negotiations between the Lebanese and Israeli diplomats, and hard-right Israeli parties are also opposed to the truce. But Israel's ambassador to the US said that he was confident that the agreement would hold.
Well, Hezbollah is going to understand that there is now an agreement between Israel and Lebanon, backed by the United States. The pilot zone project will be guided by the United States. Special units in the Lebanese army will take control of various areas and gradually spread out throughout the south, so we don't go into another pattern where Israel leaves, Hezbollah comes back, and we go through the same thing for the past 40 years.
This is wish casting. This is wish casting. Every single bit of this is wish casting. It's all nonsense. He's like, we don't want Israel to retreat. Right, well, you were just saying that you'd agree to do that. So already, it's just nonsense. They're just lying. They are just lying.
We're no longer going into a pattern of negotiating ceasefires where Israel leaves, Hezbollah comes back, and we go back to the same...
So they're like, we're not going to leave. We're going to stay in Lebanon. We're not going to leave. If you stay in Lebanon, Hezbollah are going to continue to attack you. That's literally what is going to happen. That's what's happened. That's why this has happened. It's going to continue to happen. That's the end of it. It is utter wish casting. They are losing, and they know that they're losing. And I don't know who they're trying to kid at this point. I genuinely don't know who they're trying to kid at this point.
Well, our correspondent Lina Sinjab is in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. She's been outlining what's known about this potential agreement at this stage.
Well, it's all what is being said, and here in Lebanon it's still the early hours of the morning to react to it, but there is something similar to what have been prepared for a long time ago, where Hezbollah is disarmed, it's not present in the south, the Lebanese
right, well, that's not going to happen.
Take control and be present in the south to make sure, though, there is no armed presence in the south. I mean, I think the new line here is these pilot zones that the Israeli ambassador was talking about, and this is where the Lebanese
you see, this is the thing. This is what Israel and the West don't understand, is that even if you have a puppet government to do what you want them to do, it doesn't work when you are actually bombing the shit out of their country, right? That just doesn't work, because there is going to be resistance. It is literally revolutionary optimism science, right? If imperialism happens in a country where the state who runs that country refuses to do anything about it, there are just going to be people who take up arms to defend themselves. That is going to happen. It's a science. It is a predictable science. It is a human behavior at this point, right? So it doesn't matter how many agreements they have with the Lebanese puppet government, where they are turning around and saying oh yeah, don't worry, this time the agreement's going to hold. We're going to have a ceasefire this time. Hezbollah aren't interested. They're not interested. It's out of your hands, right? So again, they're negotiating with no one. They're negotiating with themselves at this point.
Official army will take control and make sure that there is no presence of Hezbollah. But also,
no, that's not going to happen.
That he'd mentioned,
bro. If the Lebanese army tries to attack Hezbollah, they will give up. They will surrender within a day. I guarantee it. You can have the djmuel guarantee. That is what is going to happen within a day.
That about Israel leaves, Hezbollah comes back, because the agreement itself doesn't mention anything about the Israelis leaving south of Lebanon. And we know de facto situation now. They have boots on the ground. They are de facto occupying big swathes.
Hey, Trello Hero, is using the Lebanon flag labeled as anti-Semitism? I mean, it depends, right? The Lebanese government seems to be cooperating with Israel, so I imagine not. But hardcore Zionist is not going to want to see any flag of any Arab nation ever, right? They're not going to want to see the any Arab nation, whether it be the Saudi flag, the fucking Jordanian flag, the Egyptian flag, Yemen flag, any Arab flag. They don't want to see it because they're just racist. So, sure, they'll probably say that all of them are anti-Semitic at some point.
Possibly this is part of the coming discussions, because this is also a gradual implementation agreement, although it is like a comprehensive ceasefire where Hezbollah commits to halting any hostilities against Israel.
Lina Sinjab in Beirut.
Same as GB News. Just cutting it off straight away. So, interested stuff, because alongside all of this, in the US Senate, is it the Senate? No, the House. They actually voted to limit Trump's war in Iran. Now, question is, what actual effect will this have? Well, here's an Al Jazeera report about this. Let's see what we can learn about it.
Rebuke of President Donald Trump.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
On Wednesday, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives passed a resolution limiting President Donald Trump's war powers in Iran. The move
what do they mean by limiting?
Largely symbolic. Still, it signals lawmakers.
There you go. It'll fail in the Senate, yeah. It's largely symbolic. There you go.
Growing frustration over the U.S. war with Iran. The vote coming one day after U.S. Central Command insisted it had prevented Iranian ballistic missiles from hitting Kuwait, even as the devastation at the country's main airport was clear. Under mounting economic pressure to end the conflict with Iran, Trump told reporters in the Oval Office the ceasefire remains.
This is Islamic lawfare.
Suggestions Iran
democratic lawfare.
The military conflict.
World, I'd say in that part of the world, ceasefire is when you're shooting in a more moderate manner.
And as he's done for weeks, Trump again claimed a deal with Iran to limit its nuclear program and reopen the Strait of Hormuz may be nearing completion.
The negotiation itself has gone very well, actually.
No.
Mr. President. I mean, if it happens, and it might not happen, who knows? But if it happens, it could happen
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
For the weekend.
Trump's also walking back comments made last week, indicating the U.S. would go into Iran to dig out buried nuclear material.
Did Iran act?
I bet you want to know what the posting president is doing right now on Truth Social, don't you, chat? I bet you want to know what kind of things he's saying about this, don't you? Yeah? So what you have here, in case you don't know, in case this is a little confusing to you, yeah? In case this is a little confusing to you, what you have here is the image of the crying liberal from when Hillary Clinton lost in 2016. In a fishbowl on their head, crying what looked like... Is it Baja Blast? Is it Baja Blast? The what is that, like a Taco Bell Baja Blast? Blue soda, cooling fluid coming out of the woke liberal's eyes, and he's filling the reflecting pool, which he's previously drained. We didn't drain the swamp, but we drained the reflecting pond. Some people call it pool. So he's refilling that up, even though it's already full. Yeah, we can see clearly here it's already full. So Trump is saving this person's life by undrowning them. Don't know, don't understand. I think the joke is that it's liberal tears. He's filling it up with liberal tears. That's what's happening here. Just fascinating stuff. AI slop. I still can't believe that's real, by the way. If you want to know what I'm talking about, chat, here's just a little clip. Here's just a little clip of the stream from last night. Where is it? That was real. That's not a dream. I'm not dreaming. This is real. Our pool is bigger than skyscrapers. 2,030 feet, the Lincoln reflecting pool. Bigger than the Sears building, bigger than the Empire State Building, and bigger than the One World Trade Center. Our pool, it says at the top, our pool is bigger than skyscrapers. Can't believe that was real. I genuinely just can't believe it was real. I can't believe it.
Actually agree to that?
Well, It depends on what day you're talking about. They did agree, and then sometimes they
agreed one day.
That's what I'm saying. It's one of the
It's thin, but it's very, very long.
things we talk about. It's very overrated. I'm the one that overrated it.
Financial compensation.
Oh no, Chloe, he's not just painted it dark blue.
We've painted it American flag blue.
Reportedly a sticking point in Iran negotiations. Iran is seeking $12 billion, a figure the White House
Just paint it like a fucking flag at this point. You know what I mean? If he's like boasting that it's the American flag blue, just be like, yeah, man. let's just do an American flag under the reflecting pool.
Given Donald Trump,
it would go harder if it was red. Yeah.
2015 JCPOA.
We're making the reflecting pool to represent the millions and millions of gallons of blood spilled under sleepy Joe Biden with all the Republicans he killed with his bare hands. We want to prosecute him, but the woke Democrats, they won't let us do it. They won't let us do it, folks. The woke Supreme Court, they won't let us do it.
That returned $1.7 billion to Iran in frozen assets. Kimberly Helkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
Okay, so there you go. Is that what he said when he was trying to talk about his son Hunter? Did he say Biden and the son Hunter hunted everyone down? They were crushed by Brandon's firm grasp. So anyway, here's a Channel 4 news report saying Hezbollah rejects US-backed Israel-Lebanon ceasefire. Oh my God!
They carried 6 coffins through the village of Wardaniya. Father, mother and 4 children killed by an Israeli missile strike on their house in the south of Lebanon on Monday. Just 1 child in the family survived. Just 1, spared by God for his desperate grandfather.
I told to God, please leave me 1 person from him. 1 person. Okay, Rabbi, my God, okay.
Rose petals for the martyrs who gave their lives as part of Hezbollah's resistance to Israel. Is it worth it, all this pain, all this sacrifice?
نعم تستاهل الشهداء وبعد بدها تيجي تقتل تضرب تشرف نحن حاضرين.
You know what Western news doesn't understand when they ask insane questions like that is that, like, what's the alternative, man? What's the alternative? We just let Israel walk all over us, yeah? We just let Israel in, they walk all over us, they do what they did in Gaza, yeah? Should we just do that instead? Should we just do that? Not to say that there wasn't resistance in Gaza, I'm not downplaying that or, discarding it whatsoever, but do you know what I mean? Like, they understand that what's the alternative? Lay down and die. Lie down and rot. Be pulverized by bombs. Die gasping for air under the rubble, crushed by concrete. You know what I mean?
Mosque bears the picture of Ayatollah Khamenei.
And again, chat, it's like, you know, the same thing is being applied to Lebanese people as it has been to Palestinian people, which is that there is an unattainable perfect victim status that is like given, but is never it's never awarded to literally any single Palestinian or any single Lebanese person or any victim of Israel or the empire. Right? It is a completely unattainable perfect victim status where they are saying, like, okay, well, you have to have never have supported Hezbollah, you have to have never have supported Hamas, you have to have condemned Hamas, you have to have condemned Hezbollah, you have to have, pleaded with Israel to not do this to you, you have to have never done anything wrong in your entire life, you have to have never have spoken ill of the way you've been treated, the way that you've not had access to healthcare, proper nutrition, infrastructure, electricity, all this kind of stuff. You can never have complained about any of that. And even if you don't do any of that in your entire life, you will still not even be a footnote. You will still not even be recognized, you know, as a perfect victim. You will still not even be recognized as a victim of imperialism. You know, so it's the same kind of thing. It's like, oh yeah, you know, is it worth supporting Hezbollah? Is it worth all this? Of course they're gonna say, shut the fuck up. Of course they're gonna turn around and be like, yes, of course it is. Of course that grandfather who lost every single one of his grandkids, bar one, said, yes, it's worth it. Because if Israel invade, they could take his last one. They could take his neighbor's kids. They could take his life. They could take other people's lives, etc., etc., etc. It's just, it boggles the mind. Even though Channel 4 do some of the best reporting, the bar is in hell, right? The bar is in fucking hell.
Killed by Israel in February. To these mourners, the dead are martyrs to the cause of resisting Israel. But elsewhere in Lebanon, they say no, this is not our war. It's being fought on behalf of Iran, not our country.
I don't think that's true. Where? Where? Where are they saying this, lady?
Here, most support Hezbollah, the party of God. Shia families are part of the struggle. You fired into Israel after the Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, was killed. This war you started for his death.
نعم وفاء للقائد ولكن أيضا لحظة مناسبة حتى نغير هذا الواقع اللي موجودين فيه اللي سنة.
Why are they just asking this random guy, bro? Why are they just asking this random guy, why did you shoot into fucking They really do just paint every single Lebanese person as Hezbollah. Yeah, basically that's the whole Western narrative, isn't it? The whole Western narrative is like Iran is just forcing these people to do this. You're doing this on behalf of Iran. Like Iran is just controlling you. They're a puppet master, actually. You should think of them in those problematic ways that you think of puppet masters. You know, that you've seen the Nazis talk about and shit like that. Mad stuff, man. And this guy just said like a normal thing. He said, we've been getting killed for a year and 3 months in full view of the world. And, you know, the way that this is going to be perceived by some Western audience is that this is a scary brown man in a turban, right? You know, at a time when Sikhs are being demonized, right? Anyone who wears cloth on their head is an evil demon terrorist, right? You know, which is again, chat, you know, another reason why, like, as people who support Palestinian liberation and Lebanese liberation, it is completely acceptable for us to wear kufias, right? It's completely acceptable for us to, you know, wear a kufia. You know, perhaps not something like this. This is Shia. This is different. But, you know, to dispel that idea that if you, like, wear a bit of cloth, you know, that you are some kind of an evil terrorist.
So women are dying for the war that men are fighting.
المرأة هي مصنع المجاهدين. هي مصنع الرجال. بالإسلام نظرتنا إلى المرأة أنها هي.
Hang on a minute. What the fuck? The woman is the factory of. Oh no, dude. Oh. Oh no, dude.
مجاهدين. هي مصنع الرجال. بالإسلام نظرتنا إلى المرأة أنها هي تصنع الرجل. هي تصنع.
Do we have any Arabic, Levantine Arabic speakers in the chat who could tell us that this guy is not saying this in quite this way?
الرجال. هي أم المجتمع بأكمله.
I do believe that this guy could be saying this about women. I'm not about to sit here and say that misogyny doesn't exist in Lebanon. Do you know what I mean? But like, he's not answering the question that she just asked. That's also true.
Back in April,
he's saying it how it looks. Thank you, Yui. Well, that I believe that, but again, like, it isn't the question that she asked, right? Like, what is the question that she actually asked?
So women are dying for the war that men are fighting.
It's not. It's, you know what I mean. It's been translated to him in some mad way. They've edited his response to a different question. Yeah, I think they've clip chimped him. They've clipped him out of context. He probably does believe that, absolutely. But at the same time, you know what I mean? Like,
back in April, people gathered at the scene of another Israeli strike, this one on an apartment.
Maybe it's been lost in translation, because that question was framed as women are dying for the war that men are fighting, and it's framed in this like evil. Again, chat, that's like a great example of what I was talking about, right? That's a great example of what I was talking about when I was saying that there's no such thing as a perfect victim. So that, you know, Channel 4 has to, Muslim commenter rage bait. Yes, exactly. That, you know, the Channel 4 has to present Muslims as scary misogynists, right? So perhaps this has been twisted in the translation to say like, you know, do you think it's fair that like women aren't part of this war? Like, you know, men are the only people who are fighting it and women are staying at home and dying. And maybe he was saying that to be like, nah, actually, like, you know, women are part of the war, like, because they, you know, they look after their kids, they birth the fighters, etc., etc. They just found the one like cleric in you know, Lebanon that was like insane enough to be like, you know, interviewed by liberal fucking imperialist media, first of all, and second of all, you know, able to be clipped out of context because, I don't know, maybe he waxes lyrical a bit.
Block in the Christian suburb of Ain Sadeh near Beirut. Israel says it was targeting a Hezbollah commander. He wasn't. Israel
says
there. But Eli Gergi's wife, Rula, was killed alongside their neighbors.
He believes woman is with them in the war, but their role is to stay at home. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I mean. Like, I do believe that is what he's saying, and there is an element of misogyny to it. Absolutely, it's a misogynistic thing, right? But that answer sounds to me like, you know, the framing and the way that she was toning it, you know, she did it in a way that made it sound like, you know, Muslim men, Arabic men, they hate women, and they're like, yeah, man, we don't give a fuck if all of our women die. They should just be baby-making machines and fucking die for us and do whatever and this, that, and the other. Do you know what I mean? Whereas, like, you know, as I'm saying, there is misogyny behind it, but I do not, in fact, think that was, you know, representative of every person in Lebanon, let's say. That's why it's bad. This question makes me think about that quote from Leslie Feinberg about how US and Israel use women as a pretext for imperialist war. Yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. It is always like, think about the women. Again, I was talking about this before. Think about the queers. Think about the savage, right? You know, think about the savage fucking Palestinians who would throw you off a roof if you're gay, right? And that's the reason why you need to support Israel and imperialism. It's the same thing. If you listen to Jewish rabbi lectures, some of them have the same talking points. Yeah, and if you listen to Christianity, like if you listen to Christian priests, they have the same talking point as well. Yeah, they just found a conservative religious guy. Like, that's what's happened, right? Do you know what I mean? I bet Trump told ICE agents to treat brown women with total respect, yeah.
Mementos of Rula are everywhere, along with the son they lost in a car accident, and their 2 daughters that he must now raise alone. Like most Lebanese Christians, he sees Hezbollah not as resistance, but party to a conflict waged on behalf of Iran.
بلوم حزب الله لأنه نحن فتنا، يعني أنا خسرت مرتي وخسرت جيراني وخسرت عشرة العمر كلها بشي ما خصني فيه. نحن ما استشهدوا، هن ما كانوا لا عم بحاربوا ولا كانوا بالجنوب، هن قاعدين بمنطقة كتير آمنة سيفتي، ضحية، هن ضحايا.
In Wardania, mourners gathered in the new temporary graveyard, weeping over 6-year-old Julia and her older sister Leen and the rest of the Abdullah family. Harsh Shahab bids a final farewell to his grandson. They have no time for the Lebanese government and its attempts to do a deal with Israel.
The resistance was created from the government because the government is unable to fight for our country, fight for our freedom.
Hell yeah.
It's selling our land piece by piece, and we can't do anything about it. So the resistance is the only...
They found a based English-speaking youngster to just be like, yeah, man. Here's how normal people think about this shit. Let me communicate this to you in a language that you cannot twist into different you know, answers or represent in different ways. You know what I'm saying?
Thing we have right now.
And the cousins that she mourns.
Queen.
It's very, very sad, but it's a blessing for them, and it's a really good thing. It's very saddening. It's heartbreaking at this point. It really is, but it's a good thing.
An uneasy peace or an interim deal between the US and Iran.
Yo, no worries, Chloe. Thank you again for the raid.
Lebanon.
Enjoy the movies.
War has exacerbated potentially explosive divisions within this fragile country as well.
Yeah, chat, we're coming towards the end of the stream. Please consider tip in to get me to the dono goal. We are very, very close. We got £15 to go to hit the dono goal. That's 3 people donating £5, or like, I don't know, 7 people donating £2 or some shit like that. 8 people donating £2. Yeah. Please consider tipping. The link is there in the chat.
Well as reigniting.
We can do it, chat. I believe in you.
Between Iran and Israel. In Wardania, they have prepared hundreds of graves.
Thank you for the blue fella, Yuri.
Expect to be a long war, with many martyrs, many victims.
Lindsay Hilson reporting there from Lebanon. And we can now speak to the Lebanese MP, Ghassan Hasbani, from the predominantly Christian Lebanese Forces Party. He's also a former deputy prime minister.
What the fuck are you doing, bro? Why are they saying predominantly Christian? This is crazy, man. This is just more fucking imperialist propaganda. They're like, oh, you gotta listen to this guy. He's not Hezbollah, and he's Christian. He's a nice one. Oh my God, brother.
Of Lebanon. Welcome to the program. It's fascinating looking at Lebanon and the tricky situation that you're caught in, because you've got this agreement for a ceasefire with Israel, but effectively this is about Hezbollah and Israel. Hezbollah weren't part of the negotiations. You are really ringside observers in the fortune of your country, which you have no control over.
True.
Indeed, this is a very complex situation. It's the Lebanese government speaking to the Israeli government directly with US sponsorship.
Lebanese Forces MP. Chat, what does this mean? Lebanese Forces MP?
While the trigger is, the war trigger is still with...
That guy before that said that this had nothing to do with him was also a Christian, according to the news people. There you go. These poor Christians, they're getting swept away by these crazy Shia, these crazy Muslims. They're getting swept away. There's nothing, you know, to do with them. Like, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, it is literally, you know, and Christian, we understand, yeah? Christian at this point, we understand to be part and parcel of the language that signifies that someone is in the, you know, the in-group of white supremacy, innit? You know what I'm saying? Is it even a war? Isn't it an invasion and a puppet government? Well, it is a war between the resistance, Hezbollah, and the IOF, right? Israel. But it is, of course, not to do with Lebanon. You know?
Any type of collaboration on the ground, the issue of Hezbollah can be dealt with.
I told a Lebanese girl that I like a lot. Lebanon is how many religions it has. And how they all live together. She told me it doesn't work and everyone just hates everybody. Yeah, but that's just one person as well.
As a Lebanese challenge, because this is a decision of the Lebanese government to hold exclusively.
The Lebanese Forces is a Lebanese Christian-based political party and former militia during the Lebanese Civil War. Right, okay.
Arms and the right for war and peace decision in its hands. So this is the first step.
Well, when I'm saying it's nothing to do with Lebanon, what I mean is it's nothing to do with the Lebanese government, because the Lebanese government is just like, you know, totally dismissing it. You know what I mean? Like, totally fucking dismissing it.
For security from its northern borders. So
it does sound like talking to Westerners about their own countries. Yeah, exactly.
Declaration of intents between the two countries. yet it is not actually a final cessation of hostilities until the field is controlled and the ground is controlled by the Lebanese government primarily.
But Hezbollah is more powerful than the Lebanese government and has been for a very long time.
Oh, this is so good. Oh, yes. I do not support Hezbollah. I can't support Hezbollah. It is illegal for me to support Hezbollah as a citizen of the United Kingdom, where they are prescribed as a terrorist group. However, I do disagree with the prescription of Hezbollah, and I do think that it is of far more benefit to the people of Lebanon that Hezbollah is way more powerful than the Lebanese government.
So you're stuck.
Indeed, this is why the United States is offering support for the Lebanese armed forces.
Exactly.
Support for the Lebanese government.
I disavow.
The political side as well as the military and logistical side, to be able to strengthen the Lebanese army, to implement the decisions of the Lebanese government that were taken last year.
Fat chance of that.
The choices are very limited. If the Lebanese government cannot perform this task with the support of its friends and allies, it is going to be very difficult to create a long-lasting stability in Lebanon. It's a golden opportunity.
This is basically them talking with a Reform MP about like the SNP or the IRA. Yeah, basically. So yeah, this is, it's probably not the, what's the Lebanese government? Lebanese government. Who is in charge? Which party is in charge of government? By the way, chat, the only reason I'm not turning cat cam on is because Melpo's roaming and I don't know what he's doing. Literally no idea. I just heard him meow behind me then and just have no idea where he is. Lebanese government, let's have a look. Politics of Lebanon. Oh, hang on. Parliament of Lebanon. Okay. So. 24 ministers. Lebanese forces 4. Wait, hang on. Oh my god, this is crazy. Political groups. Strong Republic 19. Okay, so I don't see Lebanese forces here at all. Bro, this motherfucker isn't even in the government. Strong Republic, Loyalty to the Resistance, Development and Liberation, Democratic Gathering, Kataib, Armenian Revolutionary Federation, Force of Change, National Moderation, National Compatibility, Independent Consultative Gathering, Independent National Bloc, Renewal, Popular Nasserist Organization, Independent, Strong Lebanon, Re-Lebanon, Islamic Group, Independent, Vacant. Bro, this Lebanese Forces Party isn't even in the government. It is actually worse than talking to Reform about the IRA. This is like talking to Restore UK about fucking, I don't know, like something that happened 50 years ago. This is nuts, bro. This is nuts. They're talking to a guy that has no actual fucking... LF is part of the Strong Republic bloc. Lebanese forces. Strong Republic. Right, so... It's a parliamentary bloc of the Lebanese forces in the Lebanese parliament. It's headed by... Oh, okay. So these are the people with the most seats in parliament. Okay, alright. Why is it just not called that? Bro, it's 19 members of parliament. It's hardly a majority. It's like there's 128 seats. You couldn't even say, yeah, they might be the people with the most seats, but it doesn't mean that they're like that they're representative of the country at all. They've literally just, this is just like a Westerner coming in and being like, yeah man, let's have a little look. Oh, well, these guys have got the most seats, so they must be the most popular. They must be the most, like, representative of the country. They've got a plurality, but nowhere near a majority. This is nuts, bro. I guess he is in the government, like in the cabinet. You know, the leadership is, who we got? Secretary, yeah, Alan Owen. Wait, isn't Joseph Owen the Prime Minister? So there's like a little bit of, Or does he just have the same surname? Or is there a little bit of nepotism going on here? Hey Breadsticks, how you doing? Sorry on Lesbian Hot Sauce chat earlier. W takes new to political side of Twitch. Nice to hear the UK feels like a hellscape as of late. Hey Breadstick, welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. Don't really understand, but let's crack on. Was it Hassan Hasbani? Hassan Hasbani. Oh, it's him! It's him! That's who they're fucking interviewing. That's who they're fucking interviewing.
That Lebanon is receiving such...
Yeah, that's him, bro. That's literally him right there.
Attention from the United States and its president directly.
It's a golden opportunity for the optimist, but it's also potentially a death trap. And your country knows all about terrible civil wars. You've had quite a few of them since 1945. Is there...
Wow, since 1945? What happened in 1945, dude? What was going on in 1945 in the region? That's crazy, bro. That's so crazy.
There's not a danger here that if you try and disarm Hezbollah, that you will end up with another civil war, which also involves the Israelis stepping in?
Well, a civil war usually involves two militarized parties outside the government.
And we don't have a militarized party for the government. Our state army is completely useless and toothless and don't use weapons.
Well, this is not a civil war. This is the Lebanese government, or this would be the Lebanese government enforcing Lebanese law to start with. It's law enforcement.
Yeah, that's not going to go down. It's not going to happen.
Effectively, they would not be going into a civil war. They would actually be going against all the Lebanese and the international.
That is a civil war. You could try and frame it however you like, man. That is a civil war. If it is a faction of resistance fighters on one side and a faction of support on the other side for the state, or in fact state military on the other side, that is still a civil war. Like, I don't understand, like, what kind of, like, semantic differences. I hate people like this, chat. I hate people like this so much, where they're like, technically, it's not a civil war unless it comes from the Civil War region of France. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's one of the most, like, unlikable personality traits a person can have.
Community that's supporting the Lebanese government and the Lebanese armed forces.
Okay. The Israeli government has put the emphasis...
I had someone tell me that the 1917 October Revolution... against the Tsarist forces wasn't a real revolution because of technicality. And I was like, did it install a dictatorship of the proletariat? And this guy was like, not technically. It's like, no, they did. Sorry, that is what they happened.
It's on you to try and rein in Hezbollah, which, as we know...
Yeah, you can have different levels of civil war. They're not all the American Civil War. What the fuck are you talking about?
At the same time, you've got 1 million plus displaced people inside Lebanon, which is a tiny country.
Dictionary definition arguments are the refuges of the dullest and most boring people on earth. So true.
Is Israel in danger of turning your country into a failed state by continuing this way?
Well,
this guy's gonna say, no, I love Israel. Israel are amazing. They're so good. He's thirsty for the government to suppress the anti-Zionist resistance in Lebanon, yes.
Let's look at it. 40 years of the presence of Hezbollah in this country as a proxy. The country was already into a bad...
It is just Western talking points. It's Western. This is how you know that it's a puppet government, because this is just Western talking points. Hezbollah is a proxy. It's not representative of Lebanon. It's like, no, it is. It literally is. They've just been interviewing people all over the south of Lebanon where they're going, yep, it's necessary for us to fight against Israel. It's necessary for us to support Hezbollah. And that is what they said in these interviews. You've done little vox pops on Channel 4 to say that, and this guy is just like, no, that's not true. They're just an evil Iranian proxy. If it wasn't for Iran, they wouldn't exist.
Bad state economically, with a major,
thank you for the follow,
unprecedented economic and financial crisis.
Chat, come on, we're so close to the end of the stream. Let's get those tips in. We can do it. 3 people donating £5. It can happen. I believe in you.
Consecutive wars that were destructive to the south and big parts of Lebanon. We don't have many choices but to put law and order in place. So we do have to take that chance. The displaced are the ones who are hurting most. So if the government takes action, it would be helping those displaced quickly go back to their homes, with a lot of aid coming from the Friends of Lebanon to reconstruct the south of Lebanon, and then they would be at peace. The most hurt are now the community around Hezbollah itself. So the Lebanese government would be doing them a favor as...
What about the people in Beirut? What about all the millions of people who've been displaced from Beirut? Are you joking me? Beirut's had the shit kicked out of it. He's like, the most displaced and harmed people are around where Hezbollah is. No. The most displaced and harmed people are in fucking Beirut. We've all seen the footage, man. We have all, in fact, seen the footage.
Lebanese citizens today.
By the way, no answer. No answer there as to whether Israel is going to turn it into a failed state. This guy was just like, no, it's Hezbollah doing that. This guy is just an Israeli. He's just an Israeli. He may as well be an Israeli. He's a Zionist. Utterly, utterly cracked.
Thank you very much indeed for your time. We'll be watching that very closely indeed. Well, on the other side of the conflict, there's also a lot at stake for Israel. It has been constantly at war for the best part of 3 years, losing hundreds of soldiers, and success or failure in Lebanon and in Iran could influence elections later this year. And that's the future of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Well,
okay, again, I don't want to discount the fact that Al-Qassam have been fighting the IOF, continuously since October the 7th, 2023. But let's face it, it has not been constant war for 3 years. Are you joking me? They have been doing a constant genocide for 3 years. They had a little cheeky tickle of fucking Iran, and that went very bad for them in June last year. And they were attacking Lebanon, and that went very bad for them in 2024. And now they're attacking Lebanon and Iran again. Insane to be saying 3 years of constant war. It's been 3 years of constant genocide. That's what it's been.
I've been talking to Avraham Borg, a former Speaker of the Knesset and acting President of Israel, turned vocal critic of successive Netanyahu governments. I began by asking if he thinks that Netanyahu regrets starting the war with Donald Trump on February the 28th.
Acting president.
I'm not at all sure that as eloquent as Netanyahu is in English, regret is part of his vocabulary. He still believes that this is the mission of his life, or at least he wants us to believe that that's the mission of his life, and he's the defender of Israel, despite the fact that under his shift and under his God, Israel is as vulnerable as ever.
Would you not have started this war on February the 28th? Would you have been against it?
Every war is an indication of a prior and a previous failure. Israel, unfortunately, and especially this kind of Israel under Netanyahu and the gang around him, is a kind of a trigger-happy gang. And therefore, every war for them is a celebration. Every peace for them is a source of mourning. So if you ask me, this war is a failure. If you ask them, is a party not yet accomplished.
Considering the fact that...
Look who's here, chat. He's finally here. He's finally taken his place.
Iran hates your country so much it doesn't even call it by its name. How do you deal with the Iranian threat? What should he have done? What would you have done?
When you look at the result, it is clear that Iran today is stronger than it has been a couple of weeks, a couple of months ago. The first and foremost is to go back to the agreement that was struck between the international community and Iran.
What's that? What is this? What is this? Why are you saying this? What the fuck is that?
And the most important thing is to build trust between parties.
In recent years, I think one could
The
say
colours
that
he uses in his
Israel,
peace
this government
logo
has seen
make me
every
want
problem
flums.
as a nail,
Yes.
and every
Yes, you're right. It's a Monty Python reference. Why are you putting that in my chat?
solution as a hammer. Has this left Israel weaker or stronger?
Israel respect and Israel status is much weaker than ever. As the president told the prime minister, everybody hates you. And I'm not at all sure he meant only hate you personally, which is the case, but hate you collectively, which is all of a sudden my feeling, my responsibility.
Saluting my friend Melpert by doing a Monty Python reference of Biggest Dickus. You know he's a cat, right? Can't understand. Doesn't know what things are. Doesn't know what words are. Doesn't know what things are. Doesn't know what stuff is.
My people, my circles, my monkeys. And therefore, I believe that Israel globally, or when you look at the comprehensive equation of weaknesses and strengths, we're in a worse situation than we've been on October 8th.
How do you fix it?
Patience, perseverance, and the same remedies we wanted to offer to the Iranians, which is replace the leadership, remove religious fundamentalists, restrain the uncontrolled, untamed militias of settlers.
Hell yeah.
In the West Bank, and go back to the roads and path of rationalism, of well behavior, and accepting international.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? That would be nice, wouldn't it? If that was a possibility at all. Wouldn't that be nice? What a wonderful world that would be. If that was at all possible. The sad reality is that it is just not. Like, how do people like this, where did he get this idea that this is possible? How about continuing down the spiral instead? Yeah, but have you considered being super self-destructive and evil is dead good and mint? Like, what the fuck?
Norms and international law. Whatever we wanted for them, we should apply on ourselves first.
I mean, what you say sounds reasonable, but aren't you a very lonely voice in your own country?
I'm among few, but not lonely. We're a group of people who never lost hope, and our role is actually to be there.
That's absurd. That's absurd. Bro, at what point can you hope for Israel at this point? Yes, what point in the past of the genocide or colonial theft of Palestine is acceptable? Exactly. These people don't live in reality. They do not live in reality. You do not exist in the same place as us. Different plane.
Now is a minority opinion, but preparing the tools and the venues and the...
Again, like, the reason that liberal Zionism like this is a minority opinion is because the only effective version of Zionism that exists is fascist Zionism. It's not Zionism, it's just fascist colonialism, you know? Fascist colonialism by a different name, you know, exacerbated by religious thought, religious theory, you know.
Containers for the day in which the wind will change its direction and people will ask, do we have an alternative strategy?
I really hope that one day the wind will change direction. What's with the peace logo on his shirt? It's so that you know that he wants peace. It's so that you know he wants just war, no peace. I mean, just peace, no war. No crazy war.
Every individual between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean has the right for the same rights. Once you have this as the operating system of the region,
okay, he's saying one state solution. That's interesting. He is actually okay. You know what? Maybe I'll take it back. He is saying one state solution, but maybe he's just saying it in the way that he's saying it because he doesn't want to be murdered by the state. Yeah, the duality of man.
This T-shirt will become obsolete.
Okay, he was wearing the peace T-shirt to be like, yes, I love peace, and yeah, no war, just peace. No war, just peace. That's basically it. All right, chat. There it is. There it is. That's the end. Chat, am I gonna get these final donos before the end of the stream? Is it happening? I just need 3 people to donate £5 each before I clock off for the week. I don't even need the subs. We don't need the subs. We've hit the sub goal for the week. Pretty much. Mission very complete. Pretty much. If you've enjoyed the stream tonight, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've appreciated the shared space for us to get mad at the system and all that kind of business, you want to help me pay rent, pay bills, all that business as well, please hit the tip link in the chat. Hit me up with a £5, £2. Every little helps. I'm stealing another strap from Rob Rousseau, which is just leaving it at the end of the stream a little bit. I'm not actually ending the stream or anything like that. I'm just sat here just like waiting for them donos to come in. I'm just waiting, patiently waiting for him to come in. Who knows how long I'll wait? Could be anything between 5 minutes or 10 minutes, to be honest. Any idea whether you'll be back on the Subnautica? I'll be streaming Subnautica tomorrow on the gaming channel, probably. Certainly not Saturday, certainly not Sunday. If it's going to happen at all, it'll happen tomorrow. I don't know what time, but it will happen. Any donors at all? Any final donos at all, chat? Any at all? I might try and do a bit of telepathy again. Too late for that. It's too late for any of that. Like hurting my head. Proper fucking blagging my head. Proper hurting my head. Let me have a look. 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 What's going on here? Ah, yes. Kev is, in fact, watching Question Time with Helena. So it is, in fact, time to head over there. Forget the dono goal for tonight, chat. I appreciate the effort. Thank you for trying. I appreciate all the donos. What the fuck is Kev's username again? KF Logan 1875. There you go. Okay. We're gonna go raid Kev, everybody. Thank you so much, chatters, for the stream. I mean, for supporting me. I did the stream. You did the support. Thank you so much for all the donos. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for the raid earlier, Chloe. It was nice to see you. Thank you so much for all the follows. Thank you so much, everyone, just for being here. Thank you for lurking, if you've been lurking in the chat. And thank you for all the support all through the week. It's been a really good week. I really appreciate you. I will be, as I say, back tomorrow on the gaming channel. I want to check out the gaming channel, twitch.tv/DonkusJonkus. I'll probably be playing some Subnautica tomorrow. Might start in the early evening around the same time that I normally start this stream. And other than that, I will not be doing Red Planet on Sunday. I don't think there's a Red Planet show this Sunday, but go and check out some VODs anyway. Make sure you check out my socials in the meantime. Make sure you check out my YouTube channels. I got a whole bunch of YouTube videos for you to watch if you want more Mule content. And yes, don't forget to check out the what am I saying? Don't forget to check out the VOD channel. You want to catch up on other VODs, past streams and stuff like that. Again, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate all the support. Stay excellent to each other. See you in the next one. Peace.